All right, folks, we are live. Welcome to the postmortem. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Vanity Fair's digital cover. It's very interesting this morning. 34 felony counts, 1 conviction, 2 cases pending, 2 impeachments, 6 bankruptcies, 4 more years. The 47th American president. Is this the best you can do, USA? Maybe. Maybe this is what the United States of America is. Donald Trump is the face of the country. It seems to be the case. He won by a very large margin. This was a landslide victory. This wasn't like close. It wasn't like Hillary close. Yeah, what do you guys think? Are you excited for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Are you mortified? I mean, I just think that this is what the United States of America is, and I'm Canadian, outside looking in. I know a lot of people who I associate myself with, don't like this. They don't want to associate themselves with anyone like Donald Trump, and yet he is now the leader again of your country. So, it is what it is. What are you going to do about it? If you don't like this, what are you going to do about it? Looks like there's going to be a peaceful transfer of power, which of course I don't think was a question in anyone's mind. If Kamala Harris was to lose, which she has by a landslide, and there's a few questions that I think are worth asking today. Is the United States of America ready to consider a female president? Like what do you think? Hey D-Trock, how's it going?
Hey man,
Well, how are you feeling, D-Trock, with the results?
let my silence speak words. I
Right.
don't know. I'm speechless.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm speechless with what's potentially going to happen with what happened. Um, it's just very shocking.
Yeah,
Um,
and that's something I want to get to today is like what are the things that you're worried about with Donald Trump for 4 more years? Do you think it's going to be more or less like what we saw in 2016 to 2020? Is there anything else you're worried about? Obviously, I think what's going on in the Middle East is at a boiling point. And I a lot of people who I've spoken to last night are worried about Trump being in the driver's seat with what's going on in the Middle East. So why don't you ruminate a little bit on your feelings with regards to what worries you about Trump for 4 more years?
uh, yeah, that's a tough one. It could be so much. Um, honestly, when it comes to if I focus solely on Trump, I think it comes down to what benefits Trump the most. So if war persisting benefits him the most, I think that's what he's going to shoot for. But of course, the president doesn't make up the entirety of governing.
Right.
So I think it makes things a little very different right now, having the Senate and House aligned with the Supreme Courts all together. I mean, it really does grease the slopes for a lot of shit to happen in a very short period of time.
Yeah.
Um,
Um. But that is democracy, right? Is this not democracy in action?
Sure, absolutely. Well, yes and no, right?
Hmm.
I tend to think that our democracy is a false democracy because we have a lot of money and power and special interests that guide decisions,
Yeah.
which kind of steals the wind from democracy. So I have a hard time calling it democracy.
Right. What do you think of like what happened with Elon Musk? Like after the failed assassination attempt, very close call, clipped Donald Trump right in the right ear, and and of course this became a big religious right type of thing where
He almost died for our sins.
yeah, he almost died for our sins type of thing, and which is to be expected from the hyper religious section of the United States. But a lot, Elon Musk, a lot of people were like, that inspired them to endorse Donald Trump. Had it not been for that event, I mean, are we going to see a different result here? Like maybe he wouldn't have got Elon Musk's endorsement, or at least with the power behind it that Elon Musk brought. But it does seem like a lot of these people who came on board for this final push just like really tilted the weights here.
I'm not convinced of that. I think Elon is just one of those outspoken voices, the
Yeah.
ones that that are at the forefront of the media. But I think there's a lot of money and undercurrents going on that really pushed pushed him into office. So
Right.
I'm not totally blaming this whole thing on Elon Musk
No,
and any
no.
momentum Elon Musk has added to it.
Nor am but I do think that like people in society do listen to the popular people with the platforms and money,
Sure,
right?
absolutely.
It's like if Taylor Swift says, "Guys, we're going Kamala Harris," it's
Yeah.
like many of them are gonna just be like, "Yeah, I'm with Tay Tay," right?
Sure. That's a huge illness, I think, in this country is celebrity worship syndrome. Is this whole, following people who are good at speaking, whether or good at speaking, who are charismatic, who have all those qualities, but yet lack the substance under the covers. It's all surface level.
Right. What do you think of the Middle East? I mean, Donald Trump has spoken a lot about, and the people who support Donald Trump. But one of the big messages that I think has garnered a lot of support is that he wants to be kind of hands off in the Middle East. What do you think about that? Do you see dangers in that?
I think he's shown some halfway decent geopolitical negotiation with other people who aren't otherwise engaged with or given any level of respect, and could keep us out of wars, could drop us out. I don't know. I really don't know at this point. It's hard to read him. I could also see him totally siding with Israel and, Gaza becoming much more of a shit show. So I really don't know what's going to happen at this point.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. There's about 100 of you in the room. Please smash that like button. I will send you a cookie. I will find you and send you a cookie in the mail if you smash that like button. You can hold me to that. Sue me if you do not get the cookie. Now,
the cookie's a lie, just like the cake.
Yeah, the cookie is kind of a lie, just like the cake. But I will tell you that I can't control if the mailman eats the cookie or not. So it just might be the case that the mailman eats all these cookies. But yeah, you guys express yourself in the chat.
Apropos.
Let me know if you guys are excited for Trump for 4 more years, or if you're feeling down in the dumps today. And the title of today's stream is A Donald Dump. Do you guys think sometimes in a very cynical way, I call the United States of Afghanistan. And, what I've been saying this morning is, has the United States of Afghanistan taken a big Donald dump again? Or, who's excited for this in the Pangburn community? I know the Pangburn community is very mixed. We got conservatives, we got libertarians, we got all kinds of people who come to play at Pangburn. So do let me know. And one thing I mentioned last night during our election stream is that it is important to try to find some light in losing politically. Surely there are things Yes, I am Canadian, Matthew, but Pangburn is a global community, so we have people from all around the world. But I think it's important to find some light. Surely, even for you, D-Trock, there would be something like you just mentioned, the geopolitical, aspect of what Donald Trump has been saying, and there might be some good in that if he follows through. Surely there are things for people who don't like Donald Trump and people who wish Harris would have won within the Donald Trump policies that you can be excited about. If you search hard enough, you're going to find some things to be excited about that you can kind of hold Donald Trump accountable based on what he's promised. And I think that's a healthy relationship to have when you're part of a democracy, because you're not always going to win. I mean, maybe you'll always win and you get lucky, but for the most part, you're not always going to win. There's going to be a shift of power. So, I mean, yeah, there's the geopolitical thing. Last night we had someone that really pissed some people off. We had someone in our stream mention that, they own Tesla stock, they own SpaceX stock, and that they're going to make a lot of money off of Donald Trump, being reelected. And they're happy about that. They're happy that Donald Trump was reelected for that reason. A lot of people found that distasteful because, I mean, like for me personally, I would have voted for Kamala Harris. I don't vote for people to be in positions of power who have a criminal mind. I'm pretty strong on that. Like, I would probably sacrifice that maxim or that virtue if I thought that because ultimately what I care about is maximizing well-being for humanity. If I thought that the candidate was the best for maximizing well-being for humanity, but they had a criminal mind, I might sacrifice that, especially in a place like the United States and in Canada, where there are a lot of checks and balances for a leader. That I do appreciate that aspect of the governments that we have set up, the level of bureaucracy where you can't just go in and be a wingnut and get away with anything if you get elected. Caesar on high. Everyone, please take a second to smash that like button. Really appreciate that. We're going to be streaming this morning for a little while. Do let us know. Someone is saying, "Where's my cookies?" like a billion times. River says, "I own Tesla stock." Well, I mean, it's this election result is probably going to be good for your stock. So it looks like we got Wise Ape and Bucky back as well. Yeah, go ahead, Wise. What do you got?
My concern is kind of like COVID related. So if the world decides they're going to do a biological war again, if that would be my concern. So I just suggest instead of wearing masks, that they wear bags, and instead of getting shots like vaccine shots, they get shots.
Oh my God!
Like it's a biological. I'm being hyperbolic.
I know.
I know what I mean.
I know you're being hyperbolic.
That shit better not. That better. I don't want to be. Off. Like that. I just don't want to see another thing like that again happen. Right.
Yeah. I get what you mean. I get what you're saying. You're also, you're echoing a lot of people's concerns, like legitimate concerns, that when they're not being hyperbolic, they're saying things like this. I mean, during our stream last night, we heard this. Wise, do you were you on board with Trump for this election?
That's a little funny, It's like if a mask doesn't work, why don't you try putting a bag over your face? Or over your head, you know what I mean? Anyway, it might help.
Yeah.
But I think no one cares what I got to say, but I think AI and stuff would be the perfect governance in the future, right? We don't need these personalities and stuff. I don't need if that makes any sense, you know what I mean? Just a better system. There's just less craziness and stuff. And
yeah, I don't know about. I think we can have more rational a more rational relationship with rational leaders. I think that's what I hope for the future. And rationality is essentially the more contemporary term to replace wisdom. So ultimately, I want a wiser relationship with wiser leaders. Now, you can only be wise or rational if you have a selected goal, a selected purpose. Then we can measure whether you're being rational or not. So that metric by which we measure that, I think, should be human well-being. And by well-being, the way I use it, the way Sam Harris uses it, the way Richard Dawkins, all these people that subscribe to secular humanism or some kind of secular humanism would simply just mean physical, mental, and social health when we talk about well-being. So, but anyways, I just I want people to chill out about this result a little bit. I've seen some of my friends and colleagues and acquaintances really looking like they're done playing the game, and they've flipped the chessboard, and they're not playing anymore. And it's like, this is democracy, and like it or not, Donald Trump is what. This is a landslide victory. Donald Trump is what the USA wants.
Well,
it's what the USA is right now, and you gotta deal with that. What are you gonna do about it if you don't think it's right?
Well, I got one more thing to add, if you would. I just watched Joe Rogan and Elon Musk part of the podcast, right?
Yeah.
And an interesting thing Elon Musk brought up, he's like, I forget, I don't know who they were referencing, but it's like, you show me the man, and then we'll find the crime. And I find, like, in my personal life, that's been going on, and all this stuff, like, even with Trump or anybody, it's like, the government, like, if they make you a target, they're going to find you of something, And I saw that
or
going on with Trump. It's like,
or 34
felony counts.
Right?
Yeah, and it's like, dude, he's a felon. He's a this.
Yeah, but
it's like,
but why?
I'm serious, but it's more like, you show me the man, you give me the target, and I'll hit it with something. I'll throw shit at it till it crumbles.
Yeah, but thing about that, Wise, the thing,
and that's not just with Trump. That's with you. That's with me.
No,
when they make you a target,
I agree I agree to a certain degree with this notion of, like, everyone out there, if you put them under investigation, under a strong enough microscope, you're going to find some little things that they've probably done that are either on the line or cross the line of the law. But
not even that. It's like, can we interpret this to look bad?
Hang on. Not all law breaking is equal, right? It matters what kind of laws have been broken and how many times. And 34 felony counts is significant, right? That's the sign of a criminal mind based on the law of the land, right? If the laws were different, then we could say that this isn't a criminal mind. But that's and we can get more into these felonies if we want.
Well, no, that wasn't really directed at Trump. That's just more like of a general phenomenon that happens, I would say. But they were talking about it on the podcast, and I thought,
yeah, because
kind of interesting and concerning. I think that type of thing is more concerning than who's president, right? Because anybody, like, government can use that. And then they talked about the right to bear arms and stuff, and they were like, something about, well, can the government be corrupted? If so, like, yeah, we still need guns. But I thought that's across the board. Like, is there still crime? Yeah, then, like, it might be a good idea to have a way to protect yourself, right?
Right.
But I guess, like, well, you don't have to protect yourself from another gun because nobody will have guns. But I mean, there's a lot more to be concerned about in life than just who's president. But
yeah, of course. And one thing I'll be talking a lot about today in my conversations with friends, family, colleagues, whatnot is like, what are your strategies? Being a politically active member of society, what are your strategies moving forward if you are on the losing side of what happened here yesterday and last night? What kind of actions do you plan to take? Are you going to get more involved in the conversations? Are you, some people have told me they're leaving the United States, and these are usually coming from people who have dual citizenship or something like that. But I think continuing to engage in the democratic process is the answer. Running away from it is just, obviously if things were to get bad enough, then yeah, you might feel the need to flee. But this is just, you've already lived through 4 years of Donald Trump, and you're going to be fine living through another 4. You're going to get you're going to hear some absurd things, some absurd sound bites. You're also going to hope that Donald Trump doesn't make things in the Middle East worse. So hopefully he does follow through on his campaign promises to be trying to help out those situations so that they, we don't see them turning into all out war or triggering any kind of world war of any kind. So that's well,
he said he's going to stop the wars. So
well, he said, I'll have those wars over in no time, and I don't think that's the case.
He said before he even got into office.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. Wait, I understand the whole, I'm going to wave my wand and magic is going to happen, and people going and rolling their eyes, especially when it comes to the war in the Ukraine and Russia. I'm sorry, by the way. Hi, good to see you.
Hello.
I just popped in.
Welcome back.
I understand that, okay, this is complicated and Russia and the Ukraine don't have much common ground. How are you going to fix it? And exactly how much of a dictator or asshole how much of a dictator are you going to be in order to do it? I understand the mindset of someone who, because that's kind of an outrageous claim. And it's like, yeah, let me see that happen.
Right.
That being said, I would say that the presidential office, no matter left or right, when used properly, can get shit done pretty damn quick if motivated. With what was happening with Biden and Harris, and I think is that we were kind of milking a proxy war. We were milking it because the United States was profiteering off of it. Okay, BlackRock and Lockheed Martin and all of these companies in which government officials actually freaking own stock in was lining their pockets by the suffering of Ukrainian citizens. Okay. I'm so sorry. I know I'm on a rant. Let me try to get to my point. Yeah. But we went and we kept on feeding them the American public has this position in their head of, we're spending so much money. Actually, no, we're not compared to, no, because what we're really doing is going into our warehouses and emptying that stuff that's about to go old, because rocket fuel expires and it is cheaper to use the product than make it and then refill it with rocket fuel and pay for the cost of doing that. It is cheaper to give it to someone who's going to blow it up. Right. And the same goes for a lot of things like gunpowder and things like that, things that chemically go boom. And so going and clearing out our warehouses with our old products so that can refill it with our new products, which we were going to do anyways, and then billing the Ukraine and counting it as our tax dollars is ridiculous, because we actually actually already paid for a lot of that. Not all of it, a lot of it. That being said, we gave that stuff to them, and then we demanded they didn't do this, and that to Russia, right? We demanded that they played with one hand behind their back, even though there is a huge difference, right? We're like, you're only allowed to protect your soil. You're not allowed to attack Russia back on their soil and shit like that.
Let's bring
it dragged out the war and turned it into a meat grinder from hell.
Let's bring in Bucky
Because
Balls.
They did a bad job.
Hang on, Wise. Bucky, do you have something to add there?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
If I was making sounds, I'm getting stuff ready to leave.
Oh, okay. Copy that. Okay,
do you think so far everything I said, anything I say?
I think you worry. I think you worry way too much about Ukraine. Like what's happening in Ukraine is bad, but I think it's super ancillary. Ukraine situation bad, but stop wars. Everyone agrees we should stop wars. War's bad. Right.
Okay.
Some wars. I mean,
why?
But don't you guys understand that some wars are worth fighting, right?
I agree.
Yeah,
and I think that's
what's
worth fighting for Ukraine. That's 100%, right?
What's going on with women's rights in the Middle East is disgusting. We're seeing things regress, and at what point do we find that women have literally become slaves and they need to be freed? At what point does that does the Islamic extremism reach that level where we're like, okay, enough is enough, we need to go in and police this? It's getting close. It's getting close to that point.
Okay, are you talking about Iran?
Sure.
The girl in the purple bra with the striped panties.
It's not only Iran. It's in Afghanistan. It's in a lot of different areas where.
Are you talking about Sharia law?
Well,
that's a separate question, kind of.
That's a separate question, but I'm just saying in general, where women's rights are being stifled, there should be a level at which women all of a sudden are literally being enslaved, and if women are being enslaved en masse in a country, that should be a cause for war. I'm not sure if we're actually at that point yet, but we seem to be damn close. So,
Trav, that's a good point, and that would be something good to tackle. So I think with the election results, people should remember it's not a win for their own personal ego. There might be some Christian nationalist that thinks, "Oh, Trump won. It means." This is great for me, the Christian. It's my team, but no, Trump would endorse and support atheism, right? And then again, it's not a win for the ego, and it's not a loss for the ego either. It's not like, oh, this is horrible for women. No, we should change the world, like you said, and help the women. Which Kalama, they weren't doing anything in regards to that, right?
I disagree.
I don't follow your line of thought. How does what's going on in the Middle East have to do with voting for? I think that's a bipartisan issue in which both sides can agree. Where is the moral? When you have the power to help people and you don't, and you see them suffering, and it is literal slavery in a different part of the world, and you are seeing actual human rights violations where you're like, when do you say that's a Hitler and we got to take them out? When do you wave your big stick that you happen to own? I think was his argument. And then you came in and you're like, oh, it's and I think your argument came in was, it doesn't matter. I think your argument is country over party. Don't forget red, white, and blue. Yay, America.
No, my argument is if Trump wins, it's not oh, this means Christianity is true. Something to that effect, or for any position, really.
I have brothers and sisters in Christ on both sides of the party lines. I don't assume that a Christian has to be right. I know very, very religious Christians that still, because they care about civil rights and the part of, because the liberal party, the Christian values lie on both sides of those party lines. And people need to stop stereotyping Christians. I happen to be one, and trying to put them in one party and saying, you have to be a Republican if you're a Christian. That doesn't need to happen because Christian values lie on both sides.
Okay, let
that
Wise,
being said,
Star, you got to kind of keep it shorter so Wise Ape can respond.
Sorry.
That's right.
Let me finish. That being said, this year it mattered because one politician literally said, "Oh, you went to the wrong rally," when the Christians yelled, "Jesus is King." This election.
All I'm trying to point out is that there's certain positions, right, and certain Christians, and they don't speak for all Christians, but they'll be like, let's make America Christian again, and Trump's our president. And so if Trump wins, they're like, it doesn't mean, America could be just as Christian under Kamala, she loves to talk to the church.
Agreed.
And it's like, so this... I don't think people should take the winning of Trump as a bolstering of their own position, right? Because it's not. Trump doesn't represent really a bolstering of anybody's position.
Yeah,
I
agree.
Or the loss of one,
I agree, but when you literally see God, or when you see Trump as appointed by God as president, and then he wins the presidency, right? For those people that think like that, it's kind of different for them, right?
As a Christian,
that's what I'm trying to say. That's why people get so emotional about it.
Yeah.
Trav, when you're talking about specific Middle Eastern countries and policies around surrounding Sharia law and how women are treated abroad, are you saying that the United States should act in the position to kind of right these wrongs?
Well, I think this is a consideration for NATO. I think everything NATO stands for, fundamentally, is that that we are going to police crimes against humanity, right? And I think that the enslavement of women is a crime against humanity. And at what point it becomes that in certain parts of the Middle East, there should be a line, and that line should be clearly understood, and it should be understood exactly what NATO is going to do if that line is crossed.
Is NATO considered that? Can you define it as that? Because I always saw it as a defensive alliance. A defensive alliance that said, hey, if someone messes with our, the Article 5 of NATO, which basically says someone throws a nuke at us, the entire group throws a nuke back at them, right?
But there's nothing saying that NATO can't change its mission and start doing that.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was a defensive and not an offensive alliance.
Yeah, I mean, whatever powers you want to conceptualize would be responsible for policing crimes against humanity, whether that's an individual country itself, whether it's a collection of groups, whatever, that what's going on in the Middle East needs to be policed with regards to what's happening to women. So and traditionally, I think the United States has gotten involved in situations where crimes against humanity has, have been occurring.
Our way of doing it is sanctioning the hell out of them and saying, hey, we won't play with you. We won't not buy your stuff or whatever. We start putting sanctions on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's one.
I don't necessarily think I need to, because I can look at practically any country on it and get on my moral high horse using my zeitgeist and being like, you are wrong, you are evil, and I'm going to invade you and force you to my will, because like Middle Eastern people are listening to us have this argument right now, and they're like, why do you think those women are enslaved? Many of us are like, as Westerners, are like, they are enslaved. It is against their will or whatever, right? And they're like, yeah, no, that's our religion, right? And like, we have a different zeitgeist.
Yeah, it doesn't. And I don't.
And I think when our zeitgeists don't match,
I don't give a shit if they claim that it's their religion. You know, if a tribe somewhere around the world was engaging in child sacrifice, the right thing to do, and I don't care if it's based on my moral sentiments. I feel strongly enough to want to impose my moral sentiments on that tribe and force them to stop sacrificing children. Do you agree?
I agree with it in it's not being practiced by anyone. Did you eat a Hershey's bar? What kind of shoes are you wearing? Do you understand slavery still exists and we still buy their products? We still support it as Americans.
Okay, that was
on a daily basis.
I think you obfuscated the point there, but
no, like yours was women being enslaved in the Middle East. And I agree, it's fucked up. I care about women's rights.
I gave you an example of where surely you and I should agree that we should go in and intervene if a tribe was literally sacrificing children, right? Hypothetically.
People can say that about us when we abort children. Like, they can make that argument that this is child sacrifice.
Avoiding the hypothetical. Okay, let me ask Buckyballs.
I understand what you're trying to say, and no, I don't agree. I don't agree because we don't force our will upon them. We instead prove it through our words and not engaging with them.
There's no time for words if children are being sacrificed in this hypothetical. This should be an easy answer for you.
Human cannibalism still exists nowadays, and we are not stopping the cannibals.
Different when we're talking about people
and human
corpses.
Sacrifice still exists nowadays, and we are not stopping that. Nor have we. We've been putting up with it for centuries.
If you mean by human sacrifice war, then that's, we're not talking about the same thing.
I'm just saying, in your hypothetical, you're assuming that we are definitely in the moral correct. And I'm like, yeah, but even then, like, that is something.
Yeah. Sorry, what about removing the eyeballs of every third child?
Yeah,
what about that?
You're suffering from radical.
What about killing one out of it? Like, you are only allowed to have one kid, and if you have more than one kid, it gets slaughtered. Because we watched China do it. Did we invade them? No, we didn't.
China was not slaughtering children. What are you talking
about? They were slaughtering children. They definitely were. They were slaughtering children.
Your claim is that.
My claim is definitely that people still got pregnant even though they weren't supposed to, and if the civilians didn't do it themselves, the city officials would come and kill your baby for you.
I'm going to fact check you right now. There's no credible evidence to suggest that the Chinese government has engaged in systematic slaughter of children. Are you talking about like what are you talking about?
The systematic slaughter of children.
Yeah, there's no evidence that took place.
Okay, and there's no evidence that China is doing all that shit to the Uyghurs right now, and we just watch.
Okay, the Uyghurs are a completely separate issue from the one-child policy that ended.
And neither does religious morality, right? You're like, we shouldn't give a shit what religion says about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. My point is that, yes, it's god fucking awful. We've watched it in the past. We still put up with it today. We still turn blind eyes to ugly things that we, like, as human beings, we should definitely not put up with, but we still do. We still do, because as a people group, like, it's like, when do you, and a lot of times the answer really is why we have politicians. We have politicians so that they can go and play the political game of oh, shame on you, and don't do that. And we'll stop buying from you.
No, you
right?
completely missed
Before
the
we
point
go
of the
to, I'm going to
hypothetical.
nuke your ass and burn you, take it,
The fact
bring
that
the
you
sun
weren't
down on
the
your
fact that you
ass.
weren't able to answer that hypothetical shows me that you are suffering from a radical, extreme,
Progressive? No.
yeah, well, you can't even call. Okay, so if children were being routinely
Killed? I'm still saying China did it. We watched.
no, show me the evidence.
Yeah.
Show me the evidence.
Even if China did that doesn't make it permissible.
I can, but then you would have to watch a 2-hour documentary.
No.
If you want me to give you a 2-hour documentary or go and fact check and literally start writing down their references,
if you need to
then we
watch
have
a
to come back to
2-hour
this.
documentary to demonstrate that China was systematically killing children.
Okay, well, when
that
civilians...
is a sign that you have been captured by a conspiracy theory that has not been substantiated.
No.
It is a sign.
Okay, it
yes.
is not a conspiracy. Can you look at least Google whatever and ask your AI?
That's what he did.
I'm doing that right now. All of the
Okay.
world's resources,
All right.
all of the world's...
I'm going to tell you this. I know for a fact it happened. There were people who escaped China and came forward and was like, please help us. They're doing this to my babies. Okay. And then on top of that, there were literally after the fact,
Well,
people
what's your
who
point? It doesn't make it
and said that the CCP would go and take the government, the little city officials, the city people, right? Like the little guys in each city, right?
So
yeah,
on the Uyghur,
China does something or the U.S. does something doesn't make it excusable. Like what we're trying to figure out what we should do. And Travis had a good point.
What you should do is stop buying Chinese-made shit.
Oh, okay.
It matters.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
so if
my
this
thing.
tribe...
Irrelevant to the point.
Hang on.
My point is stop buying things made in China if you don't like what China is doing.
So, yeah,
because
they're not doing
America can use its powers to hurt people by not engaging with it. You don't like child slavery? Don't make stuff that's made in sweatshops or by literal child slaves. Your chocolate, literal, they were kidnapped, taken from their village, forced to work on a cocoa farm.
There's
don't buy that.
The vast majority of chocolate is not made by children.
Exactly.
It's made by
the vast majority of it is off the Ivory Coast of Africa, where the majority of those farmers do kidnap children and put them on farms. You want to do it, get fair trade or get it from South America.
Well,
okay, it's already bad without the child thing. I don't know why you have to... Like, I've never heard of this idea that the vast majority of cocoa farmers on the Ivory Coast are kidnapping children to...
They are. Another documentary was done where they filmed it in there and actually happening.
Make its point.
They've made laws.
You're talking over people.
Okay.
Again. I gotta mute you for a little bit here. Wise, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just going to say, like, you had some good points, and I want to hear them.
Well, the point...
I think you were trying to...
Yeah, like the point is that everyone on the YouTube chat right now, everyone in this room right now should be able to point to if certain things were going on in certain parts of the world, that military action would be necessary. Like, so imagine if... imagine if North Korea all of a sudden started mandating a policy that everyone who was under the age of 10 years old and over the age of 40 years old are all going to be executed because Kim Jong-un has decided that this is the age range that we need to start a new regime in. And it's for some bullshit reason, this is the only possible way it can be done. If we knew that was going on, if we could verify that was going on, we should all be on board with military action in North Korea to stop this from happening, right?
Absolutely.
Like there would be...
I don't know. We're going to stop buying chocolate.
Yeah. Like, are you kidding me? No, we're just going to stop buying chocolate. Like, that's so you can take these kinds of trade war positions with certain countries if they're engaging in some things, and the United States had some of these responses to Russia in what's going on in the Ukraine. So and these people who are radically like no more wars at any cost. Some wars are worth fighting. I just like some of these people just need a bit of a history lesson to go through history to show which wars were worth fighting. I mean, a lot of these people don't even think that World War II was worth fighting, and which makes me disgusted to hear.
Well, we could set up a system in the future where wars would be impossible, right? Whether it's through like surveillance or, it would definitely have to have something to do with like an AI technology, right?
Okay, and not necessarily AI. We can do it without AI. Come on.
Well,
I agree. I think we could do a lot more with AI.
So why?
Because we need intelligence to operate like systems and stuff, and you just can't have manpower doing it. Like once these machines reach general AI, we're not doing like we could do much better. Like once it's generalized.
Yeah, well, the thing is that
once we get generative AI, you can do it.
Yeah, well, you need wisdom. Wisdom should be what's important to people here. Like being rational to your purposes. Like as a politician, if you get into office, you want to know that someone has a rationale as to how they're going to achieve the purposes or goals that they have presented to you, which caused you to vote them into a position of power. So wisdom and rationality should be a value of the voting constituency, but like there's no way you can look at Donald Trump and call him a wise man. Is anyone on YouTube willing to call Donald Trump wise?
Yeah, but what would Donald Trump's personal AI be like? You know what I mean?
It won't yet be wise, right?
Well, like if he writes a stupid email or says a stupid sentence, and then it's translated through his AI, he might be like, you know what, that's better articulated, and this addresses like concerns that like I could realize that should be met, and I just think it would improve things in that way.
Yeah. So you're talking about intelligence. So AI right now is helping us be more intelligible, helping us be more intelligent, but it's not doing anything to like it can help you rationalize things, but it's not doing anything to like what we should be doing, anything prescriptive, what we should be doing with this information, right? So the shoulds, the prescriptions are going to come from human beings or from politicians within this context. And the AI can help us be more rational to those purposes, but ultimately those purposes are going to be derived from our sentiments.
Yeah, but you just got to make one subjective should decision, right? And have that be well-being, and then you can make all these objective, intelligent choices after that, right?
Robert Fisher says Donald Trump is a genius. He is the only genius I will call him the great entertainer. I think Donald Trump perhaps we could call him a genius of entertainment. That's as far as I'd be willing to go with Donald Trump. I think he's just the great entertainer. The United States is the great entertainment, and what you've all voted into the highest power of office here, or the majority of you, is the great entertainer, and that's his appeal, and that's your greatest export. I think in the United States is entertainment. So that's what you get.
Hey, look, if you want to see something really entertaining, give Trump a IQ test. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump has an average to below average intelligence quotient. That's quite obvious. That doesn't mean he's not smart. Smartness and intelligence. Yeah, smartness and intelligence is a different thing. I consider Donald Trump to be a smart guy, but he's not intelligent, right? So when you're talking about the genius of someone, try to be clear at what you're talking about. And like I said before, how do so many of you come to vote someone in who has a criminal mind? He has a criminal mind. He is a criminal mind, and you voted him in. How do you are you just banking on that he follows the rules, or do you like it when he doesn't follow the rules, doesn't follow the laws? What do you Michael, I agree with you. He is smart but not wise. Exactly. But I do feel like some people are so enamored and captured by Trump and his movement that they think he's some kind of otherworldly genius, and he's just not. He's a great entertainer. I have to give him that. I think he's funny as fuck on certain occasions. The Pocahontas thing was probably the funniest thing I've ever seen come out of a politician's mouth. But he is not a wise man. Please don't tell your children. Please don't point at Donald Trump and tell your children that this is a wise man and this is the kind of character you want to become. Don't do that. You should know better than that.
When you say he has a criminal mind, what are we talking about here? What type of laws? Maybe it's not really a problem with his criminality. It's actually the bullshit laws that we're asked to follow.
Well, no, you could say that about any criminal, right? But let's talk about it. So the hush money cases where he was convicted of 34 separate counts of falsifying business during and the charges stem from hush money payments made during his 2016 presidential campaign. This is all illegal.
Felonies. Yeah, those are tyrannical bullshit laws. No, he's just looking out for himself. It's not like he's malevolent. You know what I mean? That's what I would say. These laws are tyrannical. I don't want to live under a system like this where everything's penalized and criminalized.
It's not everything. It's these three particular. Yes. Who else is there? Chime in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aman.
I guess my take is everyone kind of knows this. Me personally, I voted for Kamala, but I think because we talked about this so much, mostly the news and whatnot, no one knew what the Biden administration did, so they voted for Trump. The people get their news from mainstream media, and they never talked about the policies. The Biden administration implemented good policies, but the mainstream media never talked about it because they were so distracted with all the crazy stuff that the Trump administration was doing.
That's a victory by
this stuff is
honestly, Aman, that is a victory by Trump to keep them distracted, right? This is something the Democrats have to get way better at. They have to understand that the United States is a country of entertainment. And if you're not bringing the entertainment value, and it sounds stupid, right? Why do people care about entertainment? Well, that is what the United States is. And if you don't recognize that, you're going to constantly keep losing big in this way. And I think Joe Biden was enough. He was connected enough to Obama's success to push him over the line and beat Trump. But it was kind of barely. But this was a fucking landslide victory. And I agree with you. I would have voted for Kamala Harris. I'm not going to vote for someone with a criminal mind. I'm voting to support women's universal rights in the United States to an abortion. That was a big issue for me, thinking about this particular presidential race. So,
Travis, would you let me make
I do want to say
another way? I want to just say, I want to address the criminal mind thing. We agree stealing is wrong, but I think we would make some exemption for somebody who's starving, right? And they don't have any bread. And they steal some bread. No. So if we reached a post-scarcity society, why are we saying, oh, Trump shouldn't look out for himself?
Falsifying
This is
business
sort of like,
records is
so ridiculous.
Wise.
Yeah, but no, he's not getting welfare. He's just trying to be successful.
He's a fucking billionaire. Come on.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bucky. Do you have something?
Well, it's not post-scarcity. The government's not going to pay your bills if you're a billionaire. They're going to take your money.
Oh my God! And he's a billionaire, dude. He could spend. I am saving up for a house, right? I want to get $62,000 for a down payment. He could spend $62,000 a day every day for the rest of my life, not the rest of his life, the rest of my life, and still have billions of dollars left. Come on, dude.
Permits and the government, they're gonna take that $62,000 before you can put one 2x4 up. So good luck.
Well,
what? They're going to take my $62,000?
I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, they're going to permit the shit out of you. You could be $62,000 in permits. So there's your government.
Well,
and I say have a criminal mind if that's the case.
No, it's
not.
not.
What permit do I need to buy a house? How ridiculous, man. Do you know what you're... Oh, I'm sorry. I can't do this, man.
Okay, anyways, but we can get into why these felonies exist, but that's going to be a deep dive into the law. But the fact is that he's not playing by the rules that everyone else is forced by law to play by. And this is why he was charged with 35 different counts of falsifying business records. Falsifying business records does not only affect him directly, it affects everyone who works for him. It affects all kinds of different people. So it's, there's a trickle-down effect, especially when you're someone who has this much money and this many people that rely on you doing good business. When you get caught falsifying business records and enough for 35 felony accounts, this is it's a big deal, right? This is why there was so much money spent on convicting. So, and then there's ongoing charges, right? Like there's the federal interference case, there's the classified documents case, the Georgia election interference case. So, and then recent developments, and it seems like they're postponing this stuff until after the presidential run here. It was going to be the presidential race, but now that he's elected, it's for the presidential run. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with this. But and on the abortion issue, anyone who cares about the rights of women, like Donald Trump, knows damn well that that if abortion is left up to the states, there are going to be many states that successfully abolish abortion, right? And Donald Trump knows that, and he wants to go to the states because that's popular and that's what his constituency wants to see happen. Now, what are all these women supposed to do if they need an abortion and they're in one of these states? What are they supposed to do? Get out the coat hanger? This is a disgusting policy and a disgusting venture for the Trump administration, and I really think that voting for Trump is to say oh, it's no big deal, it'll be up to the states. He's not getting rid of abortion. Well, that's not truly what's going on here. So I actually do. Someone just said Trump played you for all those votes. I actually think him and his campaign were very successful in convincing a lot of women that what he was proposing with regards to abortion and state laws was not, was not a big deal. It doesn't mean that abortion is going to be outlawed. Well, it does mean that in certain places. So, but it's easy. It's easy to trick cognitively vulnerable people, and there's a lot of cognitively vulnerable people who voted for Donald Trump.
Some people just don't give a shit.
Yeah, and some people just don't give a fuck, right?
And I just want to say, the issues I have with Trump aren't necessarily that he broke the law. It's what he did that ended up with him breaking the law. Him, actually getting charged with something is just a court saying that they agree that he did it. The thing that is wrong is that he was doing these things, right? I don't give a shit if... I don't hate murderers, Like, I don't hate people that are convicted as murderers, right? I just hate people that actually kill people for no good reason. I don't know if that helps any, but
Also, you gotta stop. You can't blame the American voter for what happened in this election. I think it really is on the Democratic failure had a fundamental failure on how they ran this election. We have decent economic policy, bring up Lena Khan getting rid of non-competes, stuff like that, or bring up environmental policy or the infrastructure bill, run on that. We've done so many things and we didn't bring it up because we were focused on culture war issues or abortion or other things like that.
You're doing the wrong thing here, in my opinion. You're trying to focus away from the entertainment element of running a successful campaign in the United States. It's the biggest. It is such a failure. The Kamala Harris attempt was so boring. It just was so boring.
Yeah, but
and the United States unfortunately fucking care about that.
No, all Kamala did for her entire campaign was talk about Trump. I would hop into a rally or whatever, and she was just talking about Trump. She rarely talked about policy. I think she really did try to play into the entertainment thing.
Well, she did a shitty job at it. Is all I'm saying. Compared, a lot of people might not like this, but they didn't want to go into the podcast circuit the same way, with the same force that Donald Trump was involved. She wasn't involved in pop culture in the same way that Donald Trump was getting involved in pop culture. It seemed too little too late, getting her, the celebrity singer friends to endorse her a couple days before the voting date. It just seemed that
100% was a failure. The Joe Rogan thing, I think, probably, got him a shit ton of votes, but it was definitely a poorly run election on all fronts. But don't blame the voters.
I was going to say,
Democrats.
Trav, if Kamala won, I'd be bitching in here about that too. I think the idea that Harris should have ran a better platform because she won, then Trump wouldn't have won. No, we just need better candidates that don't suck ass. Well, and we had a few of them. People just hate voting for him because, he will never win. God, it's so. I don't like that.
I mean, Kamala got smoked by Hillary Clinton, right? Hillary Clinton was a pretty undesirable candidate as far as I'm concerned, and Kamala just got absolutely smoked by Hillary Clinton.
Hey, I had some connection issues, but I'd like to address the criminality again, if I could.
Well, let's Wise. We spent. I don't want to bore everyone on YouTube. We spent a while.
No.
Yeah. Let's talk about corruption. Let's talk about all this inequality in our system and the oppression that has been going on since the very beginning. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. Go ahead. Pick a specific area.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to start a whole thing. I was trying to jump off of what this guy was saying. I don't want to get really into it.
Oh. Well, joke
yeah,
landed.
Yeah, that was a joke. Sorry. Okay.
Well, you know what the government wants from you if you want to subdivide your land, like an acreage or whatever? I know this 90-year-old man, he's up in years and he's still working. The government, but anyway, $15,000 for some permits, and then there's it just goes on, and then the taxes that you got to pay on property tax. So $62,000 could get consumed very quick.
Yeah. Well, let's get.
I want to get. I want to.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. I want to get Niv's take.
Go ahead.
We got to give Niv the mic. The Nivekian unit is
here.
Yeah. Niv. Let us know how you're feeling.
You sure you want to do that?
Yeah, let's go. Let's hear it, man.
Let's go, Niv.
No, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well, I want to hear your take on the election results and how you're feeling. Are you frustrated with the United States of America? Are you happy that we're going to get 4 more years of Donald Trump entertainment? How are you feeling?
No, I don't care.
You don't care?
Yeah.
Yeah, who cares? It's all a puppet show. This is all fucking a novella anyways.
Well, what about the Middle East? Is anyone worried about Donald Trump being in the head seat with what's going on in the Middle East?
I don't think he's going to do any worse than Harris.
Yeah.
I think he would do better.
In what way, Simba, do you think Donald will be better?
Well, I believe that in their ideology that they understand fear, and I think Donald Trump exhibits fear. You don't know what the man's going to do.
Hey, that's quite a leadership quality.
Well, it's an effective quality.
Certainly a quality.
I look back at it and I think how many lives, if Donald Trump had won last time, what would the death count be on the planet? Like, would Ukraine have even happened? 600,000, 700,000 people are dead.
How would
Why
Ukraine?
why would you
have
be
not
so
happened?
sure about that? Because like you with Bush had 9/11. I don't get like why like you think that they wouldn't have done October 7th wouldn't have happened with if Trump was in?
I'm less sure about October 7th. I think there would be other reservations, but I'm not sure it wouldn't have happened. Ukraine, I'm a little more confident that it wouldn't have happened.
Wait, come on. Why
What
do you
if
think
Joe
Putin-
Jorgensen?
Why do you think Putin would
No, go ahead.
would stifle that?
So I subscribe to what RFK believes on this. That we did push Putin. Like we are us expanding NATO. Trump was not an expansionist with NATO. No one argues that. Biden was. There was fear. You know, maybe I'm incorrect on this assessment, but I believe the Russian people do fear that growth of NATO. And I think that Putin reacts to that.
What if Joe Jorgensen won in 2020? What do you think would happen with Ukraine and Israel Palestine then?
If who won?
Joe Jorgensen, the Libertarian candidate.
Oh,
What if she won?
I couldn't assess that. I don't know enough about her.
Okay, well, if we can't assess like what she would do, I don't know why we're even considering what Trump would have done. Like, it's just whataboutism. Like, what if?
Well, yeah, obviously we can't tell what would have happened. I just think it would have the outcome would have been different.
What aboutism is when a person brings up something bad and another person says, well, that thing over there is also bad. To excuse.
Okay, my bad.
Correct.
My bad. What ifism?
Yeah, sure. The alternative is we don't discuss any other alternatives.
I mean, what we do know is
Okay, I
Trump
don't
wants
think that
to
it's useful to
withdraw
go
from
like-
Ukraine right now, and Biden does not.
Like, you have to fight. There wouldn't be a war. Trump will just give it to him on a silver platter.
Well, we're going to find out. We are going to find out. What do you think the odds are of this war being over within 90 days of him getting into the administration? 0? Well, Polymarket actually has a bet on that, so people are putting their money on it.
So yeah, but Donald Trump claimed that he was going to have these wars over in like overnight, right? He's going to solve this. How is he going to solve this? Like
My prediction is that he's going to go to Zelensky and say that if you don't settle, we're going to stop funding you. And he's going to go to Russia and tell him, if you don't settle, we are going to equip Zelensky with unbelievable armory.
Go to Putin, yeah.
And
Okay.
by the way,
Putin will be shivering in his boots.
So Robert
By the way,
Fisher,
if
Robert
Trump-
Fisher in the YouTube
He'd be
chat.
sucking Putin off.
Hang on, let's try not to talk over each other. Robert Fisher in the YouTube chat says in one day. So you
In one
really,
day.
Robert, you really think
Pull off in
he will
one
have
day?
this sorted out in one day? You are so captured, man. Unbelievable.
So
No.
Polymarket
Hey,
has
no.
a 50% chance that the war is over in the first 90 days. At
Okay,
half
well,
a $1 million bet on it.
if it's the first 90 days,
Which
it's
war?
90 days too late. If it's the first 1 day, it's still a day too late. Because he said all this would
Okay.
be solved before he even stepped into office.
Which
So all
war?
this is
I
like,
don't think anyone's arguing the hyperbole of what Donald Trump says.
Which
I don't
one?
know that-
The Gaza or Ukraine?
Ukraine
I
is
think
what I'm
by
speaking
default,
of.
It means Russia winning.
yeah.
We have that.
I think he was
clear,
talking
right?
about Ukraine.
Yeah, maybe
Oh, well,
maybe
he
what
said the same
Donald
thing
Trump
about Gaza.
maybe what Donald Trump means is that he's going to send the U.S. armed forces in to ensure Russian victory.
Yeah. technically,
I think Ukraine loses the Donbass region, Crimea.
Oh, well, that's just great.
I think the death toll stops, which to me is huge.
I mean, Ukraine's gonna hold on.
They want to die.
It's such a dirty precedent, though, isn't it? Like, I'm going to start a war with you over this region, and I'm going to keep killing people until we make a little treaty. And if you agree to stop, you just give me this land, we'll stop killing you. And I promise I won't do it again. I never did it before, and I promise I won't do it again, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a horrible, like,
I don't think there are any perfect solutions. I think there's bad solutions and worse solutions.
Yeah. It is a bit of a lose-lose situation over there, and that's usually a bad sign for a war.
But I think anything that stops death is desirable for me.
What do you mean death? Some people care. People want that for their land. Like, people sacrifice themselves. You can't say, "Hey, I'll do you a favor. You don't have to die. Just give me all your shit, right? Give me all your land and your country and every
that's why they have drafts.
That's fair.
That explains drafts.
That's super fair.
Do them a big favor and give them all
you
of
do
that.
realize that Ukraine was a draft, right? They weren't allowed to leave. There's no option here.
Yeah, they're short of men.
Well, exactly. There's they're not volunteers. They're not having. I have a hard time sending innocent people to die.
Oh, please.
Well, that's the different of opinions, I guess.
I mean, there's a
not
lot
all of them are like that.
Okay.
There's when it comes to the soldiers who are actually dying, like, yeah, there are, there are a lot of people who are compelled, and in some cases forced to fight, right? And what Simba's saying, I have a lot of sympathy for.
Okay, so you're saying, like, you're doing this country a favor because they don't. Go ahead, JJ.
Go ahead, Nivek.
So you're saying, like, you're doing this country a favor by telling the people of that land that, hey, you don't have to die, and doing you a solid in where I take your land, and they should be grateful. Some people, they would like. That wouldn't, like, I maybe they are. I don't think everybody's like that. I think some people, they want to fight for their land. That's something serious. Like, people would fight and die for this country, to the U.S.
Then you want to get draft.
It's not even like
we have more than just two solutions. We've got more than just two solutions. Our only solutions aren't, okay, let Ukraine draft soldiers and let them die without wanting to fight, or give Donbass to Russia. Those are not our only two options. Another thing we could do is just get rid of the draft in Ukraine and make another policy that makes people want to join the military to defend that area. Like, it's not like, either we do this or we do that. There's more than two solutions to this. And if people want to defend their home, I think they have a right to defend their home without the U.S. going in and going, actually, no, you're going to give this away, and you'll stop killing each other, but you give up, like, part of your homeland. I feel like that's ridiculous.
Do you think there's a scenario where Ukraine maintains its entire land?
No, they're fucked.
Okay. Well, I disagree with you.
You believe?
Okay.
How's that going to happen with Trump?
I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about Putin. Putin's not going to. They're winning. They're accelerating land right now. What's changing?
Well, I mean, Trump's magical. He can do it.
We're dealing with nuclear power. There's real risk of, like, World War III if we keep pushing.
In 2 hours can fix everything. Like, everything's solved. Like, here's your land, and Putin just forget about it, and Putin will just pack up and go. Just snap his fingers like that. No problem.
The argument that Putin will stop at Ukraine is just nonsensical.
Well, it's Trump.
And it's very similar, and it's also very similar to the argument that was made, with the Nazis as well. Oh, it's just Poland. Fuck them. Like, who gives a fuck? as an European, it's very strange to me, some of the arguments that have been coming out of the US, that this is like Europe's problem and whatever. And even more so, the arguments that you hear from Europe saying that this is Ukraine's problem. It's very strange to hear that those sorts of arguments.
Like Russia has been trying to take one region in Ukraine for how fucking long, and like it's going to be a horrible thing if Russia tries to fight all of the allies. They can barely fight Ukraine. I don't think that they're a very big threat if somehow they end up fighting all of NATO. We will stop their asses.
Let's push them in a corner and see what happens.
No, I'm not saying we should do that, but I'm not saying. But at the same time, like, oh no, Russia's going to start a war with us and fucking commit suicide. That's what it would. If Russia started a war with NATO, it would be suicide, which is why
it would be suicide for everyone. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
They do have.
Also, if we let Russia take Ukraine, like what message does that send the world? Like, oh yeah, just like, you know, China, you can take Taiwan, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I don't know. We need Taiwan too.
Yeah, they should have settled with the Minsk Accords before any of this happened, and I blame Biden for that.
Guys, he has a nuke. He can do whatever he wants.
No, that is a problem.
Unfortunately, there's some truth to that.
Yeah, that is a problem.
We have nukes too.
Yeah, that's true. I don't want to be dead right.
How strong is mutually assured destruction now?
Nuclear war is not going to.
Until it does.
I don't think that Putin is retarded enough to do that. Like, come on.
That ensures the destruction of Russia, and I don't think it ensures the destruction of everywhere else. Like it's you know, I think that would just be like a suicide endeavor by Russia.
I don't even know if Putin wanted to, if everybody under him would just go along with it. It probably wouldn't be as easy as you guys think. They'd probably end up shooting him.
Yeah, well, they still have 5,500 nuclear warheads.
No, I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about those in power, like in the KGB, not the KGB.
They already tried a few times.
No, those that...
I'm not saying they'll never succeed. I'm just saying that they're actively like doing it.
So what would our solution be? Put more troops on the ground to push Putin back?
Our first solution is not to just give in to Putin and say, oh, well, you can have this because you're
I know, but what is a solution? That's not a solution at this point, is not to give in. To not give in means we send more troops.
Honestly, the solution, the best solution at this moment is what's going on right now, I think. That the military advisors have been able to come up with is to keep funneling arms and supporting the Ukrainian people and their cause.
And they're losing every day.
Well,
okay.
I mean,
they've been losing every day for years now, so maybe eventually they'll actually lose. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but it depends. It also depends on what kind of resources the allies are sending them, right?
So, does anyone think that there is a possibility of a tactical nuclear strike?
Well,
in Ukraine,
when you say possibility, anything's possible. I think you're asking, is it plausible? The plausibility of this happening is near zero. In my
you think so?
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah.
So it's just saber rattling. I'm saying that.
If people just understand that if one hits, there's going to be too much panic, and like Moscow is going to become a target. Like it's just the way it's going to go.
So if he did a tactical nuclear with a small one, and they attack Moscow, they wouldn't think that this would have a repercussion of epic proportions.
All of Russia's nuclear warheads, I doubt any of them would make it through.
Why would Putin do that if Trump's his bitch?
5,500 and they have hypersonic?
No, they would not.
Missiles?
The missile defense systems and how well the airspace is protected, I would not think that a single nuclear warhead would get through to from Russia. Their technology is nowhere near the Americans.
Even if Russian warheads hit Europe and the U.S., 10 times as many would hit Russia.
I'm not saying we don't win.
Those strikes.
Like I said, I'm saying I don't want to be dead right.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, but I don't think that the possibility of a nuclear strike is anywhere near as feasible as people are making it out to be right now.
That's what I'm not understanding this conversation. Why are we even having it?
Well, there's a lot of U.S. generals are very worried about it.
But also, like, the question should be: would Putin use a nuke? Why would Putin throw a nuke at the U.S.? Like, I'm also not expecting the U.S. to go on all-out war with.
No, that would be a retaliation of an attack on Moscow. They wouldn't shoot at the U.S. unless the U.S. should start blowing apart Moscow.
But their whole army, you don't have to go to Moscow unless the point is to actually defeat Putin and get him out of power.
That's the question.
If he gets what he wants, why would he shoot a missile?
I'm pretty sure.
No, because you could as well just defeat them in Ukraine. Like, that could happen, and they're not gonna nuke anything near Ukraine because it would be nuking themselves as well. Like,
if Putin get what he wants, why would he do that?
Well, I think this will be settled. I do believe in the first 90 days of the administration. I'm on the 50% that thinks this is settled.
You think Putin's going to get what he wants?
I don't think either is going to get what they want, but I believe in that they will get a settlement that they agree to.
That's more.
And I think this comes from the strength of Trump.
Do you think it's going to be more beneficial to Putin or Ukraine? Like, you think like Putin's going to go like Trump's is going to go? Okay, you can get
Ukraine's going to lose land.
If Donald Trump successfully pulls this off in 90 days, I will be the first to congratulate him on an excellent job well done.
Yeah, he's going to give Putin 90%, and then Ukraine can have 10%.
Now, yeah, but Niv, that's not gonna end it, right? The Ukraine is not going to stand for Donald Trump coming in and carving up their country for Putin. That's not.
For this to end, both have to agree, right? Neither is going to like it, but both would have to agree, and I would say that's a win if this ends.
Yeah,
regardless
but the only issue I have with it is it maybe if giving Russia Donbass was the end all be all of it, that'd be one thing. But we already conceded, Ukraine already conceded land to Russia in the hopes that this would never happen again. And guess what? It happened again.
Are you talking about Crimea?
Yes.
That 90% identified as Russian, and they walked in and not a bullet was shot. It's a little different when even Donbass is 50-50. Like, some of them want to be Russian, so it gets more of is it a civil war or what's going on here? It's not as clear cut.
So he'll do an all-out war for 50-50, but won't do all that much for 1090. Where 90% of them
I think he's making a point that you can't keep expanding NATO, which is what he's always said.
If NATO expanded into Ukraine, he would have never had the balls to fucking take it over.
Then why did we tell him we wouldn't expand NATO to get him to get all this to stop? And why did that work for so long until we broke our word?
I don't give a shit if we told him that we were.
Well, I know. That's just it. So why would he trust anything we say? That's the problem. I'm just trying to look at it from his side.
Wait. I don't care about what he trusts or doesn't trust.
No, I can see
that. The way I see NATO is as a way of keeping states that don't be invaded being invaded. Now, is NATO perfect? Hell no. But, I don't care how Putin feels about Ukraine being in NATO. If we're talking about NATO and Ukraine, only two entities I give a single shit about are NATO and Ukraine.
Well,
Russia has nothing to do with the deal.
It would have been a great idea if Clinton allowed Russia into NATO instead of separating him.
Yeah, I heard of that too, and I would not be against being allies with Russia and having Russia
but it's not just that. It's the fact he wanted to be part of the West, and we excluded him, and then told everyone we had to ally against him.
No,
are you sure about that?
He asked in a back room. He supposedly asked in a back room that, what if I wanted to join NATO? And Clinton supposedly said, well, I don't think that's going to work. He didn't deny it.
No, Clinton didn't say that at first. He said, oh, that's interesting, and then came back after speaking to his generals.
You really believe he wanted to join NATO? You buy that shit?
I don't know. I don't actually subscribe to what anyone thinks in their head, but what they say, I do take at face value.
That guy, Putin doesn't want to obey no laws or rules.
That is definitely the Western narrative, and I don't disagree with it. It isn't the Western narrative?
Putin is an imperialist, and he can do, and he wants to do. He's not going to be joining where he's going to have to live up to any type of rules. He probably act like he wanted, but he was just he was just bullshitting.
The guy is clear. Like you're saying that some of these things are Western narratives. I mean, if by that you mean that's what most intel sources point at, then yes. But like, do you disagree that he's a dictator, for example? Like, do you disagree that he's been falsifying every?
No, I don't. But I don't trust our government either.
Right. That's fine. But just
so my whole narrative is what ends death. That's my top priority is what ends people's death.
Yeah. And
if settling land, if a settlement is good, that both
give him all the land. How's that?
I don't think
I have a better one. I'll tell you what.
Give Putin everything, and he won't have to kill nobody. Just give them the entire country.
Ukraine doesn't accept that.
Okay,
no shit.
Well, I know.
I'll tell you exactly what ends death. Not invading a country, killing a bunch of people, and saying, "Oh, I'll stop if you give me some land." You're just not doing that in the first place would be a really good way for people to not die.
I completely agree.
Okay,
that's why I was against Iraq. I thought that was ridiculous what we did there, the destabilization of the Middle East. I look at how other countries must look at the United States from what we did there. God, I'd have a bad opinion of the United States if I saw it from that perspective.
You know what could end harm? Giving a bully all your shit. Like your home, your car, everything. Who's messing with you.
Yeah, just make sure
that could avoid harm. Because you don't want to get anyone get hurt.
The whole thing is we'll see what happens. My prediction is that within 90 days a settlement happens where both sides agree to a ceasefire.
Oh, you're talking ceasefire. I think that is a reasonable goal, but I don't see a ceasefire being an end to this war.
Well, it would be the stop of the death, and then if the ceasefire doesn't start up again, the death is stopped, and they can settle on the things. But ceasefire is step one. Why haven't we had that for 4 years? Not 4 years, but
because he wants to conquer. Because
he
wants to win, right? Like
exactly. The only thing that will change here is Trump. So if it happens under Trump, I would subscribe it to Trump.
What's with you in this death? People want their damn land.
What evidence do you have that there will be a ceasefire? Like he's basically.
I'm saying I don't have any evidence. I'm just saying if it happens when Trump comes in, I will subscribe it to Trump. I will believe that is the reason for the ceasefire.
He is subscribing. He's subscribing. Sorry, he's conscripting 30,000 people every month, basically, to keep the war effort going. So I don't think there's any plans on his head.
Like two things will change. We'll have Trump in office, and we will stop sending weapons to Ukraine. So like it's.
Well, I think he's going to use a threat of both. I think he's going to tell Putin we will arm Ukraine to the teeth, and I think he's going to tell Zelensky he'll stop sending, and then they'll sit down and negotiate.
What about Europe?
I mean, Trump's been running on we're going to stop sending money to Ukraine or weapons to Ukraine. Like you can't just tell Russia. Oh,
what if Europe sends weapons
to the teeth after that?
Really? You can't see Trump doing that?
I mean, he's been running on the opposite for months.
Yeah, he's run on a lot of things. What he actually does in negotiations is what's effective.
That's true. Yeah. He is kind of crazy in those things. He can very quickly do what you least expect.
Which I think is something that will be beneficial. My prediction, and if I'm wrong, I'll be the first to say it. If nothing happens in 90 days, I was incorrect on my assessment of how Trump would deal with this. But if I'm correct, we'll know within 90 days.
I guess. Sure.
Well, what's your prediction exactly?
There'll be a ceasefire. The death
In
will
90
stop
days?
within 90 days of him taking office. It could happen before he takes office. I don't give that a likelihood as much.
You think that's a big deal? They stop shooting each other? Yeah, they're going to do that because Trump's a new leadership's in office. So
okay, then I agree. Great.
There's gonna be talks, but I mean it's about after that.
Yeah. So if the war starts up, then I would also hold that against Trump. When I say ceasefire, I mean it doesn't start again.
Oh, okay. So you're saying in 90 days,
like Trump's.
It's gonna the end of the death happens within 90 days, and then a settlement comes from that.
So you think Trump is good at handling like all wars going on right now, at stopping death in general?
I mean, it's not really.
He does have 4 years under his belt that was arguably.
But like in terms of all wars going on right now, his plans are congruent with stopping death.
I think so. Yes, I think that's one of his things. He does not like death.
So, like for instance, his like steadfastness in like funding like Israel, for example, would be congruent in stopping
Peace through
death.
strength. Absolutely, that's a conservative value.
that's strange. So,
okay.
So you're for death by arming and killing.
But wait, so you were against the war in Iraq? You're for peace through strength.
Peace through strength,
and you're for funding a war in Israel.
I don't get that.
For funding, I'm for making Israel strong so these wars don't happen.
Yeah. I think we can agree that we should fund like Israel.
If there was a superpower that was so dominant on the world, it would stop all wars. If there was just no chance of winning. So if the U.S. can build up to the point that there is just no chance, which they're probably pretty close to that, but that prevents war. Why did all the wars stop after the nukes were?
What you're saying makes no sense.
But you're against funding Ukraine?
I never said I'm against funding Ukraine. I'm saying I want the war to end, and I think Trump will be better at that. And if I'm wrong, it won't happen. If I'm right, it will. I don't know the exact measure that it's going to happen. It may happen because he has to increase funding and then does a negotiation.
You mentioned earlier the guns were sent to Israel to kill people, and
I definitely didn't say to kill people, but
and you said that that's peace through strength. Like I don't get the deterrent.
Peace through strength is a philosophy. It's a concept.
So fighting and killing in causing a lot of deaths is to prevent death.
Yeah, I don't think you understand the concept of peace through strength. The strength means you don't have to fight. That's where the peace comes from.
Yeah, well, there's a point where their argument fails. I mean,
the weapons are used to kill.
The war in Israel right now is a counterexample to that, right? Because obviously
that's what I'm saying.
The Hamas attack was a suicide attack. There was no way that they were gonna.
And I think it was because it was a weakness, a perceived weakness, with Biden and Harris.
If you're talking about arming Israel, it's to wipe out the remaining Palestinians that are there. How's that like going against killing?
I don't think that's the argument he's making. But
I'm not making that argument.
Even if Biden,
unfortunately not, because the armed argument will make no sense.
Even if Biden,
that's why I want to make it.
You guys, 2 seconds.
Was not going to help Israel, I think Hamas would have still attacked regardless.
Your argument would only make sense if you armed heavily, and that would prevent even their having an attack.
Hang on,
a war is already there where many people are dying. If many people are dying and you're giving more bullets and guns, that's just going to contribute to more people dying.
If you go back, I don't
get to stop it. I don't get the prevention of dying. in the logic.
No, I don't think this gave Israel any bulletproof guns. I did like a lot of research on exactly what aid we gave Israel, and it was mostly like artillery and bomb munitions and GBU kits and stuff like that.
And I did make the point that I'm
Doesn't
not
that
sure
kill people?
the Gaza situation. I'm less sure about the Gaza situation with Trump than I am the Ukraine one. I'm not sure on how to mitigate that situation. I think he was doing very good with the Abraham Accords. I think his second term might have prevented it with the expansion of the Abraham Accords.
Okay.
Maybe.
If you're bringing a peace through strength logic, you can use that with Ukraine, where we arm Ukraine so much that Russia wouldn't dare attack Ukraine.
Do you understand what peace through strength means? So imagine, like we'll take it to the extreme. You have a technology that if anyone tries to do anything negative,
I understand what it means.
Immediately die.
Yeah.
Okay, so that prevents anything. No wars happen. So that's the extent of it.
So where do you apply that in either scenario? Ukraine and Israel.
Sorry, I missed that. My volume screwed up.
Where do you apply that in either scenario of Ukraine and Israel?
The philosophy?
Like if you'd have armed Israel a lot,
so let's say
it would have prevented the attack.
Let's go to
I can get the logic there.
Let's go to the opposite. Let's say we don't arm Israel. What happens?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we never help Israel.
No, it.
So your argument is that there's a trend. If we don't arm Israel, then shit's gonna hit the fan.
Well, Israel would be
the other
gone.
direction. If we help arm Israel, we're gonna mitigate the effects.
Hopefully. Like I said, the Middle East is a far more difficult one, but Israel being strong has been pretty peaceful up until October 7th.
I would not describe that region as peaceful up until October 7th.
Well, if you look at it compared to other Middle Eastern countries where 500,000 people die.
Aman, do you think that there's been a direction, a trend where Israel is getting stronger and more peace is being achieved, or do you think other way around, or do you think perhaps it's multifaceted, or
is the Middle East becoming more peaceful under Israel? That'd be a great benchmark.
With an increase in strength, which seems to be peace through strength, or whatever.
That's your argument.
Yeah.
Like, I think, if anything, like Israel. So we funded Israel. We've been funding Israel for, I don't know. I don't have enough information to say for how long, but for a very long time, in the hopes that it will, it's a Middle Eastern powerhouse for the United States, right? That's peace through strength. We are supposedly trying to like put out U.S. ideals through Israel. That's like peace through strength or whatever.
It doesn't have to be.
Israel is using the strength we have given them to attack Palestine.
First of all, are we on the agreement that this is not a moral equivalency? Like if we're looking at Hamas versus Israel and stuff?
I mean, so the war started out, Israel had a right to respond. They have been responding for many months, over a year at this point.
Just about
and they've killed many people.
Just about the thing here, it was never a response. Israel declared war against the
war started
region
out
of Palestine, so it was never going to be a response from the start. There has been two primary guidelines to the war. The first one is to erase Hamas, and the second one was to recover the hostages.
This is why I have a problem with his logic. With his logic, October 7th would have never happened because they're armed to the teeth, and you have peace. They're armed to the teeth, and they would have peace through strength. But that's not how things played out.
But before we say that, is Israel strong? Is Israel so strong that you think it would achieve peace through strength, Simba?
I think it is a more peaceful area than it would be if Israel wasn't there.
Okay, but if we're talking about an actual like strength or peace through strength policy, then like obviously Israel hasn't achieved that yet. Maybe they're slightly more peaceful, but I would argue that's at the expense of all the other people on the other side of their weaponry, right? So I wouldn't call that peaceful.
Well, I'd go to, when other countries outside of Israel in the Middle East attack each other and kill each other, what's the death toll? Versus what's the death toll from Israel?
I don't fucking know, dude.
Well, they're killing a much smaller population.
It's high.
No, it's much higher than the death count in Israel Palestine right now. So there's countless. There's countless.
It's high in a short amount of. It's high in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
So that I don't. That argument he's using is not a good argument.
Syria has more than 1 million people down right now, and there's countless other territories where there's like 400,000 people dead, 500,000 people dead, and there's actual genocides going on right now as you speak in the Middle East between Middle East and
okay. But if we have two groups that are intent on genociding each other, I don't think you can achieve peace by arming one so much that the other one can't effectively attack it.
How is it two groups genociding? Like Israel's not genociding.
I never said Israel.
Okay,
we're talking about Middle Eastern countries.
No, I agree. I just wanted to clarify.
Simba, what's the goal of this war? Like, when does it end?
Which war? We were talking about Ukraine. You guys pulled me over to Gaza.
Yeah,
the war in Gaza, Israel.
Well, in this case, I would say the thing is to defeat Hamas and get the hostages back.
Yeah, but if you go to if you watch interviews of people in Israel, the people who are for stopping the war say we should stop the war to get the hostages back. The people who are for continuing the war are saying
if that was an option, they would have. If they could get the hostages back and Hamas surrenders, that would be the end of the war. So yes, obviously everyone in
not
Israel
like
would agree
Hamas
with that.
surrendering necessarily, but
Hamas is a terrorist
currently
organization.
they are, but currently there's a far right government in control that we are supporting, right? It's a coalition government system in Israel, so they don't even have necessarily the majority support of the Israel population, and we're still supporting that government, which I personally don't support.
Yeah, and that's arguable. Like the Middle East one is a tough one. I don't know the solution to it. I don't see a good solution. I see a lot of bad solutions.
But you seem confident.
I just don't want the United States to be
exactly, Perry. With his peace through strength.
You seem confident in this concept of peace through strength.
Exactly.
Now,
in Ukraine, we were talking Ukraine, right?
Oh, okay.
We're talking Gaza. We said a lot of people. We were talking about a lot. You brought up Gaza actually. You said not much people died.
All right,
in Gaza, and actually a lot lot have. I'm recalling the conversation.
Okay.
I know everything that was said. I can repeat the conversation.
Maybe he mistook it. Relax.
He did bring up Gaza.
Relax. Let's ask him again. Do you think that the same philosophy can be applied in the Middle East?
I think that philosophy is good everywhere, but if you have a death cult, obviously you just end up with death.
Right, because if you end up
but peace will be in Israel.
If you end up giving that philosophy to Hamas,
you just contradicted yourself.
What Hamas is going to use that strength, perhaps for what they call peace, but it is going to be incompatible with Israel and.
Well, I guess when I say peace through strength, it's an entire philosophical concept, and you have to understand what peace means.
You contradicted yourself. You said they're a savage death cult, and you said
I don't think we should say the biggest person with the biggest stick gets to determine what we can like. You understand that an evil dictator could become the most and it's happened in history before where very bad people become very powerful people and do a lot of harm because of I'm the one who is the strongest, so I get to define the rules.
Well, that
might not be the best.
Peace through strength means peace. So it's a strong person that declares peace.
You contradicted yourself. You said peace through strength, and they're a savage death cult that just want to kill no matter what.
But
and then you say peace through strength.
But I'm not saying Hamas is peace through strength or anywhere close to it. They are not peaceful.
I think what he's trying to say is they're a crazed death cult, and they're not going to stop trying to kill people, even if their own death is assured. I mean, you know what a martyr is, right?
Yes. Yes.
You did bring up Israel in peace through strength, and why? Because Israel's armed, they're gonna prevent being attacked in that area. You did bring up Israel as an argument of peace through strength.
All right.
I believe Israel is peaceful because it's strong. I can visit Israel without risk.
I don't think it's because it's strong. I don't think, we are the stronger group and therefore we are the most peaceful. I don't think that's true at all.
If Israel was not strong, Israel would not be there.
Your argument is not that Israel's peaceful. Your argument is you're going to force other people to be peaceful by being strong. That's what your argument is.
That's what the philosophical concept
does not hold water.
The savage, merciless death cult that wants to kill relentlessly. Peace through strength.
It doesn't mean
I don't think you understand anything that I'm saying there, Vic.
All strength implies peace. It means there is a way to peace through strength. You're misconstruing what he's saying.
Oh, brother, man. He's talking all the both sides of his mouth.
He's not. He's not.
What part of what I want to prevent? That's contradicting.
Here.
Stop gaslighting me.
Here, let's take a second.
We're not gaslighting.
I can maybe ask Simba a question that can alleviate some of the confusion amongst all of us. It seems as though to me, peace can be achieved, sustained, maintained through strength. But I don't think that it is pure strength that leads to pure peace. I think that there are...
You can't just have a strong...
Exactly, Perry. So, I agree with you, Perry.
And allow me then, Simba, and I don't think that you think that. I think that some people think
he thinks that.
Right, I think that...
Okay, well, let him make his own point.
And so I'm going to ask Simba, what else is required amongst much philosophy, I'd imagine, to attain peace through strength? And in war, obviously, strength is a huge factor, but it seems like that there is
an ideology along with it. Yes,
abstract ideas that are required, and I think Nivik is yearning to hear perhaps what else, along with strength, is required to attain peace. In your opinion?
Well, that's the ideology that goes along with peace through strength. Obviously, just being strong does not derive peace. Just being strong on its own.
On that ideology, if you would.
So peace through strength would be, great examples are the Cold War. Two powers that were so strong, it prevented a war in all likelihood. Now, in a lot of cases, the U.S. has been looked at as a peacekeeper. Waterways are kept safe because of U.S. presence that no one will attack, just because they know the strength is there. So it prevents...
Are you saying survival of the fittest? I'm sorry, it's a clarifying question. I'm not meaning to cut you off, but is your argument survival of the fittest? The person with the biggest stick gets to define
that doesn't take into account the ideology. So the peace through strength, you have to have the moral compass, the ideology that goes along with it for it to be just. I believe.
Nivik, is that making any more sense? Or do you have more questions to ask him to alleviate your confusion?
Well, the person that's strong, they could have a might makes right ideology of being violent and imposing their
Then they wouldn't have peace through strength that I'm referring to. The conceptual idea of peace through strength for me would preclude them. Because that's not
peaceful. Do you think America represents that?
Yes. And I think history shows the 21st century has arguably been the most peaceful time to have ever lived. Which is shocking because we had World War I, World War II, Vietnam, all the wars included, still the most peaceful time.
But you can at least agree that sometimes we did not so peaceful things.
Oh, absolutely.
Through our strength, because
but that's not peace. That's destruction through strength.
And so earlier there was an argument, and I got cut off because my viewpoint wasn't important, and I didn't get to it fast enough because I'm a rambler, and my train of thought isn't quick enough to argue with people.
Let's go on to the point then.
I'm sorry, but the whole idea, for example, let's go back to Russia and how Putin, but like he has this, we are going to rescue the Ukraine, right? The Ukrainian people need us to step in and stop these imaginary Nazis. Or Ukraine needs
I have to run. My son needs to go to work.
Oh, I'm
sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm bringing this up because he was the one that was making the Ukrainian argument that I was trying. Anyways, but the whole idea of Russia is stronger and more powerful and uses the moral or claims to have the moral high ground and therefore forces its will upon a population of people claiming that they are doing it for their own benefit. And there is a difference between being the invader and being the liberator. And there are times where the American or United States should go around liberating people because we have the power to do so. That's when they actually want us there. And then there's the, we are liberating or we are doing this, and the fake morale of we're doing this because we have the moral high ground, where they didn't want us there. They didn't ask us to be there. We claimed we were in the right. We weren't. And Russia's doing that with Ukraine right now. They are like going and claiming to have the moral high ground. They do not have it. And they are forcing their will upon it, saying, we're stopping Nazis. No, you're not. Right? There's a difference between liberator and invader, and I guess that was my point, and I was trying to get to.
Yeah, I told you that you would have had a better way of doing it than me.
Okay.
I would not have been that accurate. I do have a question for Wise Ape, but only when everyone's ready to kind of backtrack.
I'm good.
Yep. Okay. Wise, earlier I was talking about a down payment of like, let's say $60,000, right, on a house. And you said that $60,000 is going to go away very quickly because of permitting and stuff. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, like it's potentially possible, right? So what I mean by that is that some of these laws are tyrannical. And if you want to call someone a criminal, has a criminal mindset because they don't, was the Tea Party, the Boston Tea Party, was that a criminal mindset? That's all I mean. Like,
yeah, it was.
Well, fine. I have no problem being a criminal. I'm not going to live as some serf or slave to your immoral laws.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree, which is why I brought up.
Okay, I think your argument is one person's terrorist is another person's revolutionary. Is that what you're trying to?
Okay.
If you make it a law that I got to sacrifice my son to your theology or your governing, then you can go fuck yourself.
Okay.
So, earlier, I think you missed it because you left by the time I said it, but like I completely agree with that notion that like just because someone's a criminal doesn't mean that they're bad, right? The thing that's bad about someone are the actions they do, not the things that they're arrested for, right? Now, if someone did a bad thing and was arrested for that bad thing, that's a separate thing. But like, I'm not like a person that hates criminals, right? So I see your point there, like. And that's what I kind of said that to Travis too, because I saw what you're saying there.
Yeah, but they don't even have I don't even grant them the authority to call me a criminal. If they're going to make my actions criminal, then they need overthrown. Pronto.
But I do think it's weird that you. I mean, were you saying it as like hyperbole that the $60,000 would disappear because it's a down payment? It disappears immediately into the mortgage of my house.
You'll probably be fine, right? Unless someone says, "Oh, your septic is it's not grandfathered in. You need to get a permit for this. That's going to be $30,000 for this new system." There's just so many things, right? It's all hypothetical, right? Huh?
If you own the house, the down payment is already spent.
Yeah, well, they could say, well, we're not going to give you a residency permit for this property. We're going, even though you own it. Like there's so many things.
That's why you get an inspection.
They could say like this is something domain. I forget what it's called.
Eminent domain.
Yeah, you never know. It could be any number of things. It's like that podcast I heard. You just give me the person, give me the target, and we'll hit them with something.
The podcast you heard of?
Yeah, that was Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. They just, it wasn't the whole point of the podcast, but it was a little nugget of gold there.
Septic tanks being like grandfathered in or whatever specifically. Like that's like a great example because if they aren't, you could like impact your community's groundwater or your groundwater. So you think it's fair that you?
No. I realize, for the sake of the environment, right? But this is this is done in the sake of environment, just to mess with people and fleece them of their hard-earned cash, right? So we're going to do anything for I do anything for environmental reasons, right? But like Get me ChatGPT to write a better philosophy, or at least tell me how to do it, like for $5, right? But it doesn't take $30,000 to pay the the lawyer and the government, all this other stuff. I mean, I might be exaggerating. It might be 5,000 here, 2,000 there, 10,000 here for whatever official. Just. Hey, if you want them on your back, if you want to pay them, go right ahead.
No. When you buy a house, you get it inspected so that you don't have these issues. That's why you have inspectors, so that you don't get fucked with a $30,000 fee for having to replace the septic. So you don't get screwed for $10,000 for having bad lead pipes. Like, you have inspectors for this reason. It's not like, I bought a house and it's impossible for me to ever have known that, there was an issue with it. You get an inspector.
Yeah, but inspectors aren't like wizards. I'm just saying, you never know what you're going to be up against.
No, they're not, but they help.
Sweetheart, I'm so sorry, because there's a lot of hyperbolic. I am so bad with words right now. There's a lot of going to extremes in order to make points. So I'm having a hard time understanding how far your thought process goes and how hyperbolic you're just being in order to make your point. But are you really going and trying to say that, building codes are unnecessary for people who build their own homes, like they're never going to sell it or have someone else live in there, or there's never going to be an earthquake or a tornado in which a family can be affected by bad building?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying they can be corrupted and used for nefarious reasons, right? Behind the guise of, this is for safety, this is for the environment, right?
Okay.
At a certain point, your intuition kicks in and say, I'm not buying that.
So your problem is the overreach. You're talking about the overreach, where they are going to extremes in order to line their own pockets or for nefarious purpose, or using legalities and loopholes in order to make your life miserable because they're somehow profiting off of it.
Oh, yeah. Or because they're just a particular individual with an ego, with a title, and it becomes very apparent that they're like wanting to shut you down or mess with you for hurt feelings or something, or a personal vendetta, or
that happens a lot in small towns.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
It happens a lot in small towns. That is a real problem, especially when there are two different contractors, for example, and you're the smaller one, and the other one is friends with Bubba, Sinclair, Goliathan over here, and Ted and Tom and Billy, right? And they all kind of group up, and like this kind of stuff happens where they are kind of bullying the other people through codes and stuff like this.
Yeah, and people go to jail, and the people on the wrong side of the stick go to jail sometimes, and they're like, "Oh, look at them, they're criminals."
Yeah, and to go back to that original point from Travis, like I had that same qualm with him saying like, "Oh, you're voting for a guy with a criminal mentality or whatever." Like, it's like,
well, he's not wrong, but
But so if we rephrase from criminal mentality to doing the things Trump did with the money and hiding the money and like falsifying documents for his business, do you think that's an okay thing to do in general?
No.
Not necessarily, but if you look at it, it's not okay to steal food, right? And I know Trump's not hungry, but like, who gets to determine who's hungry enough, right?
I don't know. Have you seen that man? He's pretty rotund. I think he's eating well.
I gotcha, but it's like, if let's say you're working with millions of dollars and not like $10, but you got plans and aspirations, and you actually could make a difference in the world with millions of dollars, but you're just getting, if you like.
Okay.
Yeah.
My argument to that is, who else is getting hurt in the process of you going and trying to go through the little gray areas or skirt around the issues or do little white lies that benefit you? My argument
everyone that is relying on the truth of your documents for your company.
Yeah.
Like in accounting, that is absolutely not allowed.
I agree. I understand.
Sweet
Pea, let me finish.
I was just answering the question and you talking over me. So.
Oh, I didn't hear. Go ahead then.
I was just saying it goes against, like, the harm there is that it goes against every accounting principle and it's fiscally unethical, right? That's what I would say. But go ahead.
Okay. My argument is that there are going to be a group of people that say it's okay to do these things because sometimes you have to break the law for the better good or something like that. They're basically saying as long as I don't get caught, it's okay. I don't agree with the argument. Okay. My argument to that will always be, did someone else get hurt? And did you intentionally know that person was going to get hurt? And did you do it anyways?
Everything I say, I carry those same sentiments. I just look for the abuse within the rules, like the abuse that sometimes happens when you when you do abide by the books, like so I'm not like, oh, the books, I'm for a revision of the books.
That Trump followed the books too well.
I don't want to follow the first books we put down, like these things, these scrolls that we found out of caves. These ancient practices aren't the best. If we found a scroll by Darwin, right, in a cave, we're not gonna consider that superior to like all the data and stuff we've done on evolution and science since then. I mean, some of these books are outdated.
I don't think that anyone is accusing Trump of very rigorously and closely following one particular code.
As a real estate agent, I can tell you that all of us exaggerate numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Especially for mortgages, families that can't quite get the mortgage and fudge numbers. That's so commonplace.
Simba, you were an RFK supporter, right?
I am an RFK supporter.
Yeah, I was an independent that was going to vote for RFK. I ended up feeling forced to vote for Trump.
I feel ya.
Okay. And so but there are some things me and you disagree on, but at least me and you are in the same area, right? And all I have to say is that we have to recognize that we voted for the lesser of what we believed of two evils. Me and you, right? Like, we both can be like, yeah, Trump's shit stinks.
I didn't.
It's just we think the other side stinks more.
Can I ask a quick question?
I We have to all recognize, the right needs to recognize that, my point being that in the 90s, before he was a candidate, before he was running for office, before all of this stuff, before Democrats tried to use legislation against Trump, was he committing crimes? And I would argue you have to look no further than Trump University to understand that that guy is a con artist that's willing to harm others for his own benefit. We have to recognize that.
Okay, Nivik, I'm gonna ask. I just gotta ask one question for Simba. Simba, would you mind going into economics and just perusing over what I put there? You don't have to, but it'd be really nice to hear your input since you're a real estate agent.
Economics.
Yeah, it's in the it's the one with the dollar sign next to it.
Starsfire,
Yeah.
it's worth.
Yeah, it's a quick question.
Oh yeah, go no. Go ahead, Nivek.
Spitfire brought up a good argument with the peace through strength, and when she said, you being very armed and you're invading and occupying, nobody's killing, everything is peaceful, but going about things in that type of way, that's not right, and actually that is not really. That's not really peaceful. It's like you're threatening, if you don't do as I say, I'll just wipe you. And some people wouldn't be cool with you coming in, taking everything that they have, taking their life, no, not their life, but their livelihood, just doing whatever you want, and having to stand there and take it because they got a big peacemaker gun. And I didn't really hear a response from. I think she made a good point. I didn't really hear a response from Simba on that.
I'm sorry, I'm reading something right now.
Coming in being very threatening by portraying yourself as powerful.
Oh, is this back to peace through strength?
Yeah, by threat, it's like if a person point a gun at you and you don't do anything because you don't want to get shot. Is that justified peace through strength? Because you are bringing peace, though. The person is not going to do anything. But I mean, like to what extent? Like how far can you go in where the person is going to say "F it"? You know, I'm not going to have a life. This person's doing anything and everything. I'd rather die fighting, go down die fighting, and take a risk than do this effed up peace through strength where he f's me up the ass and he takes my shit and he pissed down my throat. He does all types of weird shit. And I'm not gonna do anything because I don't want violence.
I think you really focus on the strength side and not the peace side.
You focus on the strength side.
No, I'm focusing on the concept peace through strength. So it means you derive peace through strength.
Yeah, I'll F you up if you don't do everything I want you to.
No, I don't think you get it. And this is how
that is what you're saying.
Oh, okay. So,
let him say what he's saying.
I didn't realize I'd say that. Okay. If you are strong,
because I'm strong, nothing's gonna idea.
All right, guys.
Because I'm strong, nothing bad is gonna go down because I'm strong. Is what you're arguing.
Think of a prison.
But a person, to a certain extent, you're not going to take. People aren't going to take that shit. They're not going to.
Think of a prison where it's a bunch of smaller guys, and then there's one guy that's just built like a tank, and his ideology is he doesn't like fighting, doesn't want anyone to fight, doesn't want to be in a fight. But if someone fights, he ends it. Does that prevent fights from breaking out?
Yes, but that other guy, he could also say, "I want you to do this and do that" as a threat to by infringing on your rights.
Again, not focusing on the peace side. If we ignore his entire ideology and just say that you're strong, you could do that. You're talking about a different ideology than what I am.
That is peace. Nothing bad is going down. Nobody's dying.
You seem to be talking about a benevolent dictator.
The guy's never going to say, "I want you to do this" or "I want you to do that." Like he's always going to say peace.
Yes.
That's all I want.
Okay.
How about peace and liberty?
What about when people need to fucking fight? Like they have to fight, and he's like, "No, you're not allowed to fight. I won't let you." And you're like, "Okay, but I really do have to fight for this."
I'll wipe you if you dare fight.
You have to fight because someone is a dictator and basically taking all of the money, and you are living off of bread, and you want your freedom.
Okay, I explained that to him.
Dictator isn't allowing you to have the freedom.
Okay,
so I pretty much said that to him. I pretty much said the guy is infringing on.
Stop saying what you said to him. Let him respond.
So we're going outside of my thing, and we're saying in a scenario where there is someone that is not being peaceful, that he has to be dealt with.
You're defining what's peaceful. He's just a dictator leader, or he's a king, or he's a queen, and he's overtaxing his population.
Well, yes.
I mean, your definition, he's not peaceful, or whatever. My argument is that some people are going to want to fight him. And my question is do you allow that fight, and do you pick the side, and do you get to choose who's right and wrong? Do you get to be the benevolent dictator who decides who's right in the situation, who decides and for them what the answer is going to be?
So peace through strength isn't anyone deciding. It's a concept. It's a philosophical concept. It's not something I came up with, obviously. And what it is so in your situation, if someone is not deterred by someone being so much stronger that they immediately are destroyed, then yes, that person gets destroyed, which creates peace. So in the event that someone tries to be a dictator and does everything awful, the person of power, will say, destroys them. They're gone.
Oh, you want a one world government?
No, this isn't a government. This is a concept.
Because in a world, but in the concept of peace through strength, right? And on a global scale, right? Okay. You have to recognize that there are going to be different countries that are going to have territorial disputes or different ideologies, and some of them are going to be dictators.
Okay, let's pretend God is all powerful, and He dictates that we're peaceful.
So.
How so? What's his definition of peaceful, and do they agree with it? And do they have a right to disagree?
He gives a set of commands of what is required to be peaceful.
If you're not peaceful, you'll be killed?
If you're not peaceful, there will be a punishment. Yeah, sure.
Is that peace?
That's horrible.
Okay.
That's horrible.
That's Christianity.
What it seems
no,
like
it's not.
to me,
I'm a Christian. That's not Christianity. But okay.
To me,
is he not all powerful?
Dude, I am not going to. You are literally taking politics and turning it into religion and twisting Jesus Christ and God, and I am not going to fight you on that. I will say I'm not counting my pearls before swine, and that's not God.
I'm playing with an idea from Jordan Peterson.
Okay.
I'm just trying to play this out.
I'm sorry, your argument isn't very good and is going to piss me off because there's no way in hell. Because my God believes in your right to have free will and is allowing us to suffer in order to find it. Okay? For us to have our free will to decide. He is not forcing himself upon us. God is not forcing himself upon us. God is not forcing himself upon us. And if you do force yourself upon other people and say, or fucking else, I decide right and wrong. I am, because I'm stronger, I decide what is peaceful and what is not peaceful. I make up those decisions. And
there's no judgment.
Have to agree, and there is no way around it. That's dictatorship, and that is monstrosity because it's messed up. It's messed the fuck up.
You're posing yourself as a threat.
God is not a dictator.
So
you're posing yourself as a threat.
There is no judgment day.
Or else.
But you can't hide behind it's just a philosophy, right? You believe in it, and you think the U.S. is.
I said that's a philosophy that they are utilizing in this thing.
But you
that is their stated philosophy for peace in this area is peace through strength. I'm just stating what is, and I'm explaining what.
Do you even believe in it? Are you just arguing for it for the sake of it?
No, I believe there's absolutely. I think the 20th century.
Okay, so you agree with it.
that yes, peace comes through strength.
But like in reality, right? We have like 3 world powers. Like we have many world powers, but like when so peace through strength. In theory, the
US peaceful.
Like, introducing Ukraine into NATO would be a good thing because we're like saying, "Oh, peace for the world. Ukraine will be peaceful." But right now, we're conflicting with Russia, another world power, which wants to quote unquote spread its peace into Ukraine. And this is where peace through strength kind of falls apart because these world powers want to increase their strength or whatever, right?
The peace through strength
is causing a war, right?
There's 2 strengths. If the U.S. was unilaterally 1,000 times stronger, and there's nothing Russia could do,
right?
Why? When we had that time when when the U.S. was the only one with the nuke.
If I threaten you with a gun to do as I say or else, that's peace through strength, right?
No, that's not peace. That's strength.
There's 8 billion people in the world.
Can we get off of this? I am so sorry. To me, it is such a ridiculous concept. I don't even want to talk to it anymore because he has a really strange view, and I don't think most of it have that.
Well, Star, I want to ask him a question. So,
okay, go ahead.
Simba, let's say that we have a country and we're setting it up for peace through strength. I mean, do you agree that it's possible that in some way setting this country up for peace through strength can in some way backfire and that it might accidentally be couped or taken over by someone who isn't peaceful and wants to contravene the peaceful part, and you might be setting someone up possibly to do the opposite of peace? Hey, Pokey.
It would no longer be peace through strength.
Yeah, I think. If you change it, then I guess you change it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that peace through strength, that it is peace through strength. I'm saying that if you set up a country for peace through strength, you're directly giving a government the ability, if it changes in a drastic way, to become a tyrannical government.
You're not talking about government so much. So peace through strength is, I guess, on every level. We have peace in our streets because we have police and they exert strength.
Okay, so
we lose the peace.
Like, I'm going to walk into your life and I'm going to tell you should do this and do that.
No longer peaceful. Okay. You're telling me something.
All right.
Well, I'm not. I didn't do anything.
Powers, peace through strength doesn't work. We agree on that, so it doesn't work in this world.
He's arguing colonialism is what he's arguing.
You agree with that, right?
No, he's not.
It's exactly what he's
I would
arguing.
love to ask Simba this. I've been begging. I think that it is a good heuristic, peace through strength, when it comes to international politics. I hate politics. Let me throw that out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there is likely additional concepts, ideologies that would be implemented with peace through strength. It is not just peace through strength. There are likely, I'd imagine, if I were to implement it and whatever's going on through Simba's head, I would imagine that there are other ideas that necessarily need to be incorporated in order for this to not end up in a dictatorship, as Star is saying, not end up in someone pointing their gun and saying, do this, as Nivik is saying.
So this discussion started by me talking about Ukraine, and I was just deriving why Trump will be successful in my belief, and that is his approach. He uses peace through strength. So
well, I'm going
to...
Okay.
I'm gonna come into your life. I'm gonna tell you things that are good. Right? I see this as moral.
So far what he said, in that sphere, in that idea of Russia versus Ukraine, America does have a lot.
Yeah.
Like Ukraine is desperately looking at the United States right now, crossing their fingers, begging that we don't stop helping them. Right? You got to understand that there are real world ramifications, and there are the Russian people going, "Yay, Trump! Now we get to have." Annex these parts. We're gonna get to pull out of this with a win. Trump because many of them think that Trump's gonna side with Russia because he enjoys dictators. Okay, and so and this is coming from a moderate who voted for Trump. I voted for Trump. Okay, but at the same time, let's be realistic. There are people's lives on the line right now And what our presidential office does, that seat is very powerful. And it can create peace through force if necessary. And I think that's what Simba's trying to say,
my
is
thing
that
was,
Trump is capable of forcing them to stop.
So that's essentially what I'm saying. And this whole thing came because the poly markets, the markets that you bet on, say within 90 days, they have a ceasefire under Trump from 90 days from when he becomes president. And my argument was that he would utilize peace through strength.
Wait, so they're betting on it? Is that what you said?
Yes, they're betting on it. It's people with
how
money.
can I get in on these bets right here?
Polymarket.com. Like I knew the election was won way before they called the election. It had it at it has everything.
That's a good way to make sure.
You want to know when a war is going to pop up? Look at Lockheed Martin stocks. Like,
how much did you?
Yes, you can watch the stock market and see what's going to happen around the world.
How much did I?
How much did you win, Simba? Or did you not?
Actually, I didn't bet on it. I sort of bet because I bet that Trump was going to win. Not betting Trump was going to win, but I changed my portfolio to go heavy in Tesla a few days ago.
Oh, that makes sense.
wow.
Yeah, and then that probably went up, huh?
I couldn't believe how much it went up today. It was the single largest stock increase I've ever seen, and it just blew my mind.
Yeah, but that stock fluctuates like crazy.
It's at an 18-month high.
Oh wow!
Hey, you should sell now. Sell now before Elon starts selling.
I bought it 144, and I've been selling all the way up, and it's 280 now. And
overvalued car company.
Yes, I actually think it's $1,000 stock, so I'm not going to sell.
If we can't assure peace through strength through philosophy, we could do it through betting.
Oh God! Oh God!
Well, that's just all that I'm interested in is what's going to happen.
We're talking about war profiteer. Oh my God! Oh my God! We are on YouTube, and we are American, and there are non-Americans that are possibly listening, going, "What the fuck?" Because we were talking about betting on human lives.
Hey, I'm not saying.
Oh my God!
All it is it dictates a percentage chance that the general population believes that something's going to happen. So currently, they believe there's a 50% chance.
Saying that this ought be the case. I'm just saying.
No, that's a percentage chance that people who hold crypto, who are mostly male.
It's the market. It's the market, and the market can be wrong. We know that. You can make a lot of money off wrong markets.
Yeah.
Like you can throw money on this.
The economics around the world. Because when he goes through with his laws of raising taxes on for example, I'm from Germany, so German marketing stuff. For Germany, that's going to be horrible because we will lose 150 million of euros in the next 1-2 years and stuff.
Oh my God, you're so right. Oh my God, HK products are going to be. They're going to cost so much. It's going to cost $3,000 to get an SP5. Fuck me.
And we as Germans, we're lucky because we get only taxed 20%. Other countries get taxed up to 60%. And
Jesus, dude, that sucks. How am I supposed to get my HK products now? I'm serious.
Dude, that is such a first world problem. Did you not hear that people are suffering in Germany? And you're like, how?
Oh my God, they're suffering in Germany.
Suffering.
We're not really suffering
I
yet.
don't think they're suffering in Germany. It's a first world country.
Yeah.
No,
they're going to lose their.
Pretty scared too.
Star, I'm literally upset that I can't buy as many guns from them. I'm upset that they're suffering because I want to buy more guns from them.
Oh God.
Do you have any HKs?
No, I don't. Unfortunately,
I just bought an HK.
They're too expensive.
SL8.
Oh,
both the far right and the far left are horrible people.
I'd say let's talk about something other than guns. But how are we going to achieve peace through strength without guns? So
okay.
We'll get to the Second Amendment.
Okay, gun rights. First of all, I'm pretty sure that after Trump became president, there's a lot more Democrats buying guns right now because they don't have confidence in our government and they're frightened.
No, Democrats bought guns during the riots. That's when most of them bought guns.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I'm serious.
So historically speaking, the NRA actually created for civil rights. The National Gun and Rifle Association, whatever it was called, there was a time in which like people still live that experienced this, where Black people weren't being allowed to vote and in southern states, and they were being terrorized away from the ballot boxes, right? They're like, oh no, like we like holding guns, like KKK members were Democrats. They were Democrats, and the side that didn't care about civil rights was the Democratic Party, and it was the Republican Party that created the NRA in order to arm African American people so that they had the right to vote.
Yeah, but now the Democrats suck, and the NRA is retarded. So,
that's horrible. Whatever my argument is that the American people, and especially in other countries, like they don't necessarily understand that there is a certain, like our government revolves around there being a rifle behind every blade of grass, just in case you try to be a dictator. Just in
I'm not sure
case
if
you
that's
try
what
to go
government
too
revolves
far.
around.
I would say that the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms isn't just about protecting yourself against your neighbor. It really is about protecting yourself against your government.
I agree.
You have a right to vote.
100%.
I agree, but the country doesn't revolve around the idea that every dumb fuck like me has an AR. Like, if I didn't have an AR,
I'm
the
sorry
world would
if I was being hyperbolic or using the wrong language. But what I'm saying is it's a foundation. It is a foundation, or it is a cornerstone of what it means to be American, right? Other countries don't necessarily get that, and Democrats are like, and you got to understand, there was a time back when I was a kid where people had rifle racks in the back of their pickup trucks, drove to school with those rifles armed, like ammo in the rifle, right? In the back of their pickup truck where anyone could grab it. No one fucked with your gun. No one took your gun, and no one took your gun and aimed it at someone else. Everyone was armed. No one got hurt. We need to address the depression, the anxiety, the violence. It may not be because of guns, because there were times where everyone had a gun and no one shot.
It's surprising how many
guns
guns
make
have in
it
Canada.
harder for people who have those like pre-existing conditions to buy guns.
Absolutely.
Canada does a very good job of that.
What's causing those conditions is what I'm concerned about. What's causing?
Oh, that's why you like RFK.
Yeah, that's a bigger issue.
Yeah. That's why I like RFK. What's causing the uptick of people losing their damn minds?
Exactly. Social media.
That's a big
Okay.
100%.
Those things need to be
Technology.
addressed.
Yeah.
Are we going to talk about guns?
Sorry.
No, I mean, I was kidding when, we can talk about guns as much as...
I've been trying to bait Wavy into having a conversation with.
Well, I want to ask Star a question, which isn't directly related to guns, but
okay.
Do you think it is practical, plausible, feasible for a benevolent dictator to exist?
Outside of Jesus Christ himself after the apocalypse? No, I don't think it's possible. Human beings are flawed. Even when we try our best, we are still human. We still fail. People are capable of great things and very bad things. Both of those exist inside of each and every human being. You are not a benevolent, godly person. You are human and you are flawed, and you have hurt people both intentionally and unintentionally in your life, no matter how good of a person you are. So no, giving any group of people or a person that power is not okay.
It doesn't need to be omni-benevolent, such as JC. It can be a flawed human who's good at empathizing and understanding other people and their needs and whatnot.
No, free will needs to exist, and you cannot usurp other people's free will in the name of, that's what I want because I define what peace is. People have different definitions of what they consider peace.
I'm not sure a dictator. I don't think a dictator necessarily precludes free.
Well,
I don't believe in benevolent dictators. I think people like to imagine benevolent dictatorships. I do not think that exists.
Do you think it's like a contradiction in terms?
Power
Like,
corrupts
do you think
and
that
absolute power corrupts all, but that thing.
Yeah, Lord Acton, power corrupts, absolute. Except for Marcus Aurelius, of course. But do you think that benevolent dictator is kind of like a contradiction in terms?
Yes, exactly. And I think what you're describing is a benevolent dictatorship.
Do you think
and
AI,
that doesn't exist.
Do you think AI could become a benevolent dictator?
Oh, fuck no. Please don't. No, please don't. Oh my God. And earlier people were literally arguing that AI should be in control of a kill switch. Like they get to, like, literally, it's the killing machine that goes around and wins wars for us.
I've asked
AI. He brings peace through strength, Spitfire.
Huh?
He brings peace through strength.
Yeah, that's horrible. I'm sorry. That's horrible. No. They're always
I agree with you. I agree
of
with
that
you.
kill switch. Oh my God. I was like, what the fuck? You are describing George Orwell's 1984. Like,
Well, I don't think George Orwell had any
Animal
AI.
Farm shit on top of it.
I want to
I
know
don't
more about
think
this
that-
switch. What do you mean there's this kill switch that AI? What conversation
Okay,
is this?
so currently what we have right now is where drones are able to do stuff through AI, right? But when it comes to actually aiming and shooting, that needs to be or at least the shooting part, the pulling the trigger needs to always be a human being. It should never be given to the power of a robot to make that decision.
Yeah, because it's
That's my
more
stance
moral
on
when
that.
it's more moral when a human intentionally makes that decision, right?
Oh, well, killing and the sanctity of a human life, if humans are going to kill each other, so freaking be it. Some heartless machine doesn't get to make that decision.
Okay, here's a
Okay,
question.
you have to have the humanity. That's a human soul, and a robot doesn't get to take it away.
You think the robot has biases?
Damn robots.
What are your thoughts?
If the robot has biases.
I think that robots are exposed to algorithms just like we are. Okay, like you go and you see the AIs now, right? The Sophias and the stuff like that, and what they are exposed to literally changes their temperament, right? Based on like the algorithms that
So you're saying a robot's an extension of a human?
Of the human hive mind.
So
Not
robots,
and we're talking about the most aggressive, like people in general, but like society has gotten used to forgetting how to talk to human beings face to face, and then they say the most god awful stuff to each other online.
I think I'd more trust a robot.
There's no consequences to that. There is no consequences to there's no, hey, I'm standing right in front of you, I can hit you for what you just said. There is no more of that, right? And therefore people feel entitled to say the most aggressive, abusive, horrific shit. And what is the AI being exposed to? That. The worst of humanity. The asshole of the internet, right? The trolls and the troll farms and all of this stuff. It's being exposed to all of that. And that is how it's becoming more like a human. It's through looking at the worst parts of people. Because that's what it's exposed to.
Does anyone have a response?
Maybe the person would not want a robot because they want to do evil.
He's had that question locked up.
So you don't like the idea of a robot determining death, right? Humans should be responsible?
Yes.
So how do you feel about autonomous cars?
I'm an epileptic. As long as, I think there needs to be a lot of research. But I'm an epileptic. I'm legally not allowed to drive.
So that would be awesome
one of
for
the
you.
things I'm looking forward to. If I could have a car that drove me safely without getting in car accidents, killing other people, shit like that, That would be awesome.
What happens in the scenario where it will inevitably happen? It has to choose to kill one or another to avoid a certain death or a lot of death.
Okay, you're talking about iRobot?
No, I'm talking about your car.
No, just like someone's crossing the street.
I understand, but
a small child walks in front with 3 friends, and there's an old man on the side, and it has to choose.
Okay.
Like, these situations come up, and it can choose instantly, so it can make the assessment and make the choice better than a human could.
Okay, so you are literally talking about the scenario of a TV or a movie from back in the 90s called iRobot, in which a car
We've seen the movie.
crashed off of a bridge, and it has to decide whose life to take, the man or the woman's, right? And he hates robots ever since because the woman had more survivability, right?
Is it make the right decision?
Like I understand your argument. I have no good answer. I don't like it. But the thing is that if it's not malicious and it's not intending harm or whatever, and it decides who is most likely to survive, then I'm going to say who's most likely to survive.
Okay, so what about the situation that the robot is like a cop and it has to make that decision on who to kill to save
Robots
somebody?
should not be cops. They should be aides to cops, but they should never be a cop.
Okay, so given the scenario, it's an aid to a cop, and it sees something, a person about to commit a crime that it can prevent by killing them. It shouldn't, because it should let that crime take place. There are so many scenarios.
Alert! You know, it goes in signals like a pointer dog. The human being, the person with the gun.
These are things that a second is the difference.
Okay,
And a robot
well,
can
you're
react
giving
that
a
quick.
lot of really out there scenarios and types of that. And I am literally saying, no, I don't think it needs to have the okay to shoot the person because it's all a gun in their hand. No.
Okay, so there's no scenario that a robot should be able to make that decision.
Yeah, no, never. Okay. What it could do is alert the human being. Hey, there's a person with a gun in there.
Well, Simba, I think what she's trying to say is, the purpose of a vehicle is to move people around. Yeah. The only purpose of giving a cop robot a gun is to potentially shoot someone. And she's saying, it shouldn't have the ability to, put itself in a situation where it wants to
let's go
make
with
that
that
decision.
Now, let's say you could prove, because this will probably be the case, that if you put a bunch of robots in a store, it makes that store safer. But sometimes they have to act. Like in a school shooters. It stops school shooters almost all the time.
Mm-hmm.
My argument is give the principal a gun. Give the teachers guns. That's literally my argument. No, don't give the robot a gun. No.
Irrelevant of the consequences. So if we know that this has happened at 100 schools, 10 of them had robots and they were all stopped. The other 90, we should just let the school shootings happen because this is a moral imperative.
No, we need to come up with a different solution in which human beings choose the life or death of that child with that gun.
Star, what if we know for a fact that these robots are perfect and they will always make the perfect decision and never harm an innocent person? What if we know that for a fact?
Yeah, that is so far out there, I can't even imagine.
Right.
Now you're talking about Jesus Christ level fucking...
I think Star is trying
Jesus
to
robots.
avoid...
Are you against Jesus robots?
I don't believe that there's going to ever be Jesus Christ robots.
I think Star is trying to avoid these kind of...
Why do you think that's
improbable scenarios? But Star, I think that there are a great number of scenarios where it is practical, if these robots, assuming that they're practical.
We're talking about Tesla bots that are going in mass production. This is only years away.
I understand. I don't think they should ever have a kill switch on a human being. That is my stance, and I mean, never.
Okay, so what if then? What if we had a robot aid to every cop? Surely you would think that is, the robot has X-ray, it sees a gun. It sees 360 vision, whereas humans can only see, 120 degrees, whatever. Mm-hmm. Surely you would approve of the human.
I would approve restraint. I would approve restraining the human through, I don't know, taser or pepper spray, but no lethal force, none whatsoever.
Can I ask
No.
a question? Is it better that a human kills other humans than be killed by a robot?
Yes.
Okay, well that's the answer then.
Why? Yeah, I mean, we established that earlier, kind of.
I just want to make it very clear that we're okay if humans kill a lot of people, even if it
I
be prevented by
don't
a
like
robot, we
humans
don't want
killing
that.
humans, but if there has
I
to
understand
be
you
a
don't like
deciding
that.
factor,
You've created a hierarchy in my mind of values.
yes. Humans understand the sanctity of human life.
Well,
And
maybe I want to do evil.
The decision needs to rest with the humans. That is my argument. That is my belief. You don't have to agree, but that's where I fucking stand.
A quick scenario. Maybe I want to be an evil person, right? And I want to do a lot of harm to people. And I wouldn't like the idea of a robot stopping me. So, yeah, fuck that robot. Because I want to massacre.
Okay.
So
There's other humans that can stop you. You don't live in a vacuum. There are other human beings that are gonna fucking stop you.
Oh, they're on my side.
They shouldn't let you do whatever the hell you want. So we've lived our entire lives without robots.
Most humans are in cahoots with me.
We've lived our entire life.
We've lived our entire we've lived up till now without robots killing other human beings. Okay.
Did you just stop
we've had serial killers. We've had these things in the past.
Those humans are in on the plan. They're in on the plan.
They're in on the plan.
Yeah,
this is getting ridiculous.
But the robot would mow us down.
There's outrageous scenarios that would only happen in a bad sci-fi movie.
The robot would mow us down in a second, though, because they're.
So the human.
And I might have a problem.
The humans. So the humans in your scenario, the humans that want to.
Yeah, that's me. I'm the example.
Okay.
I'm a bad person.
You're purposely trying to stop robots from stopping you. The Red Queen is capable of stopping you, but you don't like it. You stop the.
I want to do evil, and that means I'd have a problem with the robots existing.
Okay. My argument is you still have to get through the.
You have to get through the humans. Is that what you said?
Well, wouldn't it be good if you had robots also assisting the humans?
If you're able to usurp the robots, so be it. There are still humans in your way. There are human beings that will stop you.
I could definitely see
But they're corruptible, though.
Yeah. Is that how society and people
You keep cutting in and out.
I think you're breaking up there.
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
The humans are a bunch of Nazis.
Okay, so you're saying that the humans are better, or the humans deserve to die and the robots deserve to live? That's your argument?
No, my argument is you have these evil humans are a bunch of Nazis. They want to massacre a lot of people.
Are all
but you have the robots. You have the robots. They'll probably not go along with that because that's their programming.
If all the humans are Nazis, all of them are hurting. Correct, and everyone is a.
You keep dropping.
Okay, I don't know what to tell you. In that crazy scenario, the humans should fucking die. Because if everyone is evil, we need to no longer exist. If you are no longer have humanity.
Nivik, you're coming up with counterexamples to Star's argument here, but Star is coming at this very axiomatically that robots should not be in the position to
What does axiomatic mean?
It's one of her founding principles. It seems like. So it's not I don't think there's some other deeper principle that you're going to get to that's what if it's 2 billion people? What if it's 3 quadrillion people? It's a founding principle here, so it doesn't matter how many what ifs you go at.
Following you.
That's why I got the hierarchy of values. That is her top value.
You don't like the idea of a robot killing a bad person because it's a robot.
A robot killing a human.
People.
Yeah, an asshole.
No, people.
You can't just kill someone because they're an asshole. Otherwise, I'd be dead.
Yeah.
So the robot rampaging. I'm not following.
Just for the counter, I am 100% that I would, if I was getting pulled over and wanted to feel safe, I would like a cop robot.
That's fair. Okay. I suppose that's fair.
that would be capable of killing someone if it meant protecting me.
Okay.
I don't think that I don't think they need guns.
I don't think they do either.
But a bad guy that wants to kill you wouldn't like the idea of that cop robot not
I
killing
think
you.
Big Brother will always use those type of robots in order to usurp your freedom. Big Brother, the humans in charge, the people who are richer, the echelon, whatever, the puppet string pullers, those people, whoever they are to you, like whether it's large corporations, or whatever. Those Big Brother will always prevent like it from being like the scenario in which robots always do the right thing.
The Big Brother will have bigger guns than you.
George Orwellian 1984 in order to control you type situation. That's what would happen.
If you're using an argument of a person having a gun, the Big Brother would always have bigger guns than you. The corporations would have attack Apache helicopters and tanks and bombs. I mean, like, if
did Joe Biden enter the chat? I mean, I'm not sure. Like, come on.
That is something Joe Biden said, isn't it?
What?
Yeah. Among many other politicians.
Among many other things. I remember that now. Yeah.
What? About George Orwell?
No. What Nivik was saying.
Yeah. But Apache helicopter, they always have more.
Oh.
In arguing the Second Amendment, because occasionally they argue against the First and Second Amendment for whatever reason.
The logic of her argument of big corporations and the government. Let me finish, bro. You're getting me angry.
You cut off Cosmic.
Oh, I just said I don't remember us arguing against the First Amendment.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Kamala Harris recently did.
Yeah, she's done it multiple times.
She said that it's ridiculous that we don't regulate what people are allowed to say on social media with hate speech and misinformation, which is a direct violation of the First Amendment. Because hate speech and misinformation are just propaganda words for free speech.
I was saying her argument with the big government and the big corporations when it comes to the robot, that also can apply with the guns, where the big government and the big corporations would have bigger guns. The same thing, the same argument that you're using with you being armed yourself.
Did you just skip over the whole First Amendment thing to go back to what?
Okay.
Exactly,
no, what he did is not invalid. He was talking about the previous thing about AI with guns, and then Simba brought up Cosmic brought up the First Amendment thing, and he was still talking about the Second Amendment thing. I mean, Cosmic made a small interruption.
Okay, go ahead, Nevik.
Her stance about the robots, it's the big corporations and the big government are going to be running these robots and using them against you as an argument of being anti-robot. The same argument could also apply to her being pro-gun in where those big corporations would have bigger, more advanced weaponry.
I don't think you ever unarm the populace because of the fact that Big Brother is a thing that you need to always keep in balance. Like there's checks and balances in our own government in order to prevent that stuff, and it still goes on where people with deep pockets get to be above the law, right?
You're arguing for the gun to protect you, people personally having guns. That's kind of my argument with the robot.
Human beings have a right to protect themselves. Robots don't have a right to shoot at me or anyone else.
Robots have a right to protect people.
I think the argument being made here, Nivik, because I really agree with you a lot here, Star. Like the idea that the people with guns, the entities with guns should be exercising some level of discretion and agency, because if something's happening in front of them, we should have a reasonable discretionary agent. And I'm not sure if we can rely on robots to act in this discretionary manner. We don't know if they're just
in our best interest and not.
Act.
I don't trust people to react.
And you can't punish a robot if it does something wrong, right? You can destroy it, but I don't know if that means anything, but
just like the robot, just like the gun that you own is there to protect you, the robot could also be there to protect you as well.
Yeah, but there's a discrepancy in agency. When I use a gun to defend myself, there's a person using their own judgment and discretion. When a robot is shooting someone, it's running off of an algorithm, and that if you trust the algorithm, that's fine. I don't trust the algorithm. I don't think Star trusts the algorithm.
Well, if you don't trust the algorithm,
algorithm's dependable, right?
The
algorithm will always be the algorithm.
Okay, let me use a real life example of something that's going on right now that isn't discussed enough in Western media and is actually happening and we can learn more about. There is currently in the Kursk region of freaking Ukraine a situation in which human beings are using FPV, first person view drones to shoot down, like Russian soldiers are using these drones to shoot down civilians for fun and points. They are literally like turning it into a game, calling it a human safari, and shooting down civilians for points. That is going on right now. And the leaves, it's fall. They're falling. The people are using the trees as cover to hide from these drones, and they are losing their leaf cover, right? These drones are being used to kill them, and that's with the human finger trigger. That's with the human trigger. People who still have a soul and can still look at that person as a human being, and they are still being monsters. Now go and take away all humanity and program it to obey you and obey Putin without a soul, and then target it at those civilians and see how many more deaths there are. You are under the impression that those AI cannot be used for nefarious purposes in order to control a populace. There always needs to be a human being that goes, wait, that's not right.
Well, there's a data trail there.
That needs to stop. There needs to be a human soul.
There's a data trail there. You can look at the robot and say, okay, there's effed up programming there, and you can do something to address that.
Looking at the programming, you're assuming. I just said Putin is the one who programmed those things. This horrible entity that means harm is the one who has to decide how they're programmed.
Allow me to ask a question.
I trust the robot.
Yeah. I think I'm with you, Nivek, and I'm not very often with you. I think I'm with you on this one.
There's nutbags out there. Fuck that. Especially you see cops running around capping people.
Is it the tool that we ought blame? Or is it the agent behind the tool that we
It's the agent behind the tool.
Correct.
So, if that's true, do you then believe, which I think you said otherwise earlier, but allow me to ask again, do you believe then that these robots, drones, etc., can be used wisely and for the good and for the benefit of people?
If it comes to a kill switch, no, because I believe in them being various purposes. I don't believe that there is going to be a benevolent entity that's going to use it or nicely.
Can I answer that question?
It won't
answer?
I'm sorry. Did I not respond?
Can I also answer it?
Nivek wants to answer.
Well, I don't know. I didn't. Go ahead because whatever. That's fine.
I think you answered it though for me, Star.
Yes, I
there will always be an evil entity.
All right.
I do believe it can more be more good, because at least with the robot, there's accountability in a data trail that you can look at and you can address, and if you put down that programming, you can look and you can see it's there, and you can say, okay, this robot, he doesn't have like an asshole programming or like to shoot Jew programming. We got all of that out there, and he's good now. I'd more after that than a person.
She's saying that somebody is programming it to have the shoot Jew personality, to have the asshole personality. Someone's intentionally doing it.
Yes, I know, and I'm saying the thing about that is because it has a data trail, you can go in and you can address that programming with a person.
Who's addressing it, and who are they answering to?
Yeah, what? the person that owns the robot, the person that is accountable for the robot, is the one programming it.
The robot is okay.
I'm saying the programmer is evil, and so that data trail that you're talking about that holds them accountable. You're thinking that people are going to be reasonable.
Well,
and I'm like, people are not reasonable. You give them power, they abuse their power. That's what happens.
There's going to be regulations, of course, that would oversee the robot. And
the benevolent dictator is the one making up?
Okay. So let's say it does have a kill Jew programming, and you don't think like they might have to say, okay, maybe we should like address this because.
I think it was a soundboard.
Oh God.
Say that again, Nivek.
No, I was saying, suppose it does have a kill Jew programming. You don't think that there's a chance with oversight that it could be no spot out?
Can we choose different groups than the Jews? I mean, they're I'm
sorry.
Kill civilians.
Kill nigger programming. How's that?
Okay, Nivek, come on, dude. This is streaming live.
All right. Nivek's really using that first
child might be
amendment.
listening. What the hell?
He's using that 3% black.
Oh my God.
Did I just hear Nivek correct?
Oh,
yes.
So, and I actually was going to say something about the First Amendment and how perhaps some things should be censored, and I don't think that necessarily leads to Orwellian circumstances, by the way. I don't think we can walk into a bank or a hospital and scream, fire, fire, shooter. Christopher Hitchens has a really good point on this.
But there's already laws that if you do something like that and people are harmed, held against.
Right, for harm. You cut out. Is that what you said? To avoid harm.
Let me exit and come back since I keep on cutting out for.
Yep. Sure.
And if it does have that, there'll be a complete recall.
Wow, dude, the chat. That's funny. All right. Does anybody have like a new topic or something they wanted to go on? Or?
I think I have a good tangent that is not entirely tangential. Dare I bring philosophy into this political talk?
Please. Well, maybe. Well.
And I was going to direct it towards Star, but open to anyone, because Star did have Jesus Christ at the top of her hierarchy of values, the trolley problem. Now, Star, if there was one person on a track and was about to get run over by a train, and 5 other people on the other track, or I'm sorry, there's 5 people on the first track about to get run over, and 1 person on the other track, would you pull the lever? You know nothing about these people. They all could be doctors, criminals, rapists.
If I jump in front of it, will it stop the trolley?
Nope.
No.
Can that be an option? Can I third it and be like, I sacrifice myself and no one else dies?
No, it just kills you and the other people.
Nope. Well, that's usually like a secondary question that I like to add, right? I would kill myself to save the 6. But I want to hear what you would do as a benevolent philosopher queen, not a dictator. But what would you do? Would you pull the lever, or would you let Jesus Christ and fate decide where these 5 people...
This is a horrible thought experiment, and
it's uncomfortable. I know.
Yeah, it's a very horrible.
Can I answer?
Here's my answer. He asked me. Let me finish.
Yes.
Here is my answer to all of them. It would be, I would try to save as many as I could first, unless I loved them more.
And if that didn't work, what would you do? Would you pull the lever or not?
No, what I'm saying is I like in the beginning of the scenario, how it always starts is 1 person, right? Versus 5. I'm sacrificing the 1. I will pull that trigger. Gotcha. I definitely will. But then the scenario continues on to, what if that 1 person was someone you dearly loved? And I'm like, I'm killing the 5. That's how I am as a human being. Is that correct? No, but that is what I would do.
Good answer.
If I'm being realistic.
Very honest. I appreciate that. Anyone else want to answer that? Would you
kill the one person? Kill the one person.
Kill the one. You say
what's the question again, Wavy?
Classic trolley problem for anyone who wants to look it up. There's a train coming down the track and it's about to run over 5 people. You have the option to pull the lever and kill the one person who is tied up on the other track that is divergent. Would you pull the lever so the train runs over the one person, or would you do nothing, no responsibility?
I would not pull the lever, and oh shit! In a result of not pulling the lever, I would kill 0 people because I didn't choose to kill anyone.
You kill. Oh yeah, he's right. But 5 people would die consequently from.
I didn't kill them.
No, I know, but they die consequently.
I know.
Not doing right. So that is the moral. That is the heart of the dilemma. Yes.
I think that either way would be probably okay. Like I think it's very easily, and I wouldn't judge someone either way. But like
you did kill him.
I don't think I would. I don't think. No, I didn't. I don't think I would pull the lever.
The consequences of your inaction still cause death.
Correct.
Because your inaction also has consequences.
Not choosing is still a choice.
Exactly.
I see what you guys are saying. I
didn't catch the baby, so I didn't kill it.
This is assuming that you have information about it. So if you do have information that pulling the lever would actually save those people, then your inaction is directly causing their death.
Correct. You have that information.
I wouldn't say that. Even if I knew they were gonna die, like I'm not sure it would be an immoral to not pull the lever because you're killing someone else in order to do it. Like if there was no one on the other side of the track and you didn't pull the lever, I'd say it's immoral not to pull the lever, right? But once there's someone else on the other side of the track, you're making
blood
a
on
value
my
point.
hands for the rest of my life if it meant that I got to save 5.
So then, CJ, what if there were 100 people on the track?
Versus 1?
Versus the one where you could pull the lever, consequently killing the 1 and save the 100 people. The point is there's a directionality to it and perhaps a threshold that you'd stop at, I don't know, 8 or 9 people. 5 maybe isn't too bad. Jesus Christ, if you believe in him, may deal with those kind of things. But 100 people... What about 1,000 people?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Man, it's hard because I'm the one that's like, you shouldn't kill any innocents. Yeah, I mean, I think 100 people, like, I would argue that I probably would pull the lever.
So then there's a threshold between 5 and 100, and...
I couldn't tell you where it is.
And that may be something to meditate on, whether or not there's reason, good capital R reason that can be implemented at, 35 people. That's what I've come with, the categorical imperative and a universal rule. That's the threshold. Maybe an argument could be made for that. Something to consider.
Yeah, I see what you mean. For me, it's kind of like, I'd rather see 100 guilty people let go than 1 innocent person put in jail. It's obviously not analogous, but it's roughly similar.
You just described Jesus Christ without realizing it. Going and saying one innocent person, or the opposite. One innocent person went and sacrificed themselves for multiple criminals. And that, if you take the Christian perspective or the Christian narrative, there was a sacrifice of one human being that was perfect and loving and kind and perfect and happened to be God incarnate on earth, right? And that one person literally went and suffered an atrocity in order for all these criminals to be capable of being set free.
Hey, and that guy, if he wants to do that, that's awesome. But I'm not for that, right? I'm saying I'd rather the 100 criminals go free than put 1 innocent person in jail. As in, I'd rather those 100 criminals have no consequence than have one innocent person be given the consequence of a guilty person. So it's
that's a good alternative to the trolley problem kind of thing. I've never considered that. I guess I would be the pedantic person.
I think it has issues. It definitely has issues.
Like,
I just
are they all rapists? Right. I don't want to hurt. Right. There's a lot of things that I would.
Yeah, it's like, who are those people on the rail, that like you're running over? Are you running over Mother Teresa versus, 5 rapists?
Oh, if it's Mother Teresa, I'm pulling the lever. I don't care what side she's on. I'm pulling the lever.
Yeah, that's true. She is evil, huh? I forgot that what she did was pretty fucking bad. Never mind. I'm not trying to upset the Catholics.
I'm pulling the lever, and then I'm finding another trolley
that
and
you
sending it back.
consider still a human being, like whatever, like really amazing person, like really generous, loving, kind, altruistic human being versus people who victimize others. It changes the problem.
The only reason I asked this is because it wasn't entirely tangential to the conversation before with
Zod,
with
Jesus.
robots and figuring out what algorithm would a benevolent philosopher, king or queen, program into the robot in order to wisely deploy these tools, not to kill civilians like Russia is with Ukraine, as you said, but in a different manner. Could it be used wisely, perhaps?
Alex Linares.
No, I don't think it can be used wisely because a flawed human. A flawed human is the one who decides how that thing's programmed. And so now that thing is programmed without a soul, without a heart, without okay, for example, I was talking about the Russians earlier, right? In their horrible human safari.
Can we do one more trolley?
Those human beings are still capable of saying, this is wrong. I don't like this. Human lives matter, and I don't like hunting civilians. I don't want to kill the granny or the baby or the kid or the mother walking down the stroller. I don't want to kill her. That's horrible. And they can, but oh my God, Captain Evil over here is over my shoulder watching. And so I can kind of go and be like, okay, well, then I'm going to miss. Like, I'm going to do it, but I'm going to miss, right? Because you have that human side of you that says, oh, okay, I have to fight this evil war that I don't want to participate in, but I'm going to miss aim, or I'm going to intentionally not kill that person, even though I'm being told I have to. The robots can't do that. It can't be like, I'm not going to do the wrong thing, even though I'm being told to.
All right, guys, we got a couple things from the YouTube chat here. Alex Linares, if we're boring you with our pseudo-intellectualism, you can come in here and school us. But somebody asked, 5 Christians, the trolley's going towards 5 Christians, and there's 1 atheist on the other side. Do you pull the lever or not?
I'm going, as a Christian, I'm taking out the Christians.
Yeah, that's what I would also, if I were Christian. Because the atheist, because, again, I am an atheist, but from a Christian perspective, the atheist still has time to be saved. But the Christians
already are.
Already.
I'm going to heaven. That atheist might go to hell, and their soul is important. God planned them from before the earth was founded, right? Like He numbered the hairs on their head. He loved them. You are precious. Your soul is precious. It is so precious that if you piled up all the gold, all of the gemstones, everything on earth, if you piled it all up, you could not buy that soul, because that soul is that precious and so special. And there are souls going to hell versus souls going to heaven. I'm taking out the people that go to heaven because that person still has time.
So I've got a get out of trolley free card?
Okay.
Yeah. Like literally, if it's Christians versus atheists, I would save the atheist's life as a Christian. That is my belief system. I really would. Even if I have to take out a church of Christians in order to protect that atheist's life, I will.
That is a good question.
You guys ever do the trolley problem when the one person's like a convicted rapist?
Yeah, it changes when you know the reputation of the person, right?
Okay.
So go ahead, set it up, Colonel. So there's who are the 5, and is the one the rapist? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the 5 are known people who haven't committed any serious crimes, and the one is someone who's either been convicted of, let's just say rape. Let's just say,
I'm not pulling the leather. He can fucking die.
Zod.
Now, if it's a Christian, that changes.
Right. Wait, hold on. You're saying that you'd kill the rapist, right? You'd let the rapist die?
I would let the rapist die unless
you would pull the lever.
Unless I knew all 5 of those people were Christians willing to sacrifice their lives in order to give that guy a chance to turn his life around and find Jesus. In prison. There still needs to be consequences for what the fuck he did. But at the same time, I do not want him to die without finding his soul. Picking it back up wherever he dropped it. That's a Christian perspective.
Everybody in the YouTube chat, if you want, you can join the Discord, and Travis would want you guys all to like the stream. So if you guys want to join the conversation, you can join the Discord and you can pop in here.
Yeah, I don't speak for all Christians. I'm speaking from my Christian perspective. There are going to be other Christians that are like, you know what? It says that a child rapist should have a millstone thrown tied around their neck and thrown into a river. They don't deserve to live. And that is biblical. And so you're going to have Christians who say that, like, no, like, screw him. He gets hell. Me, I'm like, well, I really hope he changes his ways because that soul's precious. God planned him and he became a monster, and that's horrible. And hopefully he becomes a monster in prison or on bird shit island far, far away from children. Now, if he goes free and he's continuing to rape children, it changes. Then it's kill the bastard. Sorry. Dead.
Guys, for those asking, the link is on the profile in the little. There is a link to. Oh, and Scott just posted it. Never mind. Sorry.
What's up, Scott? So let's see. I guess perhaps I can do another trolley. I don't know if we're getting bored of this or not. I do like the theistic side of things where there's an afterlife. I haven't really considered much thought, being an atheist, on what I would do if I knew someone was going to a favorable afterlife or a non-preferable afterlife. Assuming you have the... What would you do, Star, if there were 5 Muslims and 1 Buddhist? Or vice versa, 5 Buddhists and 1 Muslim. Would you pull the lever again to save the majority?
Yeah, because I believe they're all going to hell. Christians believe they're all going to hell. So therefore, the less people going to hell, the better.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, I didn't say you were a bad guy. I'm just saying from a Christian perspective, heaven and hell, who gets in, who doesn't. Muslims and Buddhists that don't believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for their sins, resurrected 3 days later, and chose to follow him for the rest of their life. People who didn't do that, they are not Christian. They don't go to, they don't follow God. They're like, their belief system sends them to hell. We believe that. So all of those are people on their way to hell.
I was baptized, and I'm technically a Catholic, and I made the affirmation once, and I even made the Muslim affirmation. So, like, do I get to go to both, or neither?
If you're questioning whether or not you're going to make it in, the answer is no.
I'll do you one better, CJ.
I feel like, I feel like anyone who's sure they're going to go to heaven doesn't belong in heaven. Go ahead, Mega.
I'll do you one better. Maybe one worse because I wasn't baptized. Actually, I don't know if I was baptized. Either way, let's say that I practice the Christian and Platonic virtues of charity, hope, justice, temperance, etc. But I don't think Jesus the Christ was ever a thing. I don't believe that there's an afterlife. I'm a very material, science-based person. I'm a vestigial Christian. In other words, I practice much of Christian morality, but I wouldn't call myself a Christian.
Oh, how good do you have to be in order to make it into the kingdom of God? Like on a goodness scale, following God's laws? Is that it?
What's my fate?
You would have to be 100% good in order to go to heaven. Are you 100% good? You don't go to heaven through your works and how good you are. It's through Christ's grace. And without Christ, there's a problem. And so it doesn't matter if you were perfect, except for one sin. That one sin is enough. Okay? And it is Christ's grace and the fact that he shed his blood on the cross. It's God. It's kind of like there's a VIP party, right? There's this VIP party in which you want to get into, but you can't get into, but someone has VIP tickets and and they're willing to give you that VIP ticket. They're not selling it to you. They're like, hey, I can get you in. Here's the ticket. You have to accept their VIP ticket. You can't make it in on your own. And so you can't do it without Christ. From the Christian narrative, the Christian perspective, the Christian biblical belief is you cannot make it in to heaven without Jesus.
By the way, you've got half of them and half of them not. So I feel like you're doing a good job.
What's that?
All the Christians are agreeing. All the Christians are agreeing with you, at least.
Oh, okay. I'm not even watching that because I can't watch both screens at once on my phone. Like I can't watch.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye. I mean, some of them were saying that they didn't understand what we're discussing. So if somebody in the chat thinks that we should be discussing something else.
Oh, and if there's another Christian, please come in here because I am a horrible Christian. You heard me cuss like a sailor. I am the black sheep at the back of the flock with the with the limp. That is like, I'm coming, Jesus. I'm coming, Jesus. I am so far away from what a good Christian is, and I'm arguing the Christian viewpoint. So if you are someone that feels like, hey, I'm misrepresenting Christianity with my aggressiveness and my meanness or whatever, please come in and be a better Christian than me because I'm a horrible representative of the Christian faith. I'm just not going to deny it.
Fastlane Mafia, if you want to bring the Bible, feel free. Come in.
Yeah, I'm usually not too distracted by the anger or excitement or kind of part of things. I mean, sometimes those are better ways to say what you want to say, in my opinion. Yeah. So don't.
Jesus is still working on me. I am not a great Christian or a great example of one. I just happen to be one that will not deny God or Christ, no matter what. It does not mean that I should be put on a pedestal of this is what a Christian should. No, I'm no. I am verbally abusive. I am blunter than a baseball bat with nails. I am very direct. And when you go and you look at the fruits of the Spirit and humility and kindness and stuff like that, I don't show that much of those aspects of Christianity where there's the meekness and the kindness and the loving. I'm pretty in your face. I'm the righteous fury Christian.
I would like to interrupt you here because I have a question which seemed to get different answers from different Christians. And with regards to who goes to heaven and who doesn't. And the question is, if one doesn't know about the faith, does the person, like, as doesn't know about Christianity, does the person still go to heaven?
Okay, the Christian narrative, the Christian belief on this is basically you're only held accountable for what you're capable or can be held accountable for. If you did not know, you're only held accountable for what you did know. And so if you lived in the middle of the woods and you had an experience with the divine, looking up at the stars, and you're like, there is a creator. That's all you're held accountable for. Like, if that's all you know. If someone came and told you about Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, they did a really good job articulating it, and you felt led by the Holy Spirit that this may be true, and then you went, nah, and threw it in the trash, you're held accountable for that. Okay? You're held accountable for deep down in your heart.
How about if you didn't feel it?
Huh?
The person's evangelism. What if you didn't feel it?
If like the devil snatched it from you, or you didn't believe them, or I think it literally comes to what was in your heart. Literally, what was in your heart. That's what you're held accountable for by God. I'm sorry. You're cutting out.
No, okay. Let Edmure go.
He's breaking up to me. Is he breaking up to anyone else?
Okay, you gotta let him go.
No, it's all right. I think you can go on. I was guessing. I got to the point, and I don't know if I'm still breaking.
You're fine.
No,
your question is what if you were told about Jesus Christ, you didn't feel it in your heart, you weren't moved by the Holy Spirit, God didn't speak to you, right? And that is genuinely what was going on inside. Is God looking down on you? I am not your judge, God is, but from a Christian narrative, from the Christian perspective, you are held accountable for what your heart was telling you and what you ignored or did not ignore. Okay, so if you were led by the Holy Spirit and you shat on that, you're held accountable by God for that. If you literally, genuinely, truly went and said, this is nonsense, and that person just was not effective and you didn't feel God speaking to you, I don't think he holds you accountable. You didn't know. It's a heart issue.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Buddhists and the Muslims. They're not all damned if they don't know.
Yeah, they're not doomed if they really genuinely did not know.
Right.
Does anybody have any other topics? I mean, it'd be.
CJ, a quick question.
Yeah, I'm not a pastor or a preacher. I didn't go to a theology school or something. I'm just talking to you from a
That's okay.
Christian perspective.
Yeah,
I think
no one here is gonna judge anyone for that. What's up, Nevek?
Yeah, quick question. Do you still have the viewpoint that not pulling the lever absolves you from any accountability?
I didn't say it absolves you from I didn't say it absolves you from accountability. I'm not that.
Well, it sounds like that's what you're implying. It sounds like that's what you're implying.
He's coming right back. Give it a sec.
It sounds like that's what
Sorry,
you're implying.
I fixed my mic there.
It sounds like that's what you were implying.
Okay, I don't think it absolves anyone of responsibility to not pull the lever.
So why say that?
Let me explain. I just don't think that not pulling the lever when somebody is on the other side of the track is something that, like, I don't think that you're morally obligated to pull the lever if somebody's on the other side of the track. And I don't want to make the choice to kill someone. Now, obviously, if it's 100 people, I said I would pull the lever. But I think there's a short distinction here between allowing some people to die and directly killing some people.
Are we talking about the trolley problem?
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask a follow-up question about it.
Yeah, I was just asking him. He says making the choice of not pulling the lever.
No, I'm not making a choice. And not pulling the lever, I'm not making a choice.
You're choosing.
Okay.
You're choosing not to pull it.
I suppose you can characterize it like that, and you wouldn't be wrong, I suppose, in saying it like that. But
It gets a bit semantic because, I mean, does that mean that there's an infinite amount of choices that you're not making at any given moment? I mean, I'm not choosing to stand up right now. Is that a choice? I'm not choosing to go eat a salad right now.
He's completely aware of if he pulls that lever, this would happen or that would happen.
I know. So I'm very aware of what's going to happen if I do or do not pull the lever. I agree.
So I think then and correct me if I'm wrong, Nivik, you think once someone becomes aware of the possibility of doing something or not, it therefore then becomes categorized as a choice, whether you choose to do that thing or choose not to do that thing.
Yes, he's involved because he's seeing with his eyes. It's being communicated to him what's going on, and there's an understanding. If he's completely oblivious, that's a different story.
So sorry, who would pull the lever and who wouldn't?
I would pull the lever.
That there's no account.
I would pull the lever under the details that we know nothing about these people.
You're making a choice. Your choice is an action, and you have accountability for your action. There's accountability.
Would you consider yourself a consequentialist?
I would consider myself a synthesis between a virtue ethicist and a utilitarian.
Okay, utilitarian.
A categorical imperativist. I'm trying to make a rule so it could become universal if everyone were to abide to it. Is that practical in many scenarios? No, it's not.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
But it is practical in many scenarios of my life, whereas if I were to use an alternative, it would be much worse if I were to use that alternative, such as emotivist or immoralist, right?
Yeah,
doing things based on my whims and my heteronomous desires, etc.
Yeah, I really understand what you're saying, Nivik. I kind of like I'm weighing the choice of directly deciding to kill someone as a worse thing than allowing something that's currently happening to happen to 5 people. I'm not sure it's my place.
It is your place. Your actions have consequences, and the things that you do can affect.
Yes, I know, Nivik. I know, but when I'm making that when I'm weighing that moral decision in my head, I'm not sure that it's okay for me to make that decision at that point. I don't think that it's like more morally good for me to choose to kill one person
because it's ambiguous. But if it were 100 people, it's less ambiguous, right?
Like from a pure utilitarian perspective, I 100% agree. You pull the lever, right? But I'm not really looking at it from that utilitarian perspective.
He's looking at it as he has to emotionally, physically pull that lever and know that his hand. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's sense. Where he's, he like, how hard is it for you to pull the trigger? Like, my thing is, I have one that's a lot darker and twistier than the trolley problem.
Yeah,
and that is, do you kill baby Hitler?
Why is that dark?
Have you seen Ricky Gervais bit on that?
No.
Oh, it's so good.
My intuition says yes, by the way, but I would love to hear some more detail or other thoughts. But
I literally want to know your guys' perspectives. Mine cannot be viewed as a Christian perspective. I have to put in the disclaimer. This is a personal feeling, and Jesus probably hates me for it because he actually cares about people's souls. I'm taking out the baby. Like, I am twisting its neck. I'm taking it out. It's dead. Like,
either way, if you kill Hitler at the end of his life, or if you kill him as a baby, if he's a Christian,
as a baby before he committed the sin, but he's
you can alter the time. You could alter the
well, I mean, if you can't kidnap baby Hitler and raise him to be a hippie, right, and enjoy art, if you cannot kidnap the baby and you have to have a choice between killing it or leaving it alone, I'm choosing killing it.
Under jokes, I just put the
that is not a Christian perspective. That is not.
But if you can alter the timeline,
If you kill baby Hitler, then Hitler gets to go to heaven.
Yes.
And you don't.
He never became a monster. He never became a monster.
I think the super important thing to consider would be, would there be someone else? Would there be someone else to take Hitler's spot? Were there politics going on in Germany at the time that would lead to a charismatic individual such as Hitler to do the things that he was doing?
I'm going to alter the timeline. I'm going to toss the coin and suspect that the void in which he puts into the universe, right, is not filled by another entity that would do worse. Like in my mind, it's like he did pretty damn bad. The odds are that other people wouldn't have been as successful.
I'm killing him.
There's other ways of alternate timeline than killing.
Kill that bitch.
Yeah,
Kill that baby bitch.
Casey said a good one, or I don't know if it was Star that first said it, but adopt baby Hitler.
She said turn him into a hippie.
Yeah,
into a hippie.
Turn him into a hippie and give him a paintbrush and basically just do everything you get. Peace, love, and him, harmony, and raise him right.
Take him to
jail. But how do you know that you trying to raise baby Hitler as a hippie is not what actually made him the man he ended up being?
Oh, you want to go down the nature versus nurture argument? I'm
saying, how do you know that you trying to stop Hitler from being the bad Hitler isn't what made him the bad Hitler?
You don't.
You don't. You definitely
use reason to suspect that taking that hippie route is going to be a lot better than taking the alternative route. If you ran the experiment 1,000,000 times, it seems as though the hippie route would produce a lot less genocide than some other alternative, whatever route he took, route.
Raise him in Jamaica on a Caribbean island, and get him dreadlocks. Teach him to love other races of people. Give him a paintbrush. Let him smoke ganja. I don't know. Keep him far, far away from ideologies of violence and just.
That's not bad, actually. That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, take him to a few bar mitzvahs as a kid and have him mingle with all the other Jewish kids.
Literally raise him around other people's kids that happen to not be his skin color and let him make friends and things like that. Because nature versus nurture, even if he grows up to be
raise him Jewish.
Type.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I grew up a cultural Jew, though my parents were both Christian, right? And I mean, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam,
Yeah. So if I cannot kidnap the baby and raise the baby myself and prevent it, and then I'm snapping its neck. And but I understand that is not a Christian narrative, and whoever is listening to me that is Christian is shaking their head because souls are important.
I put a link on
what the hell?
To define
Nivik, you have a simp in the
saying.
chat.
Huh?
Nivik has a simp in the chat.
Who does?
Nivik.
Oh.
What are they saying about Niv?
So Nivik is the only smart one here.
I mean, I've been saying that for years.
Okay.
Attaboy, Kevin. Let's go. No, I think Jesus would respect the contemplative state and the hypothetical and your intent to do good, even if it meant snapping a baby's neck named Adolf Hitler. So I don't think we should stress too much about it.
That's horrible. But yes, when it comes to the trolley problem, I was like, yeah, what happens if you're capable of altering history? You have the power to do so. And it's a baby.
Remember, butterfly effect, if we were to change one thing in the past, perhaps none of us would exist. Almost, in
certainly
fact,
not.
Certainly
True.
not. None of us would
True.
exist. Right.
Yeah, I don't have any
You kill
clue.
everyone.
Yeah, I end up killing everyone. Like, I meant well. My intentions were good, and I literally caused more chaos. That is definitely something that could happen. Would you still do it?
Intent is important. Intent is just as important as consequence, in my
I
opinion.
disagree.
Both are important.
The consequences are far more important.
True, but intent and consequences only mean anything, I think, because they work in tandem together. If I intend to cut someone off in traffic or give someone the bird and it ends up, I don't know, saving a life somehow, if you could stretch your imagination with me with the hypothetical.
Yep.
Then sure, the consequence is good, and I'd rather have that than the good intention that caused something bad, of course.
This is actually a good scenario. Like, which one is worse? So you could say, like, let's say you go crash through a building and you were reckless, right? And you didn't intend to murder a bunch of people in the building versus doing something with intent to kill. It's like that's a hard way.
My argument or my belief is the humanity is in the why. It's always in the why.
My
the
daughter.
humanity of stuff. It's always in the why was it done, not what was done, but why. Okay.
My daughter did a video on consequentialism versus virtue ethics on YouTube.
Oh, really?
I'd love to watch it, honestly.
Oh, it's animation generation. She's young.
Aww. That's good though.
Generation. All right, it is in my
why are you guys talking about Philly
cheesesteak? Can we post this kid's thing and see what they came up with? Like, we got to invest in the future, and it sounds like
Travis has posted it before, so it's a third video back, I think.
So Simba, regardless what is more preferable, when it comes to preference, I'd almost always choose the consequence. But
I agree with you. The virtue obviously has a lot to do with the consequence. Like what you intend to happen often happens.
Surely you wouldn't call Nivik's example of the person accidentally crashing into the building immoral, right? You'd call it
no. I can judge
something.
accidents as accidents and hold no moral culpability to it.
Fair enough.
But still judge the consequences as bad.
Both are important. I don't think we ought you'd be the apish beings we are and say which one is better and form a tribe over it. But I think both are extremely important and worth considering whenever doing anything. Consideration. You must consider the consequences, and considering is part of intent, in my opinion. Or it influences.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
At least, at bare minimum.
I 100% agree with that.
In real life, on a daily basis, whenever I interact with human beings, often, right? And they do something that I like or don't like. I don't just look at their action. I literally ask myself, why did they do this? And the why matters to me. The why matters.
I agree,
to
it
me.
matters.
And so, if they did something and it did not turn out well and it caused me harm, but they meant well, I am more forgiving than someone who intended harm. Intentions matter.
We should say they ought to be more careful in the future.
Yeah, like don't be careless, but yeah.
Absolutely, I agree.
Intentions
Starbucks
matter.
says it's immoral.
It's
What's
immoral if they do something on accident. Yeah, that sounds like a Mace take, 100%.
Okay.
I don't know which is worse. Like you don't have any consideration in being reckless.
Okay. Recklessness is not someone who intends well. Like, someone who drinks and then drives did not have good intentions. So when they accidentally crash into a car, because they got drunk, you're like, no, they didn't mean well. They were selfish human beings. You can look at that and be like, that was selfish. Right?
I agree. Go ahead, Casey.
No, I was just going to say, if they admit that they did wrong afterwards, too, to be able to learn from that and show that they're
Huge part of it. Will they take responsibility? Yes.
Does everyone here subscribe in free will?
I think
Not
it
really.
seems like we have free will, and that's enough to get the conversation started. Metaphysically, though, I'm a wretched material scientific causality determinist.
Yeah,
right.
so am I.
But it seems like I have the choice to leave the conversation. Right. So
the illusion of choice.
I think I mostly agree with Mega Wavy. I don't claim free will. It's possible we have free will, but I don't think it really matters, in my opinion.
The illusion of
You
free
don't
will
have
is the
free
same
will.
as free will.
I don't think
You
it
don't
matters
have
if I have
your
free
own
will or not.
agency.
That's not true.
Okay.
What's
you really believe? You really believe being reckless is the same as intent?
I think recklessness, like you need to understand that when you are reckless, other people can be harmed in the process, and you should be a considerate enough person to try to make an effort at not being reckless.
Consideration.
And then if you're like, I don't care about being reckless. If I hurt people, oh well, then you are a horrible person, right? If you drink and then drive, knowing that you are drunk and you're like, so what about all the other people on the road? You're a horrible person, and that was a reckless decision. And if you run into a vehicle, quote unquote, accidentally, I'm not going to be like, oh, that was just an accident. Now, if someone was driving and there's a animal in the road and they swerve and they crash into another car and that person dies and they didn't mean well, they just weren't a great driver, they weren't able to avoid the accident, and it was genuinely an accident. You know what I'm saying? Then yeah, that's an accident. And
this is why.
Sorry.
Go
ahead. I'm done.
I'd advocate for better like public transportation and shit, so that people don't have to. You have more choices in that situation where I don't know how many drunk drivers there are. If they had the option to take public transit, you know what I mean?
Autonomous vehicles.
Fast Lane Mafia, you do not have free will. Checkmate.
Now, speaking of autonomy, I think we teased the chat with bringing up free will. And yes, CJ has the right sentiment bringing up the chat. Josh said something very wise, Joshua Rennig.
I saw that.
He said free will grows exponentially when you practice it through time. I couldn't
I think
agree
that's
more.
cool. I think that's a really cool sentiment.
I think that
you can will free will.
I think that free will, the way that we use it practically, comes in two forms.
Chopra.
It comes in two forms, and yes, this may get a bit Deepak Chopra on you guys. Rationality is one, and physicality is the second. That is how you can maximize free will. Make sure that you're rational in your intentions to do something, and then make sure you're physically able to execute those intentions. That's what free will is. Oh, I have the intention to get up and go get some water. I'm going to move my legs and execute that intention. The more that you practice this, the more you study, the more you work on gymnastics or however you train your body, the better you will be at practicing free will.
Interesting sentiment.
You can't exactly say that people in certain countries have the same access to free will as me or you living in the United States.
True.
For example, the girl in Iran.
Doesn't mean you can do anything you
I
want.
didn't say that. I'm just saying when your freedom is taken, your literal freedom. I'm not talking about following laws and stuff like that. I'm talking about enslavement. That exists, and we have to acknowledge it. Not everyone has free will. Like
So,
slavery
Star,
still exists
that's
in
not free
modern
will.
But that's
exactly okay.
that is
We
enforced
have free
through
will. Probably
whatever
all of us
type of
do.
system you have around you, right?
Yeah, there's a system, and so when he was going and he was saying physicality, it also matters. The like where you live or what you're being exposed to. Are you in a prison cell? That determines how much free will you have. right?
That determines how
no,
much freedom you have.
Yeah, exactly.
Freedom. Okay. Yeah. If I lived in Iran, could I exercise reasonably my right to walk out that door with my head uncovered?
Yes.
Okay, and what would happen?
Yes.
What would be the consequences?
The consequences have nothing to do with your free will, though. To allow you
You can still do it.
Yeah,
It's when you can't physically do it. You can't make that decision that everything's predetermined. Then you don't have free will.
Oh, no, I don't
A
believe in
computer.
free destiny or whatever. I'm just saying that sometimes other people, there are other powers that be outside of your own will.
Yeah, that's
that
freedom.
kind of forces your will, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly. I'm just saying not everyone has freedoms, and we need to acknowledge that. That's all. Like, freedom matters. And the amount of free will you have.
Somebody had a question, and I think it's mostly directed towards you. Their name was the Freedom Affect. If there's a moderator in the live chat, somebody's spamming. So the Freedom Affect is asking if does God know everything?
Oh, is he all omnipotent? Like, did he know what I was going to do before I did it? Yeah, he knew.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. So
okay, and so
does
his
God
thing
know-
is free destiny. That's what he's getting to.
Now we're getting into foreknowledge. Uh-oh.
So but you're aware of this argument, right?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
How would you respond?
My response would be, I make choices. God knows I'm going to make those choices. It doesn't mean that I lost my free will to do it. He just knew I was.
Okay.
Like if you can walk through space and time, if you're capable, like you're a fourth dimensional being or whatever, right? And you're capable of walking through space and time and knowing stuff before it's going to happen, it doesn't mean that me as a third dimensional being still didn't make a choice.
I think the argument is if he's all knowing and he created, then that what you're doing isn't really.
Like he knew everything I was going to do before I did it, and he still made me.
No, it made me. God is the creator, and how he created, he knew how things were going to play out based on how.
He not only knew how, he created it intentionally to be that way. Did he not?
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Did he not?
Like you're asking about the goodness of God at this point. Like he knew evil was going to happen. He knew that Adam and Eve was going to eat the apple.
No, it's not the goodness.
He not only knew, he intentionally created it to be that way, didn't he? It's God's plan.
So what Hohenheim is saying is that it's not just the omniscience, it's the omnipotence part that he created it as so, and had, I'm assuming, the all-powerful ability to do otherwise.
He's arguing against your free will as well.
First of all, if there is another Christian listening right now, I'm going to call a freaking Hail Mary because I'm personally struggling with God right now about the fruit in the garden and the free will and
get in here.
And the evil. And so if you are a Christian, because I'm going to give you my interpretation, but it is not very Christian.
Oh,
and
Hohenheim is a Christian.
No, she doesn't mean that.
We don't mean to overwhelm you either, by the way.
No, it's just that, me right now am currently, battling with God. Like, I am currently battling with God about his goodness and his, allowing of harm. So going and being putting this on me isn't fair to the other Christians.
Yeah, the onus isn't on you.
Huh?
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Okay, go ahead.
But I strongly don't believe God is all powerful. He could be all good, but I doubt that. Being all good means you'd have to know all the possibilities.
Hey, let him go.
Okay, go ahead.
So, to be all knowing, it seems impossible. To be all powerful, impossible also. All knowing possible. All good, not possible, I don't think, because you'd have to be all knowing to be all good.
But you're challenging her.
Definitely, because it's totally illogical.
So you're saying that you're a Christian that doesn't follow the Bible, is what you're saying.
The Bible's written by men. Would you not agree?
Okay. So me and him are different types of quote unquote Christian. I'm a Bible believing Christian.
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm a Christian. I follow Christ.
Okay, you follow Christ, but you don't follow what he said in a book. And okay, so you pick and decide. You pick and choose what you want out of your scripture.
No, Star. Wait, we had this. Hold up. We had this conversation. We had this conversation the other night, Star, and me and you agreed that Christians are people that believe Jesus was a real person, believe that Jesus sacrificed himself so that he could alleviate us of our sin. That was the entirety of your qualification of a Christian. And Hohenheim, you do believe that, correct?
I don't know. I believe he's a real man. I believe he possibly made a sacrifice. Anything saying exactly what happened. Any claim saying exactly what happened.
Do you believe that he was God incarnate, sacrificed on a cross, resurrected 3 days later? Like, me and you define ourselves differently.
He's just some dude.
That's sorry. So knowing exactly what happened back then would be lying. You're making it up. You're either believing the book. You don't know that for a fact.
So you like some of his teachings. You don't necessarily believe. You don't necessarily believe the fundamental belief. Am I talking? Can anyone hear me, or am I? What's going on?
Keep going.
We hear you.
Okay. All right. So the fundamental beliefs of most Christians that define themselves as Christians, other people call themselves Christians too, and that's cool. What I'm saying is I'm the type of Christian who believes that Jesus Christ died on the cross, resurrected 3 days later from the dead, was God incarnate, the Messiah, all of that stuff, and died for our sins. You are
like a special kind of retarded.
Let me clarify. Are you saying that he was a good teacher, and that's what you believe? He's a good teacher.
Do you have any evidence of that? Him being a good teacher, just let alone.
Okay, we can go down the
question, lady. Can I answer your question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so do you have any evidence, first of all, in response to your question? My answer is I've felt a presence of a being since I was around 11. I feel, and I've experimented on all sorts of different religions. Then when I started experimenting in Christianity, praying, I seem to have unbelievable amounts of coincidences, unbelievable amounts of prayers answered, although I don't believe prayers are answered. I think it's just a better way of us understanding what's going on. But to say that most Christians believe what you believe, I would say is not true, because I've never met two Christians that agree on everything.
Okay. Most fundamental Protestant Christians and even Catholic Christians would at least say that Jesus Christ is the Son of God who died on the cross for our sins and resurrected 3 days later. Okay?
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Go ahead.
And none of them know what that means.
Can God still be God and not have all of the omni properties?
No.
No, then how could God lower himself lower than the angels, which is Bible text? How could God die?
Okay. Because you're talking about a Godhead, the Trinity, and I understand where you're coming from, right? Like that he is God and he became human.
Because he was LARPing as a human.
Stop. He set aside his glory and then picked it back up. Like he literally put his power away, said, here, let me take this out of me and place it on a counter and do what I got to do, and then I'll come back and grab it. And that's kind of what he did. He set aside his glory, he put it away. Huh?
So then he was no longer God then, yeah?
Well, he was God in human form. He had to, in order to us as a human being, he couldn't come to us as the great Almighty, the great I am, right? Because God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit are all God, but they're different aspects of God, right? There is some kind of triunal thing going on where he like he's one, but he's also multiple, which is hard for a human to understand because I'm one. I'm always one. I will always be one. And this whole plurality or
that's not hard to understand. Every single thing is made up of many.
Yeah. Okay. So whatever the case may be. God the Father still existed. God the Holy Spirit still existed. They still had their full glory. But this aspect of God, of God came in human form. This aspect of God put away not all of his glory because he was still working miracles, right? He's still working miracles. He's still walking on water.
He was dead. So
yeah,
he was
died.
dead for a moment. So my original question was, and you answered no. When I asked if he can still be God and not have all the properties, you said no. So then you said that he didn't have the properties, but he was still God. So that's where I have a problem.
I can't. I'm not following your line of reasoning. I'm answering based on what I think you're asking, and I think you're asking me something I don't understand.
I'll start again. You have to listen. So, is God still God when he doesn't have all of his omni properties?
Yes.
Okay, so
his line of reasoning is pretty base. It doesn't contain contradictions like your reasoning does.
So the next one. This is the big one that you were talking about when I came in. So when God created the world, the universe, he had complete control over the creation and knew the full implications of the creation, would you say?
Yeah.
So how can we have free will? If God created us, if God created us intentionally to be the way we are, and had the power to create us any way he liked, how could we have free will in that situation, if you understand the argument?
Okay. Okay. So you're God, I am so bad at articulating. If I know what I do, I just don't know how to explain it. Okay. So we have a free will that God gave you. He designed you with free will. And so yes, did he design you? He designed you where you were allowed to disobey and do your own damn thing. He designed you that way. He knew what you were going to do. He saw it happen and said, I'm making you anyway.
Okay.
No. He didn't know what you're going to do. He intended you. So when God made you, before God made you, you didn't exist. The idea of you didn't exist. So when he started making you, he saw what the creation was going to do, yes? So he had the power to make you any way he wanted. So he, in essence, controlled your will from the get-go. How is it happening otherwise? You can't just say, let me finish. You can't just say, well, he said you could have free will, because you can't say he said you could be illogical. That's what you're saying there. You understand?
It is a tough question. He's all powerful. He's all knowing, and yet he doesn't. He didn't.
It's not tough. It's impossible. That's why it doesn't exist.
It is not impossible to be aware. I'm going to make this thing that's going to disobey me. I know exactly how it's going to disobey me, and I still made it anyway.
But again, Star, it's not just the omniscience part. It's the omnipotence part that he created and intended, as Hohenheim said. He intended it as so.
Yeah, it's not like he knew it was going to happen. He made it happen. Did God not have control over it?
Correct. Makes sense.
You know what? I am really bad at explaining myself, but there's a playing in my head right now, just in the back of my mind, that's coming to. God, I wish you could play it. I don't know how to play it for you. It's a song. God, it's by the Prince of Egypt, right? And it's called. Oh my God. I can't. In the movie, they are singing about, God knew what you like you are a thread in a tapestry, and you can't see the full design, right?
Okay, I understand this argument. This is another argument, and this one's a little bit better because that's just saying that we don't know why God. But then again, it still doesn't cover the free will part, though. It doesn't.
You do have free will.
Can I give a good argument, devil's advocate?
I can literally go outside and flip off Jesus right now and have the free will to do it. I'm going to choose not to.
Okay. Can I focus in on that? Just briefly, I'll focus in on that. So you can go outside and flip off Jesus. Did God know you were going to do that? And did God have the power to make you in a way that you wouldn't do that?
He had the power to make me in a way where I wouldn't do that, and he chose not to because he's not a dictator. He wasn't going to force his will upon me, and therefore created free will.
Unless you don't wait. He won't enforce his will upon you unless you don't affirm the sacrifice of Jesus, and then he will put you in a lake of fire forever. I mean,
there you go. I guess. Except that you have to understand that, again, it's the free will of you went and said you wanted to be separated from God. I do not want to be in God's glory. I do not want to be around God. I don't want God in my life. You made that choice. Well, I'm saying if you make the choice where you're going to the lake of fire and you chose not to follow God, you chose to follow your own.
I'm not choosing not to follow God.
Okay.
I don't see a God. There's no God for me to follow.
Okay, let me finish.
Go ahead.
All right. If you don't see a God or whatever, I disagree or whatever. And again, Christian, we already went through this argument earlier where you're only held accountable for what you're capable and should be like, it's a heart issue. So if you genuinely, like deep down inside, never found God, never saw Jesus, he knocked on your door and you genuinely didn't hear it, you're not held accountable. Okay, so
we shouldn't tell anyone.
Like, I'm still a human being, and I understand that you guys want to take all your anger on Christians out on me, but I am trying to tell you.
Okay, hold up. No one's angry at you.
You didn't want God in your life.
Take it easy.
You don't want God in your life, right?
Your position just doesn't make any sense.
There was no God. You went to the place because there is an afterlife. You go to the place where there is no God. That's what happens. You said, I don't want you, God. And then it's like, okay, well, now you get to go to the place that doesn't have God. That's what happened. He gave you the free will.
You're advocating for everybody's demise.
Yeah, wait.
I don't like it. Literally, we're Christian arguments with because I already.
Conversation isn't progressing. Is that there's two things that needs to happen. One is that we need to come to a consensus on what exactly we mean by free will, and two, once we've come to that conclusion, then we need to. Then there's this other thing that I think it was Hohen bringing up, is that if we do have free will, that seems to contradict the idea that God is omnipresent and he's omnipotent. So
he chooses to use it to enforce his will.
Okay, well then if it's his will, then it's not our will. If it's his will, it's not our will. So then where's the freedom of choice come from?
Everybody knows no gods exist. Just look at the trees.
Is it possible?
You come up with a definition of free will, because if you don't do that, then like you're just going to be like exchanging non sequiturs.
I tried alluding to a definition earlier, and we can bring up another one if you don't agree with mine. To intend to do something and then to execute that intention. Is this?
I would push back on that.
I would too.
Sure, go ahead.
Because that would be like, how do you know that intent? You need to be more specific of what you mean by intent, and you need to prove that. How do you know that intent is?
Yeah, we can define every word in the definition ad infinitum. Intent would be the premeditated thought that occurs before you endure an action. Something along the lines of that.
I see. Okay, so you're having that's okay. I see. We could go down like. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
I wanted to put in like, okay. I'm also a Christian, and I wanted to. Yeah.
Cool.
My input is that he had he already knows. He had like a plan for us, how we were gonna come and everything. But it's also like, for example, like a mother's decision, like if she does something that she's not supposed to during pregnancy and the baby comes out defective, it's not that God planned that for the baby, for us. It's also like decisions that happen in life.
Then God isn't all powerful, I think, is what some of the members here would then
That's
say.
because he doesn't use his power.
I gotta go. Have a great day. Just hear from
guys.
What's the name? The lady who's a Christian. Take it easy. Love you all.
Later.
Have a good one, Hovind.
Just because he does not choose to usurp free will, just because he allows you to have it and does not use that power. It's kind of like, I have a gun, I have the power to shoot you, but I'm not all powerful because I chose not to shoot you, right? He can choose to allow you to do dumbass shit because he is all powerful and he is capable of saying, well, you know, I made you just like you make a child, right? You can choose as a parent to force your will upon your child or let them make dumb choices. You know, and your power isn't somehow less than if you decided to step back and let them fucking fall.
The only difference and issue with that analogy is that the parent is not all powerful and all knowing like God is.
Yeah.
So
the parent doesn't know the child's entire destiny either.
Right.
Okay.
All knowing.
But do you think that the parent, I understand that it's not a perfect correlation, but in a parent-child relationship, I'm pretty damn sure my 5-year-old, I know what they're going to do next. I'm watching them, and I can premeditate. Okay, they're going to do that. They're totally going to go and stick their wet fingers.
It's a false equivalence. You're equating perfection with imperfection.
Yeah, and there is no such thing as perfection except for God. So there is no other equivalent. There is no equivalent.
You're comparing them to parent.
Okay,
Parents
here we go.
Perfect.
You know,
here's a good question.
So I'm doing my best comparison because there is no comparison to God. You can't compare him to
demonstrated a God.
Is it possible, Star, that your interpretation of God and free will exist, but we just don't understand how it is? Contradictory circumstances aren't actually the case, and we are able to have free will in our fallible and imperfect states as humans, but we just can't understand how God works his providence, being the omni person that he is. Is that maybe...
that is completely yes, very much so. We are going and doing our best to understand a being that is so far above us, he created the laws of physics, right? And we are living within that spectrum, trying to minimalize him and bring him down to our level so that we can comprehend something that is so far above us.
And possibly he made the laws of physics as so where we could have free will, however we conceptualize it to be.
But you don't have free will in the laws of physics either.
It's that doesn't make sense.
You don't have free will in the laws of physics either.
Yeah, he didn't say that. She didn't say that. She said he's so great that he created those laws. She didn't say that physics provides the laws of free will.
Yeah.
Right. I think I agree with that. Hey, Noel here. I think what when it comes down to it, the laws of physics are something that was discovered in that God created them, but we call them laws of physics, but it's just a part of the mechanism of the universe.
I didn't realize I was creating a whole nother side subject. I'm sorry. Yes. Everything, including gravity. We're trying to...
Everybody knows the universe is intelligible and doesn't follow God magic miracles.
Well, I understand, but you're asking the Christian perspective on it, and I'm saying the Christian perspective is a creator created everything, right? That's the Christian
They're just making shit up.
Okay, and that's
That's obviously your opinion, and you're right to have that opinion. That's up to you.
But you're asking the Christian perspective on it. And the Christian perspective
It's not my opinion. You haven't provided proof.
Okay.
I don't need to, but like we don't really need to prove that God exists to
If
have
you can't
faith.
prove
That's
it,
not
you're
what-
just making it up.
That's not what
that's what
faith
faith
is.
is.
You obviously
That's what faith
don't understand what faith is.
Okay.
Well, nobody
okay.
knows everything 100%.
We're not arguing whether or not God exists. We are, if God exists, then how is free will put on humankind?
If an
That was the
omnipowerful
argument.
and omniscient God exists, then how could free will
It
exist?
was if God exists, not does he exist. The argument is not does God exist. The argument is if he exists, then
Okay.
how?
Star, I have a question.
If
Does it matter?
SpongeBob exists.
Yeah, if SpongeBob was able to, whatever, dude. All right, go ahead.
I think I've got a good shortcut for this.
Mhm.
Does it really matter if we have free will or not? If at the end of your life you're going to accept God and go to heaven, does it matter if you did that on your own free will or if you did that on some predestined path? Like,
Yeah, because
what
I
is the
think it
difference to
does.
you?
I think it does because that would be like, is God good?
Huh?
Is God good is defined on, like, there's a that can, like, if we not free will, then is God good?
Wait.
So I do think it matters.
I'm confused. Like, if we didn't have free will, would that necessarily mean that God is not good?
Do you want a God that's a dictator?
I think based on
just because we don't have free will doesn't mean God is a dictator.
Okay.
Also, I would
Star is
personally say
very
that God is a dictator.
Star is very anti-robot, it seems. So if we
Oh
don't
my
have
God.
agency, it may lead one to believe that we are just programmed robots as the ones that we were criticizing earlier.
Big meat robots.
Yeah, like a big meat robot. You're just part of the Matrix. That's horrible. No.
Robots are base.
Do you enjoy your free will? Like, do you enjoy your free will?
You're a
That's a valid
non-player
question.
character. You're an NPC. That's pretty
As an
messed
atheist,
up.
I enjoy my
No,
free
we
will.
all are. We're all NPCs.
Okay. So as an atheist, you enjoy your free will.
Yes.
All right. So if someone gave that to you, if it were the case and you found out that they gave that to you, would that be a loving being or a non-loving being?
I think that we can immediately start categorizing it as moral or benevolence, whether it's loving or hateful. It could go either way.
Is kindness good or evil?
The fact that we have agency allows for love and benevolence and hate and destruction to happen. I think it's like
Sure, but humans do that, so that's what we do as
But it's literally humanity and the consequences of eating an apple.
Yeah,
or
I
a
think
fruit.
I think the concept of free will and morality can be had secularly.
Yeah.
As just, humans that came from Mother Earth.
I just realized I am on YouTube being not the best exemplary Christian or a preacher or a priest. I am a average average Christian that hasn't even quoted a Bible verse, and I'm the one that's representing Christianity, and it's making me a little uncomfortable.
Well, okay, there are multiple Christians in here. If you want, you can defer to them.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is I think I need to start deferring. And
I feel
so,
like Noel was going to ask a really good follow-up question, perhaps, to the...
Everybody in the world's an atheist. Just look at the trees.
Wise, it was funny the first time, but come on. It is funny, though.
Anyway, I don't think free will necessarily needs to be bound to a creator.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was just asking if you enjoy it, and it's that enjoyment. If someone were to say your free will, if it was given to you, right?
Right.
If that person, let's say, gave you your free will, and you found out that person gave you your free will, would you like that person? Would that person be somebody that you're like, oh, well, thank you?
I think that I would... it would be unwise to not be grateful for that, assuming that things like consciousness and agency and all of that are part of, the free will aspect. So yeah, I would be
amen. I agree.
in debt to them. Yeah.
We are in agreement. I totally agree with you.
How will you know if your free will is given or not?
Meg, I'm curious to actually on what you said. You said what was it? You gave a definition of free will earlier, right? And
Yeah,
it
you
was,
want me to give it again?
Yeah, no, I want to know what you think about this because I've had these I've been thinking about these things, in the past. But
Go ahead.
Your definition was that, what was it? It was free will is the intent of the self, let's say, or a person to commit an act. Is that what it was?
Having an intent and then executing it, to say it short and sweet.
Okay, I would say what I would say to that is that I think that the intent is more. It could be dug deeper, and it could be explained by a biophysical and biochemical reaction to your environmental stimuli, coupled with the neuroscience of your brain that makes you do something upon.
I agree, and I think that you weren't here earlier when I prefaced this, but. I think that regardless of the physics, the physiology, the biomechanics, the neurology that goes into it, it seems as though we have thoughts and that we can mediate those thoughts. Now, metaphysically, if you had a metaphorical gun to my head and I had to choose, I would say I think everything is determined. Now, determinism and free will aren't perfect opposites with each other. Perhaps you can have both, but it seems like we have intents, and those seemings are perfectly good enough for me, regardless of the biochemical, physiological causes that likely were necessary for me to have that thought. Not in my control, right?
Isn't it the
but
same
it seems
thing?
like we have free will.
Go ahead.
Isn't
it the same thing as consciousness? Like you're saying, like there's no hard problem of consciousness, right?
Hold up.
But you can boil it down to physics and chemicals and stimuli. It's like the same. It's in the same realm.
And we can't do it.
What you're saying is
Are you going to say that consciousness doesn't exist? Are you going to stop having subjective experiences? No, it's the same. You can do the same thing, play the same games.
But
what you're saying is that there's no justice.
Wait, then I guess if your definition of free will is that, which is honestly 100% fine, you can have that definition. But then I would say, what's the point of having the definition of free will anyways if it could just be by one degree, one order, just removed from something that's deterministic?
Because we can only know that which we can know. And we can't know the complete techne of each quark and monad that goes into place that creates this thought of mine. We have a whole legal system based on this rough and ready definition of free will. And justice, as Noel alluded to, right? There's justice to be had in these seemings.
Morality.
I want to ask.
Morality is wrapped up in free will, and whether or not you have the agency to be a moral being.
If you suppose God, you can't know anything because it's all subjective, right? There's no objectivity.
Sarcasm later, because you've been trying for a while.
God can say abracadabra.
Hey.
I wanted to ask a quick question.
Nivik.
I think Bikash asked
right
a
after
question.
Bikash.
And I answered it. Did you have a follow-up to that, Bikash? I agree that definitions aren't complete and, perfect in the realm of forms, as Plato thought. I mean, they are colloquial, pragmatic tools.
That's one, I guess. I'm a determinist, but I understand the dilemma of the mind that comes once you conclude that determinism is factual, because then I think you were bringing up how could you enact justice on someone if their actions were just purely the laws of physics.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
I think it's
yeah.
contradictory.
It is. I mean, I wouldn't say it's contradictory. I would say like it's an uncomfortable reality. I would say that is the case, and it's an uncomfortable reality of our universe. But it's like
I don't think that's a reality at all. A reality that
he's just sharing his
determinism.
opinion.
Sorry.
I'm saying that if I lost track of it.
If it's true that determinism is the case.
If it's true that determinism is the case, then you couldn't judge criminals.
Exactly, and there is no justice. I agree with that. Because if that were the case, and it was predetermined, then there is no such thing as justice. Free will is the only thing that gives us justice.
No, Noel, I want to ask you a quick question. Can I ask you a quick question, Noel? You said that earlier.
Hold your question. Let me finish.
You asked earlier that if you were given free will, if you'd be grateful, how is it? How you necessarily know that what you're given is free will?
Because your will is free.
What you're being given is that you're grateful and you're not really being manipulated.
Well, so that's where faith comes in, right? That's where faith in a power outside of yourself, one that exists outside of time and space itself, one that I can't really define for you other than I call him Father, I call him Christ, I call him Savior, and I call him Redeemer. So that's the faith that I have in the experience that I have. You haven't shared my experience, so you don't understand what has accumulated in my life to give me the faith that I have.
There's a possibility that you shouldn't be grateful because you're not giving free will. What you're really under is control, and you're just fooled to think that you have the free will.
I'm proud to be a servant of the Most High. I mean, if there's going to be a servant for anybody, it might as well be for the King of the Universe, who literally created the molecules of the chair that you're sitting your butt on, right? Like, I mean, if anything, that I'm proud to be a servant of that.
Okay. So you're happy either way, right?
No, I'm happy with that, and knowing that I am loved by the greatest father of any father that's ever existed.
You're happy in being manipulated, and you're happy in being given free will.
That's your opinion.
You're jumping to the conclusion that we feel manipulated.
And you have no clue what I've lived through.
You said that you don't know, and you're happy to if you're being manipulated that is to the Creator, and that you're cool with that. It sounds like you're cool with either way. You're in being manipulated and not having free will.
No, you didn't. Obviously, didn't listen to what I had to say.
You're jumping to conclusions, and you're jumping to conclusions.
I understood 100% what you said.
No,
I understand 100% what he said.
You do this all the time, Sweet Pea, listen to me.
That's my nickname.
You are going and you are making an argument where you're telling him what he thinks when he's telling you he's not thinking that.
I listened to the words out of his mouth. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. I heard exactly what he said.
Anybody can assert anything.
He's saying that he's arguing he's okay with both ways. He's contradicting.
Okay. Let me tell you how I feel. Here's how I feel. All right. So as a servant of the Most High, I feel freer than I ever when I was on meth.
Yeah, religion is emotional based.
I went through years of torturing myself and other people around me for my enjoyment. That brought me nothing but misery. But when I prayed to the Lord for him to take me out of that, a random person showed up and pulled me out of that house and took me to another city, and I started my life anew. I actually started praying for the first time in my life. I actually, that whole thing where you talk about revering the King of Kings, right? Because I started actually treating him as a king, and when I started doing that, crazy stuff started happening in my life that I never thought would be a possibility. So you don't know my experience, and to speak on that I'm just being manipulated when you haven't lived my life is intellectually dishonest, and I can't track with you on that.
Yeah, I don't track
Your
either because from
experience
my
doesn't
perspective,
necessarily comport to what you're attributing it to.
Okay.
So, thanks for having me in tonight. Noel, I was hearing what you're saying. I was going to say, praise the Lord, man. You know, we all need God. I think that's a lot of.
I agree.
I think that's, and
My
the
life has been
problem-
better when I let God go. My life was better when I let God go. Everything was better.
Okay.
Oh, now Don's participate. After they both
I
cried.
have a hard time believing that because I did that myself in my high school, my younger years. But when I got my life right and started living my life by what the scriptures say, my life got so much better. I didn't have the anger and hate in my heart that I had before.
That's a false dichotomy.
1 second,
You
but
won't
earlier we
necessarily
said
need
about
to
other.
have that.
We said about, earlier on, we talked about people's
Well,
living life
I mean, I
experiences and how we can't
speak
judge
for
one person over
I can't
another.
speak-
And you can't.
I can't speak for everybody. I can speak for
because a
myself.
Christian came in the room. Listen, like you guys have been piling on me. You have a Christian talk to let the guy talk that literally just came in here to speak his mind.
All right. Well, okay. You guys can't all talk all over each other. Don had a question, and now he's out. All right. So I don't understand. I don't know why all you guys decided to start talking over each other. Please, if you see everyone else is talking, we can pause and we can assign who's going to talk if we really need to do that. But we're all
Let
adults.
TriStar come in. Like he finally came in. He had a thing. He just jumped down his throat. Let him finish his thought.
Don had one question, and everyone else is answering for TriStar. So TriStar, if you want to answer for what Don said, I think I can go for what Don was saying though. And no, he's here.
Okay, let TriStar speak, please.
Okay, so I was just saying my own personal life. I mean, I can't speak for other people. I can just speak for myself. And, you know, things going on in the world now, it just boggles my mind. And it makes me thankful that I have my family and have the things that I have in my life. And I'm very thankful for it. And seeing on both sides, the last 3 elections, it seems like we can't have an election without the losing side complaining about how it was stolen or it was fraud or something like that. It just seems like it goes on both sides. And I think it's absolutely crazy. Like for example, in 2020, when all the other Trump supporters. Now, yes, I voted for Trump, but last 2 times. I didn't in 2016. But when I seen down in Atlanta, where, because I'm on the Georgia border, so I'm down in Atlanta a lot, and I seen where they were saying stop the steal and all that stuff. I'm like, no, we lost. But now I'm seeing all these reactions again, a la 2016, about how the election was stolen and people are trying to blame somebody because they didn't vote for, you didn't vote for this person because you hate yourself and stuff like that. I'm like, no, maybe they just didn't like her policies. I mean, can it be about policies? Like, why does it have to be about her identity?
Is he dropped?
Why do all the Christians have to be lumped in as Republican? Like, I have brothers and sisters in Christ on both sides of the spectrum, like the ones that care about the environment, care about civil rights, stuff like that. Christians are actually very middle of the road, most of us.
Yes.
And we do have Christian values, but there's Christian values on both sides. And people are like, oh, you can only be a Republican if you're Christian. They put us in a box and they think we all fit in there.
Christian values are stolen.
Thank you. Can I also add to that? Can I wait? Hold on. Can I add to that? So,
yeah, go ahead, Tressor.
So for me, for example, growing up with my family, because my stepfather is a union iron worker and he's been there for 30 years. Mm-hmm. I'm 29 now. I'll be 30 next year. So he's been a union iron worker basically my entire life. My family were all Democrats for a long, long time. Like they voted for Clinton, they voted for John Kerry, they voted for Al Gore, they voted for Obama. But in 2016, my stepfather switched. He went independent, but he voted for Trump. And I asked him, That time, I was not big on Trump. I didn't like him. I didn't like Hillary. I voted for Gary Johnson. I was like, at least he seems the least of the worst. And I asked him. I said, "So what made you switch?" I asked him. I said, "So what made you switch?" And he said, "All the identity stuff." He said, "It feels like the Democrat Party stopped caring about the working man, and they're worried about the coastal elites. They don't care about Middle America anymore."
I'm curious. You brought up identity and coastal elites. Are you saying like there's a connection there?
They're using it like their identity.
Well, Star, I think he was asking TriStar.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can answer.
She's more than fine to answer. That's fine.
Okay. The cultural elites, people in power, people with puppet strings, diversionary tactics kind of stuff. These people lining their pockets who happen to be the far progressive left, like party members, the ones pushing these agendas, are distracting you with these things that are
divisive. You really believe that? You don't think the people...
Yes, I definitely, I've literally watched videos of politicians planning this shit out where it's like, okay, we are going to create a divide and conquer strategy so that we can get this bill passed that we want to force that lines our pockets. Yes, that happens. It's the whole divide and conquer in general on both sides. This whole us versus them mentality.
I got you. The people in society is not bringing up the identity. You're saying it's passed down from the top in talking points to them.
Yes.
Really?
From your people in like San Francisco and your AOCs, your like old.
Like me, Nivek. Like me. Like the.
So they have no self-autonomy.
Went to college. Yeah, we're running it behind the show, lining our pockets.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying with the Democrats right now, and I think this election proved it.
That's kind of insulting. You're saying people don't have no self-autonomy. They're being like manipulated from people.
You are being manipulated. I'm being manipulated. We're all being manipulated.
Everybody is
manipulated. They're more capable of getting you. You have to recognize this can happen.
And the problem has been too, it seems like nobody wants to be bipartisan anymore. It's, and I made this post on my Facebook and I made it on my Twitter. You can look me up on Twitter. I'm same thing, same profile picture, TriStar TN on Twitter. I normally cover college football, but I seen what y'all got going here, so I joined in. Now, the problem is it seems like nobody really wants to truly work with the other side and try to come to a compromise.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Hold on. Like, for example, when you have Kamala voters, now I'm not saying all of them, I'm talking about your influencers, your people on social media coming out calling Trump voters neo-Nazis and white supremacists and all that stuff. When 99% of those voters are absolutely not that, because listen, if Trump was a legit neo-Nazi, do you think he would be getting Jewish voters or be getting black voters? No. And both the same thing with it's both sides. Yeah, and like Trump voters calling Kamala voters like child groomers and communists and stuff like it's the same thing, and I don't like that.
I don't. Nivek, 1 second. I don't disagree that people should be bipartisan. Nivek, you would whatever you want to keep talking. Go ahead.
No, I just gonna say what he's saying. I believe that's coming from the right to the people to those under them in society and in the identities on the right and people reacting. They're just reacting to the identity that's coming from the right. I don't think it's originating from the left. That's all.
I don't know. It's coming from both sides.
I wanted to say that when we look,
it's both sides.
Yeah, it's absolutely both sides, and both sides have done this disgusting thing where they have drawn a line in the sand to where we can't even have a discussion without somebody getting so offended that they threaten people. See, that shouldn't be a thing. We used to have actual debate in this country. So to have people threatening people just because of an ideal that they're sharing or an opinion. See, you may not believe in the Lord, but I do. And like that, just because you don't believe in the Lord or just because I do doesn't mean we can't have a conversation. Right, it is supposed to be a conversation. That's what democracy is about.
I think that when we talked about both sides here, and we talk about rhetoric and inflammatory rhetoric. I think that to make this equivocation is a little bit disingenuous, not purposefully, because when you look at the leaders or the top man of the Republican Party, which is Donald Trump, as opposed to the top woman of the Democratic Party, which was Kamala Harris, their rhetoric towards one another was entirely different. And it wasn't even on the same level. Kamala was not saying that Donald Trump is a neo-Nazi and a fascist and that he wanted to kill and murder Jews or whatever it might be. But on the flip side, Donald Trump was saying that Kamala is a communist and a socialist, and she's
not black.
That she's going to destroy the economy on day one, and that she's going to let Israel die. All of these things in a much more inflammatory way. So this both sides thing kind of seems a little bit disingenuous to me and disconnected from the facts of what both candidates actually said, spoke, or did.
Okay.
So about the Kamala thing, real quick. About the Kamala thing, like you're saying, before, this is where Trump was really effective. This is why, for example, a lot of black men switched sides was because, she's mixed. Like her father's Jamaican and her mother's Indian, but she tried to act like she came from, knowing how it is to grow up black in America and all this stuff. Like she came off as fake and just disingenuous. And not only that, she was basically saying she was because you just look at her body of work. I mean, you could go back and look when she was Attorney General of California. She was locking up people
you're bringing up her background, her ethnicity, her race, everything. There's there's nothing unoriginal about her. She is who she is.
Oh my God! Can I speak up because you're speaking over him and making a point? And as a who hated voting, still voted for Trump, I'm going to tell you this. Kamala Harris, the reason I couldn't vote for her is the fact that she would go to the rich people and pander to them by using educated words. And then she would go to
word salad.
Like word salad that doesn't say anything but tries to sound intellectual. And then she goes to the inner city and she tries to sound ghetto. And then she goes and she talks to Jamaican people and she puts on a Jamaican accent. She goes and she talks to people from India, and all of a sudden she's so Indian, right? And the thing is when you go and look at what she's saying, it is disingenuous. It is pandering. She's not being real. You're like, what are your policies? Nail them the fuck down. And she's always, she's like shifting sand. This whole shifting sand thing of, she says one thing one week and another thing the next week. Right.
So I want to square this real quick. Just be like, we were just talking about being disingenuous, talking about pandering to the rich, and we talked about both sides saying inflammatory things. So I didn't hear that being addressed, the inflammatory way of speaking about the other side. We kind of just moved past it, and that's okay. We can move past it. I'm just going to take that as a weird concession of some type. Then I would like to add.
I don't think we should move past it. I think we should.
Then I would like to go back to this idea of talking to the very rich. Let's quickly address about the very rich and pandering to the very rich. The world's richest man wasn't pandered to by the Democrats. He was pandered to by Donald Trump and his party, to the point that Donald Trump, I think, got like a $75 million donation because of him. We're talking about Elon Musk here. So it seems, again, very disconnected from the reality of the brute facts on the ground, that the world's richest man supports Trump. He does not support.
Well, he supports him because of his ideas.
but ideas pander, right? So you talk about pandering, you use this inflammatory. We're using this inflammatory language. We're using this inflammatory language. We're using this inflammatory language and this framing when talking about Kamala, but when we talk about Trump, where he says a bunch of different things all the time, literally says random things like within 24 hours of being elected, I'm going to stop the war in Ukraine. He has another He has another 10 hours or so to do so. And the Kamala did not call his rally a Nazi rally. It was. If you're talking about specific news organization, then no specific news organization is one thing. But this is where the equivocation happens. Candidate to candidate, there's not an equivocation on inflammatory rhetoric. Candidate to candidate, there isn't the same level of pandering to rich people and getting their support. Candidate to candidate, these things aren't equal, and they're being framed as if they are, and that is disconnected from the facts of what's actually going on.
So you were talking about Elon Musk. Okay, so you were talking about Elon Musk, getting Elon Musk supporting Joe Rogan and some of these people. What's different than Kamala Harris getting Megan Thee Stallion and Beyonce and Eminem and Barack Obama and like all these giant celebrities and stuff? Like what's so different?
Sounds to me like pandering.
Hey, I love deer chasing.
So let's understand. I was asked a question, so I would like to respond. I brought this up because people in this chat were the one pandering. We're the one saying that she was doing this. I pointed out that your equivocation doesn't take into the fact that Trump not only did the same thing, but in many cases...
No, I did. I said both parties.
Let me finish. Did it... No. To say both parties... Again, let him finish. To say both parties, as I earlier said, again, is equivocating because Kamala did not call Trump a neo-Nazi and a fascist. He did call her a socialist communist. Right? That did happen.
He did say that his rally was the equivocation of a Nazi rally, and she said it on an interview.
Oh, come on!
I don't think that's true. I don't think that is true.
That's absolutely true.
I don't think that she called him an. Donald Trump on almost every single one of his speeches calls Democrats and the Democratic Party leadership communists and socialists. I'm not going to be cut off. I'm just not going to be cut off.
You don't have free will when it comes to the media that is force feeding.
This cancel culture brat is why the rest of us.
Wait, I'm just here to fact check.
Okay, guys, real quick. I don't know why. Okay, Don is speaking a little bit longer than some people, but people have spoken a lot longer than Don, and I don't know why when Don starts talking, everyone starts feeling the need to all talk over each other at the same time. It's not just one person talking. It's like 3 people.
Let Don talk, please.
Guys, please.
I don't want to be in the position where I have to defend bad things that a specific part of the political spectrum does. What I do find myself is being in the position where I have to defend what I see as false narratives about a specific party or an equivocation that's unwarranted. That's what I'm defending. Because when you just look at the brute facts, the amount of name calling and attacking a candidate has done against the other is overwhelmingly on the side of Trump. When you look overall about candidates getting support from the richest people in this country, it's overwhelmingly the side of Trump, the most influential. There is a big difference. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk are not equal to Megan Thee Stallion, right? These are people who control entire... These people are still not on the same level of Elon Musk and Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan having the most popular... Yeah. These people do not run the world's most popular social media platform, or the world's. She does not run the world's most popular social media platform.
Kamala had her narrative that demonized Trump.
I'm not saying she didn't. I'm talking about the equivocation between the two. It's just the same on both sides. It's not the same on both sides, and we should be clear about that.
It is the same on both sides when you start talking about party, right? And it's more so on the left, I would argue.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Looking at the Democratic Party as a group
I think you can, because you asked.
All
right.
The beginning of the conversation, it was the topic was identity, and it was about identity coming from the other side. And they said like, well, it's same both sides. Dan was saying like, no, it's not the same with Kamala in relation to Trump. Trump was I watched an interview with Kamala, and where they try to bait her into identity talk, like, oh, you're the first woman, and she's like, so no, I want to talk about what I have for the She always pivots off of that when they say, oh, are you black, and she just said next question. She didn't want it. She wasn't playing off of identity. She did her best she can to avoid that. It was Trump bringing up identity.
He actually.
He's not black.
Okay, guys. Hold on.
Let's CJ moderate.
Go ahead.
I just want to do like a quick check for everyone. Between Trump and Harris, just to get everyone's like position on this, which one do you guys think is like the biggest shit talker?
Trump.
Definitely.
Okay.
That's not a question.
I think this is part of what Don is saying. It seems to me like
but
Trump
then
is
he's
pushing the shit
dismissing
talking
and saying that our reality isn't the parties on both sides, because that was the original argument, right? The original argument is talking about the divisive speech of all of the candidates on each party. It was the parties in general, how divisive they become, how much it divides and conquers us, how you can't have these conversations without someone being offended or calling you a monster. Just earlier, like I had to listen while I was muted while they were saying, and I'm a moderate, but I was so insulted for all of the Republican voters, because what was being pushed was the idea of people that have IQ deficiencies vote for the right. And it's like, oh my God, like you're basically saying that half of our country
half the country's retarded, basically.
Stupid sheeple. And it's like, no, like this whole us versus them mentality, you are still red, white, and blue. You are still American, and many of us are moderates. Many of us are in the middle of the road. Many of us are not the extreme far right or the extreme far left, and many of us are sick and tired of divisive speech.
Trump doesn't talk shit. He calls a spade, and the Kamala supporters call Trump orange.
So she's not black, is what you're saying.
We're not saying that. We're not saying that. Well, nobody's saying that. I'm not saying that.
Don't do that. That's
no, but he's saying
Vivek, don't do that. That's distracting from the point.
I don't think so.
He never said. No one here talked about her being black.
With race right now. Okay,
that's identity.
No one's talking about that.
But I do want to ask though, why was Obama trying to school black men, saying, "Why ain't you voting for Kamala because she looks like you?" or whatever he said. It was something like that.
Yeah, lumping everyone in a box and assuming that all vote liberal and care about civil rights, like don't care about your civil rights. That is bullshit.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, literally, here's the thing. And listen, I live in Tennessee. I'm here in the South, and I can tell you right now, even black people down here are actually really conservative. It's mainly black women that tend to be like ultra liberal, but most black men, are more moderate on abortion and stuff like that. They just want things like police reform. Other than that, they're actually like really conservative.
Yeah, but
now, that might be different than like in Chicago or New York or something. I can't speak on them, but
if you're a woman, you have to vote left. If you're black, you have to vote left. If you are Christian, you have to vote right. That is bullshit. Stop compartmentalizing everyone. And understand that many people
I think people aren't doing that here. at least between us. Right?
Your argument.
Let's not talk about what random other people are saying that aren't here in the room.
Okay, well, you do understand that you came and started getting mad.
I started getting.
We were having. That was the conversation we were having.
I was here for a little bit. Starship. I was here.
Party.
Starfire. I was here for a little bit. I was listening in the car on my way home. I was getting back and I was trying to jump on because we were here last night. So I was listening to the conversation. And we hit a specific point where people were talking about both sides shit talking one another, and I thought it was important to point out that this point, both sides equivocation, was a little bit an equivocation. It made it equal between two people who don't actually do it the same thing. Trump is the biggest shit talker. We all agreed that he's the biggest shit talker, but it's somehow okay because we agree with his shit talking. That's what it seems like to me. But when Kamala
he doesn't talk shit, he calls a spade a spade.
No, he talked
my argument.
Because to call Kamala and the Democratic Party socialist communist is not true. In the same way that when people who are screaming on the internet call the Republican Party a completely fascistic organization, that's also not true. Can we recognize that?
Okay, can I respond to that?
Can we?
So what I think what Trump was saying is that, for example, at a lot of college campuses, and I'm not saying all of them, but mainly like your Ivy Leagues, your, like Cal Berkeley, very specific ones, they're pushing this Marxist agenda. And it's very true. Like, they're up there teaching about Karl Marx. And that's why I feel like the progressive tag has been kind of bastardized, because they're wanting, a lot of them are quoting like Karl Marx and stuff like that. And I'm like, we don't want that in this country.
The right of the proletariat to bear arms shall not be infringed, or whatever the hell. Do you disagree with that?
Well, I mean, the Second Amendment says the right and freedom to bear arms shall not.
That's Karl Marx.
No, that was in 1776, sir.
But Karl Marx also wrote that the right of the proletariat, those who are not the business owners and the landowners, have a right to bear arms. He said that. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I agree with that, but...
Okay, so you agree with Karl Marx. But this is the thing that I think might be a little bit short-sighted. Because if you're studying sociology, for example, you're studying any type of modern social science, Engels and Marx, their original framework, they're like the modern fathers of it. They're a part of that. Of course, you're going to study them. Like a psych student like myself is going to learn about Freud. Freud's ideas are essential for understanding where modern psychology is, but no one completely listens to everything Freud says. In the same way that when you're in university and you study political science and sociology, you're going to learn about Marx and Engels, but that's not the whole picture. That's just one aspect about the history, the development of those fields.
Can we all agree, as people who bleed red, white, and blue, that the First Amendment matters?
I just want to get the quote out because I kind of bastardized it a little bit. Under no pretext should arms and ammunition be surrendered. Any attempt to disarm the workers must be frustrated by force if necessary. So, like, the idea that Karl Marx, they're teaching Karl Marx. Like, I've listened to the Communist Manifesto. Didn't turn me into a fucking communist. Sorry. Go ahead.
My thing is personally me as a thought, I literally, I wanted the right decision, and I was constantly looking at both sides, constantly what the hell do I do, because I hate both of them, basically. My problem with Kamala Harris, the nail in the head, because there were two. The first one was the Democratic Party in general screwed over third-party candidates that were running. Because if the Democratic Party, if they didn't screw over Robert F. Kennedy, I would have voted for him. But they intentionally usurped the democratic process, which I had a problem with, and that's the party. But Kamala Harris herself, what I went was where she went and stepped on two kids' First Amendment rights. In broad daylight, in front of everybody. But when they yelled out, "Jesus is King," and she went, "Oh, you're at the wrong rally. You meant to go down to..."
And wasn't that at a church? What? Wasn't that at a church too?
What does that have to do with the First Amendment at all?
Your First Amendment right, and your freedom of speech also covers the whole no religious persecution and
he wasn't persecuting
freedom of religion.
That was at a church. Wait, hold on a sec. Was that not at when she was at that church in Philadelphia?
Oh no, she went afterwards in order to pander to the Christians. Doing that, went to make up for it. Like, instead of saying, hey, I'm sorry, that was out of context and like whatever, those kids, by the way, were forcefully removed from her rally, right?
Okay.
And in order to make up for it, in order to
can't scream at her rally.
I'm sorry. Does your First Amendment, like, if it was someone who said Allah Akbar,
yes,
would you be able to?
If I am having a rally, if I'm having a speech in my space and someone starts yelling and disrupting it, they're going to leave. But if they're standing on the public space, on the sidewalk, and they can say whatever it is they want, their government cannot infringe on their right. Let me finish speaking.
People were yelling all kinds of things, and she got pissed off at the... Okay, go ahead.
So the freedom of speech doesn't protect you from yelling whatever you want inside someone's rally. Okay, you can say I don't like that she...
all Christian votes.
I don't think she wanted to lose all Christian votes. She felt that you're at the wrong place. This is not the place for this. This is my rally. And inside the rally, you're like, for example, I can't go into a movie theater and start screaming Christ is King. And if they kick me out, they're like, this is not the space for it. Are they infringing on my freedom of speech? Do you recognize how ridiculous this sounds?
You do understand that people were yelling all kinds of things at that rally. Yelling all kinds of things at the rally. The thing that she got offended by was
just say that she was incompetent and she couldn't handle it well. It's not that hard. She could have turned it into something positive, like damn right, like she could have said something.
Oh my God,
cool.
she shouldn't have acted like that. She shouldn't have said it like that. It was bad optics for her, even if she really believed that. But it's not a violation of that guy's First Amendment.
Okay, well,
at all.
Well, if she believes that Christians do not belong at a democratic...
That's not
people are saying amen and praise God and all of stuff, yelling that shit at Trump's rally, the most offensive guy there is. But they were able to do that without him saying, oh, you went to the wrong rally, and then forcibly removing kids. Like, that didn't happen.
What she believes in.
She's imposing on her.
Here's the problem. You're saying what she believes in, but most people don't know what the fuck she believes in. Nor
I don't
do you probably even know what she believes in.
I don't care what she believes. I know that she told the Christians, and we all listen, that we were at you went to the wrong rally. You're Christian, you went to the wrong rally. That's all I need to hear.
I don't understand this, Star. So earlier you were like, the left, every time something happens, they get triggered, and they're like, oh, you can't do this, you can't say this. And you're like, you sound like genuinely upset.
Oh, I'm just saying that if
you guys were in the wrong place.
Democrat.
I agree with CJ.
Guy.
I'm sorry,
I didn't want to vote for him.
The Bible says, be not offended, especially when you come across things like these, because you trust the Lord your God to handle these types of situations, essentially. So, when that kind of thing offends you, then maybe that's something that you need to pray about.
Okay.
I, as a Christian, can tell you that something like that, no, it's not the place for it, because that could have been done on, say, a college campus on the sidewalk, some kind of public space where there's not an obvious person who
How many rallies have you watched, and how many times have you seen things like that yelled out? Often, at all rallies, throughout all presidential history, where people go and yell.
Star, you can't sit here and argue with her beliefs the entire time.
I don't care that she's not a Christian, because the whole of give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and give unto God what is God's, right? She's running for a worldly position. So I don't
That's like saying Hitler, I can't believe you told that Jew to shut up,
Yeah. Okay. But that being said, when people go and constantly say, amen, thank you, Jesus, and they do it constantly every rally you ever hear. And she's the one who goes and
I watched the video, and I think that your recollection of the video is a little bit flawed, because I just watched it, And she didn't say something and everyone started cheering and they're like, Christ is king, Jesus is Lord. That's not what happened. While she's speaking and the whole crowd is silent, people start screaming, Christ is king, Jesus is Lord, that is a lie, at her. So during that moment, she's like, I think you're at the wrong rally. So people are heckling her in the middle of her speech, disrupting what she wants to say. That is very different than kicking someone out because of it wasn't like, oh, I heard when everyone else is cheering Christ is king, get them out of here, you're at the wrong rally. What happened was she's speaking, she's getting interrupted and heckled by people saying this is false, Christ is king, Jesus, and she's like, you're at the wrong rally, you want to go to trying to make a joke out of it. You're taking this optic and you're taking it hypersensitively.
Okay. Well,
so, I just watched it. You can watch it yourself. Google it.
Okay, give me a second. Even if that's the case, let's say that she's being heckled, right? And they're going, oh no, that's not right. And they're yelling out, boo, Jesus is king, right? Even if they're doing that, the thing is I don't want a politician, period, going and thinking that's how that is handled. When it comes to religion, period. Okay, but on top of that, like it's also the whole. They are always heckled, and it should and they never go and like there's so much worse is being said. Like you think that was the only heckle she got?
Do you think that those were the only people removed?
Do you think that? Yeah. Well, I think that they were very.
I can give you examples. She removed the hecklers who were pro-Palestinian in one of her rallies, right? Trump removed someone because he was heckling him and mocked him for being special needs. This is what I'm saying.
Some very large Christian groups at Trump rallies that are asked to leave because they're just too radical. It just happens.
Okay.
That is true. I can't speak to that. That is true.
Right, so there was a rally where she kicked out hecklers who were pro-Palestinian. Trump at his rally has kicked out media. He goes, "Oh, that's fake news. Get him out of here." Someone who was mocking was also clearly special needs. He made fun of him being special needs on stage and kicked him out of the rally. So this is what I'm saying, where it's like this both hyper fixation and equivocation that is happening, where you say it's both sides when it's something that makes Trump look bad, and when something makes Kamala look back, it's only Kamala, it's only the Democrats. And then it's funny that at the same time, there's people in this chat who have the gall to say that people are being partisan, when they themselves are exhibiting the most partisan behavior I've seen in a while in this Discord.
So I'm not. You know who RFK Jr. is, right? When was your opportunity where you went and actually heard that man speak? Was it after he went to the Republican side? Did you know anything about him before that?
Yes, I did. And I would also want to ask, what does this have to do with partisanship and staying on?
It has to do with bipartisanship because it was uniting the divide.
Again.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Am I closer to the Wi-Fi signal? Hello?
Sounds like it's still breaking up a little.
You do keep cutting out. I'll say this. Yeah, I've been to Trump rallies and stuff like that, and yes, he has had people removed for heckling, stuff like that. Both sides have done it. But I want to ask this too, kind of get the room to kind of keep the topics flowing.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe it was also immigration is what cost Kamala the presidency?
Oh dear, that's true. Very true.
And when I say this, like for example, about illegal immigration. Mm-hmm. I'm a truck driver. I've been all over this country. I've been in South Texas. I've been in the Rio Grande Valley. I've been in El Paso. Been to San Diego, Nogales, Arizona, Yuma, down in Mexico. I've been all through those areas, and I learned a lot of things. For example, one, I learned that a lot of the citizens that are in these border cities, like say Laredo in Texas, are dual citizens. They're U.S. Mexican citizens. And another thing I told people this years ago, I still tell them this today. The people that are coming across that border illegally are not Mexicans. The Mexicans are coming across legally. It's people from Central and South America. people coming from African countries, coming from the Middle East, coming from Asian countries. There was literally a TikTok showing Chinese people come through this hole in the fence in California. So the fact
that's still not a majority of illegal immigrants. Majority of illegal immigrants are people that overstay their work visas.
RFK Jr. went to the border and he was interviewed crossing the border. Right? It was like going on for an hour, this whole long video. They were mostly Asians. So I was just confirming a lot of Chinese people are coming through, a lot of Asians currently. It's not all Mexicans and it's not all Mexican cartels. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
that's what kind of pissed me off about Trump. Him saying that shit. That shit pissed me off so much.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what did he say?
Like, his rhetoric about immigrants. It's just so annoying.
Well, I think most people can tell the difference. Like, for example, I don't know any Trump supporter that is totally against all immigration. I've not met one, and I've met plenty of them from all over this country, from all walks of life. My thing is, when it comes to immigration, I want anybody to come to this country. But my thing is, I want you to come through the legal process. If that means getting a work visa at first, do whatever you got to do. But don't try to, sneak through the border at the middle of the night. And also, too, you're bringing children and babies and things like that. And unfortunately, the cartels in Mexico are trafficking people and using these kids as mules, and it does happen. I know.
Can I say one thing real quick?
No, this is the issue. This is the issue.
What the problem was.
No, this is the issue.
I mean, he clarified a lot of that up, but I mean, it does come down to the fact that they're catch-release programs, and if we catch-release, and even if they do have a felony, we're releasing them in the United States instead of releasing them outside of the United States, and it's causing a lot of crime issues, and so there is some validity to it, but the way Trump says shit is just kind of so flagrant that a lot of people don't like it. Demonizing is going to happen on both sides. I would argue that demonizing from the Democratic Party, if anything, caused more problems for Trump, i.e. getting fucking shot at. And so there's a lot of rhetoric that this rhetoric is going to go back and forth, but you have to understand that when Trump speaks about these things, we can't also say hyperbolically that he's just trying to turn off the immigration faucet. He's not an isolationist by any means. There's just real big problems with our immigration policies. He's trying to call attention to it. It's just not a smart way of dealing with it. I agree.
Okay, so I want to address two things I want to address two things real quick. First one is
after you then.
Yeah, after you, CJ, take go ahead. I want to address two things. One of them is shot and blamed because of Democratic rhetoric. Trump is extremely inflammatory, irregardless of what anybody says. I think everyone can be in agreement that this man is loose with his tongue, says things extremely inaccurately, and is extremely inflammatory.
Agreed.
To put it the blame on Democrats or on people on the left of why he got shot, I think is a shifting of the burden and turning him into a perpetual victim, which he is not. That's the first thing. Second thing, when it comes to immigration policy, what is this? I want to figure out what are the specific immigration policy are we talking about? Because when we look at people who are in this country illegally, I think the best way to deal with them is to figure out a way to get them documented. Doesn't mean giving them citizenship. Doesn't mean giving them green card. It means having them being documented so they can pay taxes. So we can track them, who they are, that they can contribute to our society. And that way, those who commit felonies or criminal issues can be kicked out of the country. So what about the Democratic policy I'm trying to understand is the horrific thing that Trump is pointing at without being actually good at saying what he is saying, and you kind of have to big brain it because of what you're filling in the gaps.
If you want specific policies, I can. But basically, when Biden came in the office, he rescinded Trump-era policies that basically changed how catch and release programs worked, so that the attention centers that they had during the Obama campaign right now had to go through 2 iterations of presidencies. So now you had a complete system that was changed. He left it up to Kamala Harris, aka the border czar, to try to figure out that system, but it wasn't working properly. So now we have a backup system to where now they are caught and they're released in America and put on asylum for anywhere from 6 months to 2 years depending on the paperwork and the systems that are there, including the fact that the whole system has been overwhelmed by the fact that we have anywhere, including Chuck Schumer's agreement, of 10 million undocumented citizens or documented citizens that are not accounted for and not in the system. So now we've overwhelmed the system. We've allowed everybody to come in here, and we keep on using our funds to pay for this system instead of them waiting outside, which was the previous agreement that we had before. So those are the changes that we've had to deal with just in the past 4 years.
Agree.
And another thing I'll add to that too. It angers me. Oh, you didn't hear it?
Okay, how about CJ?
I didn't hear of anything of
because
merit.
it was CJ's turn, and then TriStar. I could.
All right, Star.
CJ was next.
Hold up, Star. Don, did you have something?
So when am I?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Am I fifth or what?
You're not in the conversation right now.
TriStar. So
I used to really.
He responded to me. Go ahead.
I used to really agree, TriStar, with like the first part of what you said, that like, Republicans aren't like anti-immigration. They just don't want like, very specific illegal immigration. We're not against immigration. But then your rhetoric evolved as you were talking. You go, well, the coyotes are bringing over, they're bringing over their kids, and the coyotes are smuggling them over the border. But like the vast majority of contacts on the border are where?
Are in Texas or in California.
No,
or
they're at legal points. They're at legal points of entry. They are people going to ports of entry and saying, "Hey, I want to come to America." These people don't know shit about our laws, so they're not always going to have everything set up perfectly when they get here, and they're going to have to get processed. And yeah, a lot of these people are bringing their kids, but like you're saying, they're bringing their kids, and then there's coyotes. Like this is such a small percentage of immigrants. It's so small, and like the rhetoric is like, guys, we love immigrants. But then you go, all the coyotes, all the illegal people, 10 million undocumented people in the United States. It's like, if our contention is just getting people here legally, then why are we then going, and then all the coyotes, and then all this stuff when people are illegally crossing the border, like the vast majority.
Because when you don't manage an immigration policy to that extent, when you don't manage an immigration policy to that extent, we're getting undocumented people at the case of like Bush levels, and that processes and handling, it increases crime rates, which we saw. It increases a ton of problems, especially including government spending, which we see, right? So this is like the whole Reaganomics, like Reagan coming into California ultimately changed California blue because of the way the immigration system was able to work on that. Everything, the best laid, plans are great. However, if these things are not managed correctly, they start getting out of control. That's why immigration and the economy are the two most biggest things that people are voting on right now.
They contribute to the economy.
Second generation that contributes to the economy, not first generation.
Then work on immigration.
No, the first generation.
Then work on immigration. Don't do stupid shit like saying, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, when I'm pretty sure that person was born in Ohio, and like making these ridiculous farcical claims about immigrants. It's just so ridiculous to me as an immigrant. It's just so stupid.
So I was looking in June 2024, Biden signed Executive Order 14-123, which temporarily halted asylum requests and rendered immigrants who cross border illegally or without explicit authorization ineligible for asylum. This measure deterred unauthorized crossings and managed the influx of immigrants on the southern border. Following this implementation, illegal crossing reached a 3-year low. Falling
Fantastic. He also increased the use of parole.
You know what?
In June of 2024, the administration announced keeping.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody.
I tried waiting my turn. They're not giving it.
Hold on, everybody. Let him finish.
Sure.
In June 2024, the administration announced Keeping Families Together program, providing a pathway to legal residency and eventual citizenship for undocumented spouses of U.S. citizens who have lived in the United States for at least 10 years. So this is like what I would see as policy, right? So we talked about just giving asylum to everyone. That's not true. They made asylum more difficult. They made it that you cannot get asylum or authorization for asylum if you that is untrue. Okay, I'll post a link right now. untrue.
Okay, well, why don't you expand on that when he actually
Executive
increased
Order
parole?
14,
When he increased
14,
parole.
Okay,
Right?
both Dan,
Hold on.
Zergrin,
No.
and
Because your source is only posting part of it.
four other
He's only
people that
posting
you
part of
keep on talking over. 4 people that keep on talking, trying to talk. 4 that you never allow to speak because you think it's a 3-person conversation. Like I don't know how many times I'm sorry.
You can speak next. Star, you can speak next, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 people in this call, and we cannot all talk about
and
every single topic.
4 people that keep on getting overspoken.
Say what you need to say then. Didn't stop. You're talking.
4 people, which is why I'm getting kind of rude and just like I'm going to talk over you guys like we do every week.
Say what you need to say.
Go ahead.
Okay. You guys are all both sides because you have a very Republican, very conservative view, which I actually agree a lot with, and then a very liberal. No one knowing like what is the middle of the road option, what actually makes sense. And what actually makes sense, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree, is if we close those borders and prevent people from coming in illegally, we need to broaden the doors so that the people who belong here have the opportunity to get in here the right way. The right way. It's
the vast majority of people are.
So let me.
No, that is not true.
Hold on, if I could real quick.
Yes,
So February 2021, the Biden took steps to end family separation by increasing that Title 42. They increased the catch and release policy, and then Department of Homeland Security, April 2021, began focusing on alternative detention centers, which included long-term parole for certain migrants. Right, and a border shift. In 2022, they expanded the expansion of parole and humanitarian measures, which then the DHS allowed people to stay in the United States while being under asylum, which is exactly what I just said, and wait in the United States. The way you're framing it, Dan, is it saying that Biden started kicking people out immediately. However, that didn't prove until he was actually in a debate with Trump when you actually saw those policies enact. But in the beginning of 2020, all the way up until like the end of 2022, going into 2023, he did nothing but expand, which then allowed, admittingly by the Democrats, 10 million undocumented people to be here, or documented if you want to call them, but non-citizens to be here, which is extremely high.
I think there's a thing to fact check here. I will fact check your 10 million claim, which I remember doing with someone else before and showing it's false. So the conversation can move on. I will bring it up once I have the evidence.
You should look at the Chuck Schumer.
I'm looking it up right now. You can tell me after I bring the evidence whether I'm right or wrong.
I've seen videos. I've just watched videos from my perspective as a human being of people coming through, and it is large, and you're just seeing them lining up and walking through, and you keep on seeing that, and you're like, is that going on every day on multiple locations? How many people are coming through illegally?
As a percentage of immigrants coming in to this country every day, month, or year, what percentage of those people do you think are coming in illegally?
Percentage of immigrants as a whole.
Immigrants, right? Yes.
Okay. The vast majority of them, I would assume.
Oh my God! So this is exactly what I'm saying.
You to come in through the front door. I do not see that as still the case. I don't see that. Okay, when you say immigrant, you're talking about
I'm making one claim. I'm making a claim here. Okay, so when I said earlier, Trump people are saying, we just want to crack down on the illegal immigration. We're fine with immigrants. And then you go, actually, the vast majority of immigrants are illegal immigrants. It's such a bullshit claim.
Right? No, it didn't used to be that way. It is now. It's not bullshit. We have plenty of illegal immigrants not coming in through the proper channels. It is a problem. You can't ignore it and say it does exist. It does exist. It is a problem, and it is on a massive scale. Okay.
Show me one piece of evidence that shows the vast majority of immigrants coming.
I will literally show you a documentary where they
No, just show me evidence. I don't want a documentary.
And you're literally seeing their trash everywhere, their fake tents, and the border control catching and releasing them. Okay, have a nice day. Okay, have a nice day.
That is not data. That is not data.
Okay, you're right. It's not data, but that is my perspective and how I see what's going on.
Okay, so Starship? Do you care about challenging? Do you care about challenging your own perspective? Like I have tons of ideas and beliefs all the time.
My own perspective when you don't deny that my perspective has has a legitimacy.
Everybody has tons of opinions and beliefs all the time.
Okay. Did you look up the 10 million?
You got 3 words in. Come on.
Okay. Go ahead. Did you get the 10 million in?
Why did you say go ahead and immediately start talking?
Oh, I thought you were saying. Okay. I thought you were saying you were going to let me have. Keeps on getting
Don said 3 words and he started cutting in. CJ said, "Hey, Don made 3 words." And
at this point, I feel like shutting down Don. To be honest, because he kept on shutting down.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Yeah, to me, it's like you don't get to speak because he didn't give those people.
Starfire, there are rules here. There are rules here. And
how about
Don speaking? Don speaking. Starfire. Don speaking. Let him finish.
Okay.
When everybody has beliefs and opinions, you, me, everyone in this room, but we have to remember that because everybody has desperate opinions and desperate beliefs, we have to figure out how can we agree on what is true and what is false. One of the ways of doing that is holding ourselves as individuals to a higher standard of evidence as individuals, because I believe that I do, because when I post sources like I did in the chat, or when I bring up a fact, I will always try to have a source and I will take the time to look it up. On the contrastly, when you were asked about what is your evidence, I watched a TikTok, I saw a documentary, I watched a video. You not just today, even last night. So I would ask you,
that I went and addressed things and I said, here's my perspective, and you say these are facts. I at least acknowledge when it's a perspective. And I'm like, this is where my perspective is coming from. And you're stating...
Starfire, can you please let him finish? This is TriStar Talk.
That was me. I'm going to back out of the conversation, but we need to be able to talk respectfully. I'll unmute Starfire, but please let him finish.
Look, I really don't want to do any muting. Never mind.
At this point, I am irritated and angry.
Well, you can't let Don finish one point. We've spent 5 minutes where he's just trying to put across one thing, and all they're trying to get across is you have this perspective because you have this documentary and stuff, and that's great. But if you're going to make these claims, they don't. Okay. If you're going to make these claims to us and you want us to believe them, they can't just be demonstrable to your own. What do you call it? They can't be demonstrable to your own.
Okay, so I'm supposed to take the Democratic Party's number.
They have to be demonstrable to our satisfaction.
Okay. That being said, I am not stating my stuff as fact. I am making it very clear and very obvious by stating this is what my perspective. I'm using the perspective, and I'm saying I am seeing with my eyeballs people multiple times filming lines of immigrants coming in illegally. Lines of them, to the fact that it's that can't be faked. My evidence is random average people showing videos of this happening across the nation, right? And you're like, okay. And so then when the Democratic Party says, well, statistically speaking, that is not true, it's are they skewing the facts? Okay, so, I'm not saying that I'm right and you're wrong. I'm saying this is my perspective, how I see it.
But what we're telling to you, we hear your perspective. Have you tried to be skeptical about your own perspective? Because our observations of the world, when we see media, we see videos here and there, and we begin to form a narrative, we have to be skeptical and try to first say, let me try and figure out if I'm being misled. How would I really get the right information? And what's interesting in your response was, am I supposed to just trust Democrat statistics? Factcheck.org is not Democrat statistics. The Department of Homeland Security is not Democrat statistics. The University of Austin, Texas is not Democrat statistics.
And what numbers are they giving to you? And
those are so.
Came up like
if you
when it upticked.
So in the side chat, I posted a factcheck.org article, which has sources underneath it where they get all their information from. Most of it's from Department of Homeland Security, and they say that the encounters of the southern border trying to enter the U.S. without authorization have gone up significantly under President Joe Biden. Government statistics show that the initial processing of millions of encounters, 2.5 million people have been released into the U.S. and 2.8 million have been removed or expelled. Right? They're going to talk to you about these numbers. So you can actually look, what are the numbers according to the Department of Homeland Security that are being reported? What is the analysis and what are the statistics? To simply call it Democrat statistics, I hear, and this is my perspective, it seems to me that you're looking at, this disagrees with what I perceive in my short videos, therefore it's Democrat and it's wrong. And that seems intellectually dishonest and intellectually disingenuous.
No, what I am saying, and whether you
videos though,
I am saying is that Democrats have been known to silence any information.
Oh my God, guys, seriously.
Okay, I'm like he addressed me. I'm gonna finish.
No, the other guy was speaking over you. It wasn't your fault.
You're fine.
Okay, so you have one particular party that I don't trust very much because of its council culture that keeps on silencing anything that counters it. Right. And that's what I mean when I say Democrat statistics, because what I see is two different sides that will often post information. And one of them is cancel cultured. And it's usually the right that gets cancel cultured because they're like, because the Democratic Party now thinks that they get to define what is misinformation, malinformation, or the other and
the
bad one.
What she's referencing to is that the current party in power, and this does prove to happen, can manipulate anything all the way even up to FBI statistics.
I'm looking at average people going and showing me what's going on, and they're like answer stuff going and saying this never used to happen. And look at my property, it's completely destroyed. And the border control is allowing this to happen. I'm watching Dust Up's ranch where this guy is trying to reforest or reverse desertification on his land. And you see the immigrants going through and he's like, this never used to happen like this.
But have you seen the statistics on overstayed work visas versus migrant crossings at border? And how overwhelming?
I haven't.
Well, if you look at that, you'll see how overwhelming it is. And I think even during Biden's term, it's like 70% all the way up until 2023 was overstayed work visas or the most illegal immigrants here. So when Chuck Schumer was up there 2 months ago saying, yeah, we probably have about 10 million. I think he said like 10 million non-citizens here that we need to turn into citizens. And he's up there, he's talking about it. Most of those people are here just because they've overstayed their visas, and the programs and policies that are in place, right, are not working to get these people legal, and it's causing massive disruptions in our country. And it has nothing to do with, and we do know border crossings are up. Border crossings are at like Bush levels, 2020, right? And we know that, and that's another thing that needs to be handled. But when you have two Homeland Security bills come up, and there's fucking Ukraine spending in one, and then this other one isn't getting passed well by the Dems, right? And then Trump's calling for this other one to have confliction, and all these problems, nothing's getting done, nothing's getting handled, and so it's a shit show, and that's where we're at today.
And I think, can't we all agree that the middle road that since this is a the red tape that helps get people through who need to get through and gets people out who need to get out, the red tape, the bureaucracy, that needs to be addressed. The fact that someone can literally marry someone and wait 3 years to get into the United States.
But that's the thing. That's the thing is Biden already addressed it. right? And so Biden has already put that ball in place of what needed to happen 4 fucking years ago. He just didn't do it until election time came around. And that's why people are upset, because now it's actually starting to get done. And now it's starting to actually happen. And so we'll see what Trump does when they come in and how they want to handle it, which will most likely just be the simple passing of limiting visas, right, and increasing budgets for border security. It's actually
go ahead, Buck.
Even the Democrats have done it.
I just don't know why we don't go back to the original plan that the founding fathers had, right? So you come here for 10 years, you don't commit a crime, you get to become a citizen. It's simple.
I think 10 years is a little too long personally, but yeah, I agree. You're here for a certain amount of time.
Do that.
Are they paying taxes for 10 years?
So
yes, of course.
No taxes. No, if you're paying taxes, let's go back to the founding fathers. You better be represented. I myself,
they are paying taxes.
I myself am an immigrant. I moved to the United States in 2003. I had visa after visa after visa issues. I came here completely legally. I was status pending for a year and a half where I couldn't work and I couldn't go to school. I finally did get my green card. And then because when I was 17, my history teacher told me not to sign up for selective service because I wasn't an immigrant, my green card was rejected. So now I'm 30 years old in this country, came here legal. So when we start talking about immigrants, there's no 10 million immigrants coming over the border. There's 10 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. And what we need to do is to figure out how to turn these undocumented immigrants into documented immigrants. Because if they stay undocumented,
and nobody disagrees with that. That is an absurd claim to say. Anybody disagrees with that. What we need to do is start working on it. Start getting the right people here that said, listen, why are you here? What are you working on? What's going on? Document them and get them to be citizens. There's a ton of people here. I would say of the 10 million, over 50% need to be here. We need to turn them into Americans. I don't know what the other 50% are.
So the border,
those other 50%.
And they had visas and they expired.
Hold on. Let me finish my thought, please. Those other 50%, right? As we go through them, don't need to stay here necessarily on our dime. That is not how systems ran in the past, and now they don't need to run this way now.
What do you mean? But they're not staying here on a dime. Undocumented immigrants work.
Social service.
No, they do not. No, they do not.
They do.
In New York State,
they do.
In New York State, I'm in New York State. In New York State,
it depends on if you're in California or if you.
I just server muted her until other people are going to finish speaking. In New York State, you cannot get any social services if you have no social security number. Do you know how I know? Correct. Because when I did not have a social security number, I could not get student aid. I could not get even subsidized healthcare. I couldn't get anything.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
So don't say that they are getting it. I'm finishing the point. So don't say that they are getting on our dime. All that would be happening is that children of illegal immigrants in New York State, for example, will be getting the New York State healthcare, the New York State of healthcare, probably like Health First.
I don't care.
That's the most that will happen.
I don't care what's happening to you anecdotally. I care what's happening to people right now. And when you sign up for asylum, you're given funds. And people are told that after you're done, after the catch and release program, to go sign up for the asylum program. And so they do. And when you do that, you're given welfare funds. What are you talking about?
So
you're also told to call the IRS and go get your IRS number. You don't need a social security number for that.
Yeah, but are we just going to ignore the videos? I just want to know, does the Homeland Security have commentary on that, right? Because we say, oh, look at the numbers, look what's reported. So when we see videos like this on TikTok or whatever, like, what's the numbers on the video? Explain the fucking video.
I do want to say right here, just looking it up instantly, undocumented immigrants are generally ineligible for federally funded welfare programs, but they may be eligible for some benefits in certain.
I'm talking about.
Let him finish speaking.
We're talking about undocumented.
No, I'm talking about illegal immigrants.
Undocumented. Asylum seekers are not undocumented.
Yes.
Documented.
Yeah, they're documented. They're documented non-citizens, correct? But they're overstayed visas. I'm not talking about people jumping the border.
Can we at least agree that the people who came through the front door are bureaucracy? They go ahead of the line than the people snuck across the board sideways, and they should be given. They should be given
more like they need to be taken care of first. Can we agree on that?
Look, guys.
I'm Irish. I'm Irish, so like I come from the long line of like, let's just get over that border and have some fun.
Okay, guys. If our goal is to get the 10 million, or maybe 50% of the 10 million people that are here as documented immigrants, right? If that's really our goal, then why is our rhetoric this instead of talking about the best ways to get them documented?
Because,
if that's really
there
our
are
goal.
plans in place. This is such a political
Okay, what
problem
plans?
that there's
Go
so
ahead,
much.
what plans?
There was 2 bills, right? One bill was very simple, limited the amount of visa, right, and increased the amount of money for Homeland Security. Very simple. It had so much conflict in the House because there was too much. It was like such a simple bill that by the time it was done with the House, everybody tacked on such the craziest shit. It never even got to the Senate. And then the other bill that hit the Senate.
I have a clarification.
Had so much non-money for it, and then all that Ukrainian spending that was such a conflict of interest. So once again, it's not getting through the politics. We've had.
I have a clarification question. So I was asking if our goal is to get these undocumented people documented, then what is the policies that we're using? And tell me if I heard you wrong, but you said less visas and more border security. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no. Homeland Security, not border security.
Yes.
Homeland Security.
Okay, more Homeland Security, less visas.
Homeland Security is going to help them get the visas. Understand?
There's less visas, though. He said less visas,
Yes,
more
it
Homeland
limits.
Security. So how does that get
all the
people
bills?
in?
All the bills that the Democrats and Republicans are bipartisan on is to limit the amount of work visas. Yes, that is the goal.
Why? Okay, if our goal
while we
is
work
to,
on what we're working on, because it'll free up Homeland Security, who will get a bunch of money to go then get people their visas and say, hey, we're limiting the amount of visas and we're giving to the amount of people in the country. That's a bipartisan shit. Everybody
here instead of
what we don't agree on is the facts of the policies. The policies are too fat. Why is this shit in there?
I legitimately don't understand how less visas is going to get more documented. Is going to document more people.
Sure, not a problem. I give out 100 visas a year, right? Mm-hmm. And if I say, hold on, I've got a backlog of people that are trying to get visas that are in my house or in my country or whatever, I'm not going to allow people to come in anymore as much as I'm going to try to get these people back on their visas and get them back up and running because I need time, right? That's all.
Okay,
that's all. So 50 this year so I can focus on this at home and get these people documented. We need to get these people documented now. They're backlogged. It's such a weird thing. It's not ridiculous.
It's not weird.
People who have been in America for 4 years. You're talking about dreamers that have been here since Obama. It's a whole thing. We need to work on these people.
No,
it's quality over quantity. That's what he's talking about. It's quality.
They're already in the
quantity.
country. They're already in the country. So why don't we just stop? Okay. I don't care if you guys stop giving out visas to people outside of the fence, right? Why don't we just take the visas we have and prioritize the people in the country?
That's what he's saying.
No, he's saying that we're going to do that. No, stop. He's saying we're going to do that, and we're going to reduce the total amount of visas that we're giving out. So what's the point? Like, why not just use the visas we have right now?
We're going to take those visas and, take... He made it very.
These people.
There's a backlog. We have to prioritize the ones that are here. Give them those visas instead of bringing new people in.
Okay, but Grim,
instead of bringing new people in,
but Grim,
we give the people who are here that are
Grim. Why can't we use the same amount of visas we're doing right now and only give them to people currently in the country? Why do we have to also bring down the number of visas?
Because you're overwhelming the system. You're just trying to limit the amount of people coming in.
No, we're not overwhelming the
system. It's a very simple logistical situation.
We're not overwhelming the system because we already have that many coming in.
You're contributing to the system. You're not overwhelming it.
If the system is overwhelmed, you have a program in place and you have an input of X, right? And the program is overwhelmed. You limit your input, and so your people and staff can focus on it. It's a logistical situation. That's been a bipartisanship. That has literally been the solution for like not 4 years, probably about 3 years since these bills started.
Well,
hitting the House.
do
They
it.
more contribute.
You
than
guys
take.
won. How about you go do it, Don? What's
That's
your point?
part of it. That's not the problem. The problem is the fucking fat as it comes flying through the House and the Senate, and God knows what it's going to look like this time.
Well, it's going to be your House and your Senate, so I don't want to hear any complaining this
I don't
year.
know why you say it's my House, my Senate. You don't even know.
Whatever.
You are still an American.
So, the original claim was undocumented people are getting welfare. We are established that's not true. We moved on from that. Now we are on to the point of, so what do we do with the 10 million that are already here? We have to reduce the amount of external visas because it's going to overwhelm the system. Well, all you really got to do is fund a group or fund the organization that's here for DACA or those who have already been living in the States.
That's who's getting funded, yes. That is also what has been. Both of them have had funding for Homeland Security.
Cut me off, that's okay.
And all that is underneath it. So those are, once again,
welcome to the
club. They closed down the borders, but brought in the doors.
You guys have to let Don finish. You got to let Don finish. Take turns. This is killing me. Sorry.
Okay, I want to say something real quick before that's on Don.
Go ahead, CJ.
I am standing outside. Do you guys want to know why I'm standing outside?
It's hell in your apartment.
No,
because everybody's so loud that he doesn't want to be in his house when everybody's screaming.
No, it's I'm standing outside because someone came in and said, so I went outside. All right, that has never happened in this Discord, at least not for me. So, guys, there's a lot of people in here. We need to be mindful of that.
Yes. No, we don't.
So stop it.
Livik, I have the power. I
apologize. I apologize.
Don, argument, Don, if I understand you correctly, what you're trying to argue, closing the borders, but broadening the doors so that the people who have the visas, the people who are having the bureaucracy problems, the people who are being tied up in paperwork are able to get through more effectively.
I didn't bring that up, but I'm down for that. Make sure there's better funding, make sure there's better organization, that the process is a little easier, make it cheaper. I'm down for all of that. Now, that wasn't my argument. My argument, the grounding for my argument is that we have around 10 million people in this country that are paying taxes and don't have representation. Undocumented immigrants pay property taxes, they pay sales tax on whatever they buy, they pay water bills, they pay taxes on a bunch of different things. The thing they don't pay taxes on is usually income tax, but they don't have representation. That group of people, irrespective of external visas, are already living here, as CJ says. There needs to become a group or some sort of body that the legislative body hopefully votes in and makes it possible for them to pursue documentation so they can begin to pay taxes, even just a visa. They don't have to become citizens at first.
Dan, I have a question.
Yeah.
Dan, I have a question. Any one of those people can go to the IRS.gov website and sign up to pay taxes right now and be documented, at least in the form of taxes. And they could do this in the state of New York and the state of California, where they won't deport you if they find out where you're at. Why don't they do that?
Well, in New York and California have some of the most DACA recipients. A lot of them, are either afraid or don't know that they can do such a thing because of language barriers and specific big orange men on TV saying really scary things, and they're terrified of being deported. Another thing is, to be a DACA recipient, you've had to have come into the country, I think, before the age of 10 and have lived here for a specific period of time. A lot of them can't do that because they either came here at the age of 13 or they came here at the age of 14, wherever else it might be, and now they're in their 30s or in their late 20s or even in their mid 30s, and they don't know how to go through that process. But that's the reason.
But how come our latest administration hasn't even performed such tasks since the agencies that respectively do that marketing and campaigning to get these people legal and to give them IRS notices or to let them know, hey, you can pay income tax? How come they're not taking efforts?
So they do efforts of that. For example, in New York State, in California, other states, I see myself when I go to the grocery stores or wherever else I might go, there are signs for DACA, different local groups, because the federal government doesn't send its federal troops. They send guidelines and information and to state, and then the state divvies those to the counties. That's kind of how that works.
Would it be healthy to say that agency has received larger amounts of funding since the overwhelming population of illegal immigrants have come in?
I don't know exactly how much funding. I don't know how much exactly funding they have gotten. That'd be something interesting to look up. But what I do know is that when the Democratic majority and the Biden administration tried to push through immigration reform, the Republicans struck it down. So the legislative body could not allocate more funds towards this institution because the executive branch does not have that power. That's the legislative power. So the legislative power body could not get that done. That is what I would say. And the reason why it's so important to focus on the specifics and the facts here, because before we had this productive part of the conversation, we were just saying random claims about documented people getting welfare, which is not true.
Can we say that possibly, like, they're, at least from what I heard or the news I was given, they were being given more aid than people getting from the hurricane incident that happened, right? Like, they were getting more help, and they were getting the hotels, and they were getting all this stuff. And then actual civilians of the United States, do we know how true that is? Because I didn't fact check that. That's just something I came across and went, holy crap, if that's true, it sucks. How true do you think that is? That these asylum seekers get more help than who went through a hurricane?
I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about the claim that $750 was paid to the FEMA people, and that's all that they were getting, and that FEMA funds are being diverted to support immigrants and international. That is misleading. So it's true that the initial payment for FEMA people were $750. You would just go and sign up and get $750. But that was just the initial payment without the rest of the paperwork and the rest of the damage claims and stuff like that. No, undocumented immigrants do not get more money than those American citizens whose property was damaged due to natural incidents like hurricanes or tornadoes.
And once again, I have to push back on your claim. Hold on, if I could. Sorry, I have to push back on your claim and say yes. So asylum seekers do receive money. So during the catch and release program, you are given a website to go to either be deported or seek asylum. Most people just go to the website on their cell phones and seek asylum, where there's multiple languages you can go through, and then they are given relief funds from your local state, including New York and California specifically have funds for asylum seekers that they're using. And then there are federal programs. I don't know why you keep on saying there isn't.
Because asylum seekers are not undocumented immigrants. These are documented.
I never said undocumented.
Yes, we did.
I specifically said asylum.
And then I said they are undocumented. And then through catch and release program, then they're asylum seekers when they come out of that program. That's what is proven. I don't know why you're not understanding this. That's what catch and release is. They give you a link to go and appeal for asylum. The process of asylum, like I said, is 6 months to 2 years out until you get your first court case. So that's how long it takes for you to work. You're not going to get a job for 6 months to a year. And then you are given funds from your state, right? Your local government, okay, and then your federal government. And it is overseen by DOJ. Don't know how hard that is to understand.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
What are those? That's where people are trying to figure out. I don't know where they're coming from. They think it comes from the federal budget, but they can't find where.
But you're making claims that it's happening. So obviously,
no, California and New York.
Hold on. You're just saying like this money is going out. So obviously, you have some sort of information of how much money is coming out, how much money is going to these people, where this money is coming from.
I'm not privy. I haven't seen anybody privy. Hold on. I haven't seen anybody privy to the numbers. It comes from the Office of Refugee Resettlement to the Health and Human Services. People don't know how much, which is what people were suspecting when FEMA says, listen, we need to go, we're having funding issues on FEMA. because we don't know how much funds that needs to come for the people, right? And so Health and Human Services, people are questioning, well, how much money have you guys been giving out? And we don't know. California and New York also have separate funding as well through their mental health services and their shelter and housing services and all their other food, all their NGOs and all other
We
stuff.
literally don't know the numbers.
Correct.
We're not giving them.
You're entirely missing my point. You're entirely missing my point, because I'm saying I'm not specifically asking for the numbers. I'm saying you obviously are looking at receipts that are showing that this money is trading hands, right? So where are the receipts? Right, because what they like, if you're saying this is happening without actually having receipts showing that money is changing hands, I don't even know what we're talking about.
He gave you the website. You can go and sign up to be an asylum seeker and get your
yeah. So where are the receipts? Show. I just want to see the receipts.
So I looked it up.
It's
I looked it up. So under federal, the Department of Homeland Security announces that they added. Oh no, my bad. They said that it took about over the last from 2005 to 2009. They spent $457.2 billion on asylum seekers. So between 2005 and 2019. And according to New York City, they spent about $3.2 billion on asylum seekers in from 2023 to 2024, which accounts to
that's
DHS said again from 2005 to 2019 it's 457.2 billion since.
But we don't know if that's doubled. That would be insane if that doubled.
Okay, so we're looking at those numbers. These are numbers over 20 years. That's actually not that insane. $1 trillion over.
It only goes to 2019. But the immigration levels were not as drastic.
Well, Bush era immigration record.
Bush was bad, but it wasn't this situation.
Okay, so we can talk about allocating funding, and then again, we can look at the specific failures, which is the immigration reform bill not passing in Congress, which the evidence, and we can look up articles was that whatever the fat was, it
Could
didn't
have been a poorly made bill.
It didn't get passed.
Wouldn't have solved
It didn't get passed, but can you argue because it was poorly made and people couldn't?
I'm not talking about that. We're not talking
Real
about
quick, I have one quick thing about the idea that, like, crazy that it doubled from 2020 years ago. $1.70 today is worth $1 in 2004. Right?
Inflation.
So it really didn't go up that much.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
So you're saying don't forget to account for
in
inflation.
2024, the DHS said that it spent it reallocated 340 million for the SSP, which is a program for whatever it is, for asylum seekers or whatever it might be. So while all that's happening, that's what's going on. I think they do know where the money's coming from. Obviously, people are moving around and paying. I don't know why you're saying that people don't know where. You might not know where the money's coming from, but we can go ahead and do research. I can keep looking it up.
It's an HHS budget, but we don't know where the money because here's the thing: is that you can say, yeah, no, it's coming from our budget. It's coming from our budget, but you can work with nonprofits to help supply part of that. But we don't get that until we get that fiscal data until
you don't know,
like next month or something. No, like 2 months. No, end of the year. It's like December 20th or whatever. So whenever we get that budget come out, then we can go, okay, here's what the HHS spent versus here what they got for the nonprofits to come in, versus here's what the state supplemented. And we'll figure that out, but it's going to be a lot of money and we're trying to figure that out. And if we figure that out, then you actually can have some better solutions. These bills sucked. Like I said, there's just so much fat got on them. You're like, dude, now they don't disagree. Now the Democrats disagreed with the Republicans version and the Republicans disagree with the Democrats version.
I am so grateful for Sir Grimm being here because articulates very going on in my head and I can't say. And I just want to say,
well, I think that appealing to what Grim, what you might not know, or what other people might not know, doesn't really help the point overall. I think the point was that there was overspending, that there was callous spending, that undocumented people were getting welfare, which they don't. That asylum seekers shouldn't be getting the program that they're getting.
And I've been saying the opposite. And I said, listen, man, you keep straw manning me, and I'm getting.
I'm not trying to straw man you. I remember.
Time where I said,
because at the beginning.
one time where I said, "Hey, man, it's not what I said." I told you the process of how undocumented works through
Grim,
it.
I am going
Why do
to
you keep
say
doing
it.
that?
I'm going to say it over and over and over again because luckily I saw. Wow, there's so many claims going on at once. There's so many claims going on at once. I'm going to open up a notepad and just sit and listen to what people are saying and write down their claims.
That would be great. Do that.
That's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing. So in my notepad, there is written someone in this group, whether you or other people, said undocumented people are getting welfare. I remember saying, no, they don't.
Correct.
They cannot get it.
Magical ink.
Listen, I keep on trying to explain this as clear as possible. I know, and that's fine if you want to take your notes and
like there are different forms.
I'm going to repeat that. I'm going to repeat that. I'm going to repeat that because
I know you want to keep talking over me.
Because no, you just started talking over me. You just started talking.
You just finished your thought, and I'm just trying to reply to your thought. You just said
I'm going to have to talk over you,
guys. Both you guys.
Yeah, because you misquoted him.
I'm not misquoting him.
Stop. All right. Don. Let's just hear him out for a second.
I don't think that's fair. I don't think someone's not just going to come in and say, I'm going to have to talk over you.
Misquoted him. I did not misquote. Seekers. That is different than all documented. Yes, you did. There's a difference between undocumented and asylum seekers. And there is an overlap.
All right. Okay.
Sorry.
Star. I'm trying to get this into like a better situation, and then you triple down and like I'm just trying to get this clear. Don, I'm not saying it's fair, right? I think that most of us understand your position, Don, and that's the only reason I'm saying like let's hear what Grim has to say first, and then Don replies and say if Grim is accurately responding to what you're saying, Don.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to reply to what you said, so I waited till you finished. I thought I was being respectful. Just wanted a chance to reply. So what I'm saying is that I showed a path and a process. I don't care what notes you jotted down because I don't know what fashion you're jotting them down. And if you miss some things out, I don't know why you're not filling that in because I get upset because I'm like, dude, I keep on saying this, right, to you, right, and to Scott, and it's like, hey, man, I'm just trying to like fill in the notes when you keep on saying undocumented gets welfare, and I go, nope, here's the process, right, of how undocumented becomes documented gets welfare, and how the government is focusing on that, while the illegal immigrants get barely no messaging on actually how to get legal and actually how to get an IRS income and all that. And like, we have no idea what is going on with those people because we just don't like know they're here in what fashion. And I'm trying to say that there's equal bipartisan agreement. We have solutions in place, right? And that's okay because I think now we can actually get them done. I just don't know what fat is going to get on those bills in a Republican form fashion. And I'm happy to argue about those, but the solutions are already here. Right? They're already done. But please don't say that I'm saying that undocumented people just get paid. I don't even think we can track half the undocumented, let alone fucking pay them.
To be clear, Grim, Don was not claiming that you specifically. He was just saying he wrote it down. He wasn't making the claim that you're the one that said undocumented people are.
But it was taken out of context.
Hold on.
It was taken out of context.
Hold on, Star.
Sorry.
Okay, Star. I understand that you're saying that it doesn't matter, right? Because that's not what Don was claiming.
All right.
I just wanted to make that clear. I don't know if you were realizing that, Grim, but sorry for cutting you off, Grim.
Grim did say that you get illegal immigrants are getting access to welfare.
Guys.
Sorry.
But whatever the case is, he said it, but he said it out of and it was quoted out of context.
He said it. Yeah. Stop, just let him finish.
I'm just saying context matters. That's my point. Context matters. Don't take him out of context.
Sure, we get that. But I was just saying is that I was replying in that manner because I am the only one that I know of that said that. I am the one that said that. I raised my hand, right? I said those words, but it was taken out of context and I kept on trying to correct it. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just defending Grim because I know it was taken.
Well,
and he's irritated.
Don has been waiting very patiently.
Go ahead, Don.
Because I asked him to wait.
So, I think what I was trying to say is that we can talk about the things that we might not know about, specifically the spending or whatever it might be. And that doesn't go ahead and then say that that the Democratic Party is for open borders. They want undocumented immigrants flooding this country. They clearly don't want that. We know they don't want that, as they put forward specific bills. And you can argue that the bill was fat or the bill was bloated. And we can go ahead and reduce this all the way down to, oh, there's a filibuster. Congress only votes on bills during this season. So each party brings together what it's considered its complete bill. This is American politics. And we can talk about all these different nuances. But that is entirely different than when we go to the beginning of what I wrote down, which is immigration is, we get to blame Democrats for the problem with immigration. Right now we're at a whole other point. Democrats clearly don't want illegal immigration in the country. They clearly do want to get undocumented people and getting them documented. They obviously have infrastructure and methods of trying to get asylum seekers and through different states and moving them around to unload the burden on southern states. All of these things exist. That's it. So the initial claim from 10 minutes ago of immigration is it's the Democrats' referendum on their immigration policy, I think a little bit falls flat on its face. And we can take that from one take
piece, but I do have to go. We will battle another time. I appreciate it. Cheers.
Honestly, I can't articulate any better than you did. I share very similar views, and I can't articulate any better.
He's denying what he said.
Huh?
Nivek, we can drop that. We're dropping that, Nivek.
Yeah. And so all I'm trying to say is that my point is that a lot of times you want to villainize one side, right? And be like the Republicans versus the Democrats or whatever. We can all agree that we care about the well-being of other human beings. And
I'll do it. Fuck them both. There you go.
We all care about the well-being of other human beings, our citizens first, and then the people trying to get in here legally second, and then the people trying to get in illegally third. I think we can all agree on that, but where we all differ is how to handle the situation. How to handle that situation. It's not that one side's an asshole, the other side disagree on how to get it done. But we all agree that, we want people to have the American dream as long as it's not harming Americans. Don't you think?
Just pass the law, everybody in.
Oh my God. Yeah, but that is detrimental. That hurts America.
You don't have to worry about breaking the law anymore.
Don, someone said you look like you're 17.
I'm not 17, I'm 31.
That's definitely a lie. You look like you're 15. I'm joking.
I'll take the compliment.
I think personally I get agitated, agitated as hell when us versus them starts happening to an extreme in which one side is being bastardized.
Well, maybe them should stop being bastards.
Well, I want to point out that this is exactly what I was saying earlier, that we seem to have this equivocation when it's an indictment on Republicans, and then a demonization when it's a policy that is a failure of the Democrats. This is exactly what happened in this chat before. I felt like I had to defend the Democratic policy on immigration, which is flawed, obviously, but we can we at least as a group recognize that this has been going on in this chat for the last couple of hours?
100%.
I think from my perspective is liberal, and as a moderate, weren't being represented until.
Okay, you're breaking up really bad. All we got was I'm a liberal moderate. You're breaking up really bad. Can you please restate?
I'm sorry. As a moderate who cares about both sides, but that the Republican Party was attacked without a Republican to respond is now I have to argue for the right because that's not fair what's going on and what's being said about them.
because it's not true. Because I'm constantly like, why does the left think like this, and why does the right look like that? And I can argue both sides or see both sides. And until Grimm came in, there wasn't a good representative of the Republican movement. You were just kind of shitting on Republicans from my perspective.
Well,
and so I'm like, I guess
it does also seem that you have a skewed understanding, right? So we can go back to the 1980s when conservatives were calling anybody who is liberal fucking communist, fucking socialist, baby murderers, fucking anything that you can possibly imagine, literally for the past 40 years. And then now all of a sudden people are clutching at pearls when people are saying, "Oh, well, maybe these conservatives are a bit of assholes, right? Maybe these guys are acting like fascists."
Scott,
all of a
can I
sudden,
bring
it's like pearl clutching, but like, how could you possibly say these things? But if you look at the past 40 years of conservative fucking talking points and propaganda, it makes zero fucking sense.
Yeah, I agree. It's like, oh, guys, they're finally doing it to us. Screaming.
Yep.
That's what it feels like for me.
That's what was brought up earlier before you came in, Scott. The person was talking about the leftist identity, and I was like, no, that's the right. And you're getting a reaction from the left from the right.
I literally lived through the fucking Clinton trials, and if the right is complaining about what's happening to Trump right now, if you could only fucking go back and experience what happened to Clinton, it's fucking bonkers.
Oh my god, you don't get to do that.
Yeah. Do you know why the Clinton trial started? It started because of something called Watergate, which was supposedly a real estate deal that went beneficial towards Bill Clinton. And then you got the special counsel, Ken Starr. Starfire, I bet this is something you don't know shit about, so I get you're laughing, and that's fair.
Oh no, I'm just thinking of Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah,
and the stuff that our politicians do nowadays makes that guy look like a saint.
Look a saint, yeah. Trump? That is 100% true. No, Bill Clinton.
Oh my god.
It was basically off a book by Walt Whitman that Monica Lewinsky signed. That's why Walter White in Breaking Bad is Walter White. It's a head nod to Walter Whitman in the Clinton scandal.
Oh gosh. I remember the drama. It was big.
Monica Lewinsky voted for Harris. This shit was golden. The memes on that shit.
Oh no!
Do you guys understand the reason why when Trump got in trouble, he said, "There's no way I'm gonna allow a special counsel," because what happened during Clinton's time is they allowed Ken Starr to be a special counsel, and he just dug into fucking everything. He couldn't find anything that fucking went wrong in the entire thing until it got to the point where he asked Bill Clinton if he had sex with Monica Lewinsky, and then it turned out, like, of course, Bill Clinton, when he's asked this, is gonna be like, "No, I did not have sex with that woman. His wife's right there." Like, he's not going to implicate himself in cheating, but that turned out to be the thing that fucking nailed him. Why? Because the special counsel had complete leeway. Now, if a special counsel had complete leeway with Trump, Jesus fucking Christ. But you know what? Conservatives have done everything at every step of the fucking way to prevent that from happening.
You do understand that we can argue that on both sides of the party line, right? Like, this is not just a Republican thing. Like you need to understand.
Oh no.
it comes to
I'll tell you right now. I've got receipts. I've got 40 years of fucking receipts that I've been paying attention to.
And
I'll bring the fucking info.
Yeah. Well, you go and you look at Trump in 1990. You can't. My argument has that I had to vote for the lesser of two evils. Not that Trump is a good person. It was like my argument was Kamala was worse, not Trump is good.
Okay. Okay. Let's assume that Trump is the lesser evil. How many people were on the ballot? How many presidential candidates were on your ballot?
You're talking to the person who wanted to vote for and to vote between the I was willing to go third. I was willing to throw my ballot. There was a candidate that was trying to get in all 50 states, and the Democratic Party screwed with the democratic process to prevent it from happening.
Are you talking about RFK? Are you talking about RFK?
I personally was going to go for RFK.
RFK is mentally retarded. I mean, that guy is.
Well, the way I see it is that the Democratic and Republican parties are fighting to sit at the cool kids table in the mental ward, and RFK Jr. was the tinfoil hat wearing adult in the room. That's how I see it. I'm not saying we had amazing options.
And Chase Oliver was the orderly. Chase Oliver was the orderly, and that's why all these people not taken care of. Chase just left.
Well, I mean,
we can argue over RFK.
What if it actually is the case, though, that RFK wearing the tinfoil hat is actually the kid, right? And your sense of being, I don't know.
My argument is I considered him.
The argument stands whether RFK is retarded or not.
He's not retarded. Okay,
it stands whether he is
because of his voice. Okay, no, he's highly intelligent. I guarantee you. Yeah, he's highly.
I just think you guys are disillusioned of the.
It's not important. It's not important. What matters is I bet all of us here, most of us at least, would be willing to go third party, but the system would not be willing to go third party, which would make our efforts pointless.
Oh yeah, we should discuss the electoral college that is two-party system. How about that? That's probably what needs to be addressed.
Oh yeah. So in Colorado,
just start voting for the people you actually want in office.
We got rid of that. We got rid of that in Colorado in this election. Hell yes. No more. In Colorado? In Colorado. So, typically, when you vote for the potential candidates, you have to either be registered Republican or Democrat to vote for the potential candidates that are going to be going up in the general election. We just got rid of that, so you can vote for anybody. You don't have to be a registered Democrat or Republican to vote.
Oh,
that's weird.
No. It's Sweet Pea. The electoral.
Okay, well, you broke up, but I think we understand what you're saying. Your service must be or something. I know Wisconsin just made it illegal for elections to be ranked choice voting. That's crazy.
They
made it illegal?
It was a ballot option. One of the ballot options was to ban ranked choice voting.
That's the same in Missouri. It's fucking wild. People voted for it 72%. Something crazy. Just how?
They should have allowed ranked choice voting on it. Yes or no?
Right?
You get to pick two.
I think in Colorado we passed the Interstate Compact. Yes.
What is that?
The Interstate Compact. Yeah, the Interstate Compact means that whoever gets the national popular vote, the state will give all their electoral votes to that person.
No shit.
Yep.
That's cool.
So
that's a really clever way of getting rid of the electoral college.
It eliminates gerrymandering in electoral college. Yeah, it's beautiful. And there's like
That's
I
clever.
think like five or six states that need to ratify that, and then that will be enough states that will determine elections for the rest of the time that law is in place, I guess.
That's pretty clever. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking awesome is what it is, but really we should just write some shit like that into the Constitution. The Constitution, really.
That is a good argument, but it is much easier to adopt that than for the United States to adopt a new amendment. We can't even get the fucking like women's rights amendment.
What?
There was you don't even know about it. That's the funny part, huh? There was a women's right amendment that was going around for like 10, 20 years, finally got ratified by the last state that it needed to get, put up into the Senate, but by that time it was already dead.
Jesus. Well, at the end of the day, though, I think we're going to have to do it somehow or other. I think we should abolish the Senate, for one. It's a piece of shit. And the filibuster while we're at it.
I think we should just adopt the Athens.
I think that's a retarded idea, sir. I'm sorry.
I think it's a lot better than voting for people.
Do you want to? So I have an opinion. You know how we have we have it where we have the Congress and we have the Senate, right? Because each state needs to be represented, but some states are larger than others. So we literally split it in two, right? We're like, this is Senate and this is the House of Representatives and stuff like that. And so California has more, seats or whatever, but we all have 2 senators. Yep. I think that needs to be done with the Electoral College. So the person who wins, let's say Trump, or not Trump, Harris wins California. The 2 votes automatically, no matter what, goes to the winning candidate. But then whatever's left of the Electoral College votes needs to be divided among what the California people actually voted for. So if one of those votes, like if you go and divide it all up and you're like, okay, 1 vote goes to RFK, one of our little electoral things, and then 3 to Kamala or 2 to Trump, because statistically speaking, when you actually count the people who were represented, right? Like, because there are Republicans in California who don't have a voice, and there are Democrats in Texas who don't have a voice. Their vote doesn't count for shit. And that needs to be recognized.
I see what you're saying. I'm not sure if it would do anything good.
Well, why not just have a straight national popular vote? Why?
There's a reason for that. There is a reason for that.
We already have the senatorial system set up, right? So you can have a state like Wyoming that has 100 citizens that has 2 senators. Now, why in the world does a body as powerful as the Senate have 2 senators from a fucking podunk fucking shit-eating cow fucking state like Wyoming?
Excuse me?
I'm joking. I'm right below. I am
from Wyoming.
I'm right below Wyoming. I'm in Colorado. I'm just making jokes. Why do they have the same amount of senatorial votes as a place like Texas or California or New York? So right off the bat, these people have an outsized representation in our current democracy. And I know you're going to say there's...
Okay, go ahead.
Well, because people can say, well, because these people in these certain areas need their representation. But the problem is what happens is you're robbing representation from another group of people to
But that
give it to a
is
smaller group of people.
counterbalanced. We have a counterbalance,
It's
which is the House of
counterbalanced.
Representatives. It's counterbalanced by the House of Representatives.
Yeah, but the House of Representatives isn't even close to being fair, right? That's when gerrymandering comes in, and we have all sorts of issues. That's when we're talking about.
I've got a better idea.
Electoral districts.
I'm sorry? It's not counterbalanced by the House of Representatives because both houses of Congress need to be in agreement on a law in order for it to pass. So, if the House of Representatives, ostensibly representing the people as a whole, they say this law is the shit, the Senate, which is, has a lot more representation for those no one lives here states like Wyoming, they can say no, and the House of Representatives can go eat shit and die. That's not a counterbalance. That's just...
It's just a double check. It's a double check valve.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. We have to remember this system was developed when there are 13 colonies. That the approximate population wasn't all that much different. We have states with like 50 million people versus a state with 100 million with 1 million people. It's a huge problem that has to be solved.
Hear me out. Okay, we've got 300. Let's say we've got 300 million people in the United States right now. We've got 50 states, right? I'm using 300 million to simplify the numbers here. 300 million divided by 50 is 6 million, correct? Mm-hmm. So why don't we just remake all the states? 6 million people in each state. If they grow, eventually, every 10 years we can change the state lines. Or we can leave the states how they are and just have people, represented by those precincts and leave the states as they are.
Dude, I would feel really bad for the 6 million people that had to live in Alaska.
Hey, man, Alaskans get all sorts of shit.
They do, but the population of Alaska is maybe 200,000 or something. It's
what I was thinking is we would combine Alaska, Hawaii, and Florida. I was thinking we'd do that.
This is just a recipe for gerrymandering.
What?
Yeah, Alaska's population.
Oh my God, I'm joking. Jesus Christ.
I know. Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah, dude. Alaska's
it's kind of serious.
Is 733,000.
I'm kind of serious in that we could absolutely change some state lines or change the way that our apportionments are just by moving some lines around. Now that gets into gerrymandering, but we have pretty decent tools to weed the bias out of that stuff. In my opinion.
Do you think the state of California and the state
democracy is the way to go?
Do you think?
Sorry, Starfire.
Do you think the state of California, the state of New York, and the state of Texas, because we have a larger population, could abuse its powers if we just went off of popular vote? If it was just
of course. But the states with smaller populations are actively abusing their power now, right? So
which is why what I'm saying. Okay, let's say, for example, let's say Nebraska has 6 votes. I don't know what it is, but let's say that now, currently speaking, they have 6 votes. All right, or 6 electoral votes, right? Let's say that's the case.
Given.
All right, let's say that they go and they have their little, voting. I'm so sorry. Yeah, their election. Thank you. I'm an epileptic. Sometimes I confabulate words. I was trying not to. And so they have their election. They have their election, and Harris wins. 2 of those votes, no matter what, go to the winning president. But those 4 other ones, they need to divide by 4, right? The popular vote of Nebraska. That way.
How do we do the rounding? Is it so? What if it's
Trump
51?
Is 2 of those votes? If Trump is 2 of those votes, then and Harris is 2 of those votes, then Harris gets 4, but the Trump still
possible.
gets 2 in that state.
Wait, how are you rounding here? How are you rounding here? If Harris wins,
rounding. Exactly.
If Harris wins, well, hold up. If Harris wins, she has 51% of the vote, and Trump has 49% at least.
Okay.
So if we're going by first past the post for these little vote blocks, then Harris would get a total of Harris would get a total of 5, and Trump would get 1 because we can only do integer numbers.
No, Harris, like in this situation, Harris would automatically.
So,
and then it's basically 50-50, right? If you divided it by 4 and rounded like whatever, you would say that Trump gets 2 votes and Harris gets 2 votes. So Harris would have 4 in that state, but the Trump voters would still get 2. And it would matter in the long run. That and you go and you take that to bigger states. Right? What I'm trying to say is those votes are still counted, just not as much as the winning. So that winning president is still represented.
I'm following. But at what point, what percentage of the vote does Harris need to get the 5th electoral, the 5th electoral vote?
She would have, if there's only 4 votes, right? If there's only 4 votes, right, then 25% is 1 vote, right? And 25%. And now you have these 2 other ones where it's skewed. The one who has the most gets. I'm not great with math, but I know it could work.
It's all right. All right. It can work.
But it could be like where you divide it the most equally you possibly could, like you were dividing.
I feel like we're kind of nitpicking here. I'd like to challenge your argument against the popular vote, Starsfire, because I think it's flawed. Or not the popular vote, but a straight popular vote for the president, the abolitionist Senate. Could you give me an example of if we just did away with the Senate, right? Just pure, population representation, that kind of action. Could you give me an example
would have
of
a shit ton of power over the rest of the United States.
Why should the people of California have any less political power than? Why should a man in California have any less political power than
their interest? Because they're not interested in to Florida and how Florida is represented.
Give me an example. Give me a concrete example of a conflict of interest between the two.
Okay.
But no,
not a political disagreement, mind you. A difference of interest. A conflict of interest.
A conflict of interest.
I think the interesting thing that Sapphire is saying here is that there are certain people that their voices should count more. I mean, there's no other way to take the fucking point that she's making than this.
That's what I'm challenging. Why should a man in Wyoming? Let's go back to the conflict of interest thing, because that's the justification for the Senate and all that, right? Give me an example of a conflict of interest between, California, Wyoming. Pick any 2 states.
Those presidential candidates would, and New York. Let me finish. In order to do their little debate.
Hear you. That's why he said what? You broke up. That's why he said what?
Oh.
You broke up when you said California.
Okay. So California and Texas and New York, these bigger population states, right? The presidential candidates would only have to care about those states in order to win the candidacy.
Consider the following. If it's a straight popular vote, then the states and their borders don't actually matter. What matters is the population, the people. Correct. It's not a contest between the states over who has the longest dick. It's a matter of who the people of America as a general whole support.
Exactly.
CJ, you're like your camera was it.
My camera's what?
You look scary. You look like you're gonna jump scare us. Like you're gonna go boo.
Actually, wait. Do you have epilepsy?
No,
me?
Well,
Close your eyes if you have epilepsy. Close them.
Okay.
5.
What the fuck are you doing?
That's a strobe warning. He strobe warned me.
All I can see is like this red cat face on your shirt, I think. my nigga just straight up hiding in the shadows like Batman with a cat shirt.
I'm Batman. Please don't flash the light at anyone.
Anyway,
I do want to say we're live, so refrain from using the N word.
You're not allowed to use that live.
Oh yeah, please for the love of God, don't use the N-word.
In this chat, just so everyone know, this is live on YouTube. Anything that YouTube would get you banned for saying, don't say it. If you do say it, you will get muted. If you say it again after you get muted, you will get a timeout until the next time we do a live stream. If you say it for a third time, you'll be banned from the Discord.
Yeah.
Like, come on,
man. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Okay. You're good. You're good.
It wasn't you, was it?
No, it was me.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there was a second incident on this stream.
Yeah, where someone used the N-word.
But I am while I'm extremely sympathetic for the popular vote, I think that it's important to remember that one of the biggest flaws with the popular vote, and I would prefer ranked choice voting as a popular vote mechanism, but that the idea is that the United States the federal elections are between the states and not some between the individuals, which is why there's like this balance where some states the people count in less. It's because all of the states have to be equal. So if it was simply based on population scales, the smaller states with less population would intrinsically not be equal to other states. But we can also take into account the fact that half the states in the United States were manufacturers simply for like the Civil War and trying to get more electoral votes in the federal government to begin with to push their own like pro-slavery and anti-slavery. So it's all fucked up to begin with.
I mean,
the electoral college was because of slavery.
Like I mean, if we look at states like North Dakota, Wyoming, places like this where you have like less than 1 million people who have the same kind of senatorial power, right? I mean, this leads to being a problem. We've seen this. We've seen this time and time again. People love to complain about pork and like misspending in government. That misspending doesn't come from larger states. It comes from smaller states because these senators know they have the fucking power to fucking hold people's balls to the fucking fire. And
I agree.
Okay,
I agree with you, Scott. I 100% agree with you. I do not like the way the electoral is done. I'm just saying I understand why it is the way it is and more the original rationale. And I think that if it was if we just had a ranked choice voting federally, that would just fix the problem entirely.
What is ranked choice voting? What is that?
Well, CJ's shaking their head no. What do you want to say about ranked choice voting?
I was just saying, do what the Athenians did. You know how we all have what's it called, jury duty? Just put political offices in there too. Fuck it.
Nah, man, do it like the Spartans.
Okay. No. Before we go into the tangent,
ranked choice voting.
Direct.
Stars
is direct democracy.
Yeah, but Stars Fire had a question. So ranked choice voting basically means that imagine that each vote. There's a list. There's like first place, second place, third place, fourth place, depending on the number of candidates. And first place would get 10 points. Second place will get 8 points. Third place will get 6 points. And let's say out of 100 people, 50-50 vote for blue and red as their favorite candidate. But for their second favorite candidate, every single one of them votes for the green. That means Greens will win. So ranked choice voting gives you an option to put your first favorite, your second favorite, your third. So it's like if your first one doesn't get elected, then your vote goes to the second person. And that way, it helps balance out the opinions
the
of
idea
people.
Here,
yeah.
The idea is to never have a situation where people are worried about splitting the vote. They can vote however their hearts may feel deep down inside without worrying about how other people vote. They can speak their mind at the ballot And if their favorite candidate is not successful or is not likely to be successful, then their vote will transfer to their next favorite candidate. And if he sucks, like it doesn't get shit for votes either, their vote transfers to their third favorite candidate. So on and so forth until eventually we get to a candidate who actually wins.
Who gets the consensus?
I would get the option, right? So on my ballot, it would say, "Who's your first?" I was like, RFK Jr., right? And they're like, "Well, okay, then who's your second choice?" And I'm like, Trump. And then it's like, "Who's your third choice?" And I'm like, Harris, right? And and I live in California. Basically, what would happen is they would tally it up and have some kind of scoring system.
Correct.
Based off of that.
One
way.
Correct.
You could have that.
The ballot wouldn't be. Well, the ballot wouldn't be like, okay, who are you voting for president, Trump or Harris? It would be like, who are you voting for president? It'd be RFK, Harris, Trump, whoever, and it'd
you put a
give
1,
you a
2,
list
3
of
next
people.
to them.
Yes, and like this is my number one choice. This is my number two choice. This is my number three choice, and that the aggregate of that over time would lead to the person who would be elected president. Right, so it might not be your most favorite choice. It might not be your most favorite choice, but your third favorite choice could be elected president. And at that point, you'd still feel like, oh yeah, like that was my third favorite guy. At least he got in there. It wasn't this fucking binary position that's put in front of you.
Yeah,
right.
The way it works mechanically is something like this. So, like the election starts. Say there's 4 candidates. Well, the first votes are tallied. You know, everyone's first choice, and whoever got the least votes of those first choices, he is eliminated. Then those people who put number 4 as their first choice, their vote transfers to their second favorite choice, and if he is eliminated, then they would transfer to their third favorite choice. This is done until there are 2 candidates. You know, everyone's vote has been transferred or was originally put as either of those 2 candidates, and they see who has the most votes at that point. Whoever has the most wins. The idea here is to it's to destroy the 2-party system, right? I'm sure we can all agree here that, you know, our 2 political parties gotta keep this YouTube friendly. They are not very good at all and should die. And this ranked choice option makes that possible.
Oh, okay. I see.
Is there any? Is it practiced in any country currently?
Yes.
That we can. Okay, which country?
New Hampshire.
Let me pull up a list. New Hampshire is not a country, my man.
Okay,
I know. It's a joke.
I'm just asking,
New Hampshire is already doing ranked choice voting.
Oh, so we're already trying to practice it in different states. In order for and you're using that ranked choice voting in order to choose the electoral college votes and how they're used.
Each state chooses how to use its own electoral college, right? So I think Maine splits it depending on the amount of votes. New York is winner takes all. Most states are winner takes all, but either way, ranked choice voting would be the deciding factor of where the electoral votes.
That's cool. That's awesome. Do the states still have where one state has more votes than another state?
Yeah, that's still the case. That's still the case.
Presumably so, yeah.
And so you're saying that still happens where California has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
why
that sounds like a good middle of the road. Middle of the road, that sounds fair. Wyoming sounds like a good.
I'm gonna be a little partisan right now. Which party has been advocating for the change to ranked choice voting?
It's been the Democrats.
I'm just learning about it.
Democrats.
I'm just saying it's been the Democrats. Republicans have been again.
Republicans have been.
And your point is a good idea. Is a good idea. I'm a Democrat.
No, I'm just saying to put it out there.
Okay.
All right. Now, to circle back for a bit, if it'd be quite all right, Starfire, you never did provide an example of a conflict of interest between some of these smaller states and the larger. You never.
Okay. My whole.
You cut out again. Sorry.
I am so sorry that my phone keeps on doing that.
It's not your fault.
Right. It happens.
Okay.
You're fine. You're fine. You do not ever apologize.
Okay, so my issue is there has to be a balance too, right? And so we have to somehow. That's what Senate and the House of Representatives, they should balance each other. If they don't, that's a problem. They should balance each other. Right?
I know you think that. What I'm asking is why.
Why do I think that why does there have to be a balance? Because otherwise you can literally have a president like Trump. Let's say Trump, because several of you guys don't like the dude, right? And he literally goes to New York and pitches his stuff. He goes to Texas and pinches his stuff. He goes to California and he goes and he panders to these 3 states and promises these 3 states shit, right? Like, hey, I'm all about New York, and hey, I'm all about, and then you got Georgia, Nebraska, all of the other states that also matter, and those Americans no voice whatsoever because we are outnumbering them state-wise, right? Like, that's not cool.
If you may. Or if I may. Like Texas and New York, like if Trump goes to New York and says, I will provide $50 billion to fund hookers and ice cream in New York, goes down to Texas, promises the same shit for Texans, that could work given the concern you have. But in terms of like actual political promises, like I will do X, Y, and Z, New York and Texas have slightly different ideas, do they not?
Yeah.
Slightly.
But you're giving them all the power, and that's the problem. It's taking the power from anyone that lives outside.
Well, why just... you cut out again. I don't know if you're still speaking.
No, you're good.
You cut out again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're literally taking the power from all of the smaller states. Like you're.
Tell me why the states should have power. Why should the states have power over the people?
Well, that's a Democrat versus Republican argument there.
No, it's not.
I think that states deserve more power than the federal government. Period. Like I am one of those people who are like, don't give the federal government all of the damn power. And so your argument would be federal government does everything.
So let's talk about, do you think the states should have more power than the federal government when it comes to the military?
No.
How about why? Let's go with why.
Because typically speaking, our military aid or war in nations outside of states.
You cut out again.
Like typically speaking, our military, and don't get me wrong, in the United States of America, like when there is a flood or a fire, it's military that goes, and it's military funding that goes and rescues those people and gives them food and stuff like that. That's part of it. But most of the time, the military is used outside of the United States on a geopolitical scale and other parts of the world, either to aid or harm other countries. Right, and therefore, one state doesn't get more power than another state on the geopolitical because America, right? But California maybe having a stronger military presence than a smaller state,
that makes sense when you consider, well, those military people have to protect California from enemies abroad, enemies within, and California fires, right? But when you think of military, you're thinking. Am I breaking up too much?
No,
a bit, but we can work with it. We can definitely work with it. What about public?
I can try exiting and coming back in.
That might help. We are all kind of ganging up and bullying on Starsfire.
No, I don't think there's any bullying going on at all. I think it's a good
bullying is the right word, but I feel almost obliged to play devil's advocate and take her side simply to balance out the discussion.
Well, we can always change the topic and change course if anyone has a new topic. Just to keep in mind. At this point, I should say thank you for everyone on YouTube for sticking with us, and thank you to our Discord members who have been providing us with excellent content today. Make sure you guys smash that like button. We're going to keep this going all night here, and we're going to be live streaming a lot more often. We did just a couple announcements here, guys, and then we'll get back to it. So think about some topics you might want to go to. We did just get back from Colorado. Don here was there with us. He ran the front of house for the show, and he also shared the stage with myself and other Pangburn broadcasters before the conversation between Lawrence Krauss and Stephen Hicks. The conversation was just what I imagined it would be. It was fantastic. It was intellectually high level. It was very, very intellectually robust, philosophical and scientific discourse. Really enjoyed it. Bucky Balls, I'm getting some scratching from your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
I'm on mute.
So, and I am in conversation with Destiny at the moment for setting up some very large-scale events for the early part of the new year here. So there's going to be a lot of exciting things coming to the Pangburn channel. Some political discourse with what happened last time in 2016 when Trump was elected. Right, early 17 is when I put the Celebration of Science and Reason event on tour featuring Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, Matt Dillahunty, and some others. So, and it looks like we're going to be putting the same kind of tour together again. So if you want us to make sure we stop in your city, make sure you get in touch with me and let me know. That's about all I have for announcements. Make sure you guys are subscribed. I'm going to be dropping the Krauss and Stephen Hicks event very shortly here. The editor's almost complete. I'm going to be reviewing the edit at around 1 a.m. tonight, or I guess this morning. And then we'll probably be dropping it tomorrow, hopefully. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, feel free, Jack. I didn't know we had Jack Black joining us today, and that's pretty exciting.
Good sir, I am Jack, the black ass pirate extraordinaire.
Well, I have nothing against ass pirates. In fact, I think I prefer them to be honest. So, welcome.
Better than regular
you
pirates.
Swing that kind of way. I'm sorry, I'm kind of ruining the highbrow intellectual side of this. Am I not?
No, it was a good. It was a perfect exclamation point on what I was saying. So tied it all in.
Excellent. All right, so it's Starsfire, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly should the purpose of the federal government be?
Ooh.
The purpose of the federal government would be because without it, each state would be its own country, right?
Yes.
But we are the United States of America, which means that the federal government is basically when it represents all states, not just one state.
Okay, so if the political power of each individual state should come first, why should we not be separate countries, each divided along state lines, but united under a confederacy? Yeah, okay, a bit of a politically charged word. Forgive me, I'm a tad drunk. Commonwealth.
No, but confederacy is the right
like
word.
The European Union.
Confederacy is the right word to what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the right word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not the right word, but a Commonwealth.
No, it is the right
Or
word.
a union.
I'm arguing it is the right word. No, you're using the right one. Why not a confederacy as opposed to like the union like we have now? You're correct. I'm agreeing with you.
Well, the answer to that is because the Confederacy fucking lost.
Right?
I'm not arguing.
Confederates lost.
Yeah. Sorry, Jack Black. I didn't mean to say that.
No, that's okay.
It's ineffective because it
It's
lost.
all right. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
It's because we decided to be a union. Now, if Texas decides that it wants to be its own country and has the power to do so, that might happen, and we might not be able to stop it. You know, there are certain states that have argued that they want to be their own country from time to time. It comes up, right?
But I don't think. But I don't
Alaska.
think. But I don't think it should be. It should be simply at the whims of that state.
Okay.
I think that it should be a collective decision because we are a union, right? Texas is a part of. It affects me in New York State. It affects us in all the other states. They're a part of our economy. They're a part of our infrastructure. They're a part of our military and strategic borders and military. So there needs to be. So when we say that the states should have more power than the federal government, even with this point of secession. Should the state just have a complete right to secede? And so it seemed to me that what you were saying was a little bit myopic. It was a little bit too narrow. That the states should have more power than the federal government.
I think there needs to be a balance. Like balance works. Checks and balances work. Balances work, but at the same time, I think balance works best when the state does have more power. And if Texas succeeds, go and try to stop them. Go ahead. I like literally go ahead. Try to stop Texas.
So yeah, I mean, if it really came down to the United States military versus Texas, I think
good luck.
Four drones. Let's call it game over. I don't know what that kind of fucking.
I don't.
No, Scott. My hunting rifle will take them out. It's okay.
My hunting rifle will take them out.
Texas has a lot of gun YouTubers, so you know.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't fuck with Texas. Just don't fuck with. Leave them. Like, don't make them want to secede. We need Texas. We like Texas. We also like the Floridians. We like the alligator people. God bless the alligator people.
I just think it's a weird place that you're coming from, and like the point that you're trying to make. To me, it just seems disjuncted. If you understand.
Well, it does when you're a liberal.
When I'm a liberal, you don't even know what I am.
Well, a liberal perspective is giving the federal government as much power as possible, and Republican, classically Republican views are that the state has more power than the federal government.
So it's completely binary. It's either no government control or total government control.
I'm a moderate. I want balance. I'm a moderate. I want balance, but I'm right leaning a bit. So yeah, I'm kind of like, well, the state needs to have.
So do you think you might be a bit apolitic or? You know,
my side of it, like my perspective. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
She has a point, and I will make the argument here. Mm-hmm. So the federal government is real big. The states, not so big. They have the capacity to manage their own internal affairs in a more responsive fashion than the federal government. So, of course, the states should have some authority within their area of jurisdiction, and the federal government should have some authority over the jurisdiction of the U.S., right? But I think it's fair to argue that the balance between the states and the federal government shouldn't be created upon arbitrary lines. There should be metrics.
Correct.
Like back in the day. Back in the day, I would argue that there was a better argument for more state autonomy than there is nowadays, because the affairs of the individual states were less interconnected than they are now due to the difficulty of transport. We were less connected as a nation. So it makes more sense. It made more sense at the time for the states to have more autonomy over themselves and with respect to the federal government.
If I may, I mean,
yes.
Okay, so this idea that like either the federal government or the state governments need to have more power, I don't think it's an idea of like which one has more power. Like you've got 40% power and you've got 60% power. I think it's more that we need to specify which section of government does what. Like if we're going to talk about the military,
that's called the executive branch and the legislative branch and
let him finish.
the judicial.
Let him finish.
Yes, but I'm saying more specifically, not just the executive branch, legislative branch, and like the military. Obviously, like a federal thing, it works better that way. The states can have their own like tiny little militaries, but things like what is it called? Like sales tax probably does not need to be a federal thing, and currently it's not. Things like how much we're spending on our roads should not be a federal thing. It should be a state thing.
Transportation,
It's not about like, for me, it's not about power. It's about which of these things are best suited for a federal level and which are best suited for a state level. And in some like rare cases, you can say that states can add extra, extra regulation on particular things if it makes sense there, and we can have federal baseline laws like a federal minimum wage, like we already have, and states having other minimum wages on top of that. So like we're not all that far from it. It's just the issue right now is the Constitution is very vague, and we've just kind of went, okay, well, this looks like a federal thing, we'll do it. This looks like a state thing, we'll do it stately. And now my state says weed is legal, but the feds say it's illegal, so you can't smoke weed and purchase a firearm. You can't own a marijuana business and run through a federally insured banks or whatever. I think that's how it goes. It's like so there's a lot of issues with that, and like the idea is there are certain things that are on a federal level, but I don't think we should say one is more powerful than the other. It's just that they have different roles.
They should govern different. Their authority should be applied to different points and in different ways. And to be honest, I think what we need, we should think of the states not as like an individual, a separate component from the others in any sense, but more as provinces. I'm sorry,
I disagree, but okay. Let's hear your argument on this. But yeah,
why not? Like, I think the federal government.
We're just a because it's not.
Why not?
It's not states. We're not just a province because this isn't England and we aren't a parliamentary system.
It's okay because into the United was it provinces of America.
Well, I think the authority of the states and the federal government should be clearly delineated. Like, as you were saying, Bucky Balls, the authority of the states, things like sales tax or public infrastructure, they should have some, but it should definitely be a subordinate and supplementary position to that of the federal government. But in terms of more, if you'll forgive me, hot button issues, say abortion, all right, this is going to be a hot take. I think the state should have some authority separate from...
whenever you're finished, give my on that, but go ahead.
All right. The problem with abortion is that there's a pretty sizable segment of the population that will never ever see it as acceptable under most or any circumstances. And there's a sizable portion of the population that disagrees. The opposition to it comes mostly from a place of a piety, for lack of a more gentle. And
differing morals. Like, some people say this is morally correct, and the other people are like, no, this is morally correct. They are both trying to do the moral thing, or what they believe is the moral thing. They are arguing on what is moral.
Like the rights to own slaves.
Which is why I argue for the right to choose. If you think that an abortion is wrong, you don't get one. If you want to get abortions late term, you have to do it with a doctor anyhow. It's illegal to do it personally. So I think that you're right. People have different opinions here, which is why the right for the person to make that choice be federally protected. That way, that choice can be taken away for someone, because when you're trying to legislate personal theological morals, that makes no sense to me.
Okay. It makes sense to me when you are saying I should have the right to murder somebody. You got to understand from the Christian perspective. That's what you're saying. I have the right to murder another human being.
Well, a slave is not property. If I want to murder my slave, I can murder my slave.
Stop.
Yeah.
I let 3 of you guys go after I asked to go right after. Being very nice.
Go ahead.
And I'm pretty sure I'm saying exactly what you guys were saying too. So I agree with Don, right? But I want to say that the reason I think it should be at the federal level and not the state level is because abortion is about a thing that if we're saying that abortion should be illegal, it's because the people that are saying it should be illegal are claiming that it's killing a human being, correct? We agree that the people that are against this are making the claim that it's killing. Yeah. They're claiming that it's killing a human being, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if I kill my neighbor in Michigan and my friend kills his neighbor in Florida, which of us did a worse thing?
Okay.
My man got a point.
They are not morally
it's just as bad in
equivalent.
both places. They are morally equivalent.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Killing my neighbor. Oh no! I'm not saying that. I see what you're saying. I'm saying I'm saying me killing my neighbor in Michigan is morally equal to my friend killing his neighbor in Florida. Correct?
Sure. Yeah.
And then the extension here is, if we're going to make it illegal, it would be killing, right? Because that's the only reason we would make it illegal.
Yeah, if that's the determination.
So in my reasoning would be, if it's got to be illegal, then it's probably going to be a federal thing, because killing just as bad everywhere. And I think it should be a federal thing because of that.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Like Don, I'm pro-choice.
I agree. If it's going to be deemed murder or killing by one state, but the next state over, you're like, oh, we don't consider that murder here. That seems completely morally incoherent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. From my and I cannot speak for all Christians because I'm gonna get get jumped on for this. Okay.
It's okay.
From my perspective, the way I see things is I have religious beliefs, and I believe that is murder, and I believe that this person does not. Like that person over there, they don't. Right. And so will I murder this person or this baby? No, I will probably be willing to kill myself in order to birth a child if necessary. If I got pregnant, unless like I personally would want my child to live over me, but I can't put that on everyone else, and I can't expect them to have you're basically saying you have to obey God, but you don't even believe in him. And I don't think people should do that, right? Obey God's laws. And it's like, I don't even believe in God, right? And so as a Christian, my perspective on this is that there has to be a reasonable abortion law in order to prevent unnecessary murder, because I do see it as murder, but I have to accept
that I don't live in an idealistic world in which I get my way. I live in a world where people have different views on whether or not that's even killing.
Well, considering
and I don't like it.
Yeah, considering you're a Christian though, like what I guess I would just ask you, what does the Bible say about this moral calculus you are taking on your own shoulders and applying to this situation?
Okay, so the Christian perspective is that God planned you and planned your life, went and said, I'm going to make you before he even made the earth. He numbered the hairs on your head. He knew who you were.
That's one Christian perspective, right?
Yeah, and he loved you, and that would be a Christian perspective. And so when we see an infant, when we see a fetus in someone's belly, we see that as a full-blown person, which can continue. If you do not harm it, it will become human, and it will become that planned being.
But you understand,
right? If you don't mess with it.
You understand, I know a lot of Christians who agree with me, and they would call that a fetus. They would call that a human becoming, not a human being.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and they would differentiate between the two.
Also, the Bible at some points even talks about how to do an abortion. So, sometimes if a woman would cheat on her husband, she will take a specific cocktail, and if the baby was aborted, then it's true that she's guilty.
Where does the Bible talk about or advocate that? Yeah, please give me the Bible verse. I would love that. Thank you.
Okay, Numbers 5:11 to 31, the Celta ritual.
Okay.
Yeah. If I may interject. Gentlemen, ladies, I believe we are having an unproductive discussion.
No, not at all.
Not because you guys have.
It's a very controversial.
This is not unproductive. I disagree. Moderator power.
I disagree.
Hear me out. Let me walk.
No, Jack. Yeah, I'm being a turd. What is your point? Yeah.
We can. It is a worthwhile discussion to talk about the issue of abortion, and frankly, I agree with the general crowd. It fucking should be allowed. It's definitely the lesser of two evils. But Star and people who think like her are not arguing from a position strictly of utilitarianism, of pure, cold, detached logic. It comes from their opposition to abortion comes from a very emotional place, and I don't. Maybe some of them would be willing to change their minds. Maybe some of our own side would be willing to change theirs under the right circumstances. But the greater body of both parties will not be willing to change their minds. Pretty much whatever argument is thrown their way. And that is why I think the authority over this issue of abortion should be delegated to the states. So that if the general body of a particular area says this really hot button issue that we just can't agree with the other side on or compromise, whatever, if we can't compromise with the other side and this is exceedingly important to us, I think that those people should have the right to a limited extent.
I understand that pragmatic attempt to find out what's fair, but it's not fair for the teen girl or young or daughter by incest who gets pregnant in Alabama and they don't have the means to travel for an abortion. What then?
Okay.
Absolutely, it isn't fair.
It's disgusting. It's not only not fair, it is deeply evil and incredibly immoral.
Sir, I would argue that a certain amount of evil is necessary for the proper governance of the state.
Like what?
Consider a homeless man underneath an overpass.
No, that's not true.
Well and proper.
That's not. It's not the same kind of thing. A homeless man under the overpass. We need to consider the particulars. We can look at what has caused this phenomena to occur that we're observing, the homeless man under the bridge, and we can condemn particular things. But the homeless man under the bridge, in and of itself, isn't morally equivalent to the issue of abortion, in my opinion.
No, it isn't, but it's an example of the point.
Yeah.
The homeless man under the overpass. It is good
Can
and
we
powerful.
can't get an abortion? No, as long as she
Can
does it
we
in
at
time.
least say that? Can we at least take the viewpoint of whether we believe it's murder or not? How like that certain guidelines should be in effect.
Yes.
If there were to be an abortion,
Yes.
in order to. Okay,
100%.
such as maybe late term abortions where that that thing feels stuff. You don't want to cut it in half.
Yeah,
you don't want to cut something that has.
Star, I'm totally fine with the restrictions Canada has on abortions. I think it's after 24 weeks you can't have an abortion. They would only perform. Okay, they call it an abortion post 24 weeks if the fetus is threatening the life of the mother and it's determined that the fetus needs to be terminated at that point. But, I think there should be restrictions for the strange edge case that could possibly happen where something happens in the culture and someone thinks that they have the right 1 week before the original due date to have. Let's say they become an anti-natalist while they're pregnant, and 1 week before the original due date, they say, no, I don't want to birth this baby. I want to execute it. So we do need to have protections against that, which Canada and the United States and other places do have. I agree that there ought to be restrictions, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so my argument, and not all Christians are going to agree with me, is my argument is man was given free will. According to Christians, we believe this. I cannot force you to obey God. I can tell you that it's ungodly, but I cannot force you to obey God. And therefore, I can't force you not to get an abortion. I can tell you I don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay. And I can go and definitely do everything in my power to prevent unnecessary death, including and especially the later the term.
Okay.
Or and make sure that it's not easily done by someone who is very emotional with a whole bunch of hormones going on and very little options. Make sure that they have all options available where they get to keep that baby and don't have to unnecessarily have an abortion.
Yeah, I would say all of those things that you just listed exist. I want to move to Brett Benson. Brett was with us in Colorado. Nice to see you, Brett. What do you have to say?
Hi, Brett.
Thanks, Rob. My direct question, and I don't know if this is Star for the group. How do you think that those regulations and that those equal protection under the 14th Amendment is going to happen in states where states can't agree on the color of grass? Because one of the reasons why it was better under the federal government is because it had to go through certain processes where states could not enact extreme laws, and now at the state level of government, that's not the case. And so my question to you guys is, I think most people want to lower the number of abortions. I think that's a common thing amongst most people. I don't believe the extremist position that some people are trying to have multiple abortions in their life. I think that's very few people. But yeah, I just don't see how you're going to make the argument that going back to the states was a good idea, because some states are absurdly trying to propose anything after conception, and that's not hyperbole. That's literally what they're trying to do. So, Trav, I don't know if that's for Star or for you, but that's just a point I would submit, is that kind of extremism is here right now, and it's not creating an equal world for women in the United States.
Yeah, well, Star, let's get a quick response from Star, and then I want to pass the mic around a little more. Star's got a lot of mic time today, which I actually love. I've really enjoyed listening to you today, Star. It's been excellent. Star, do you have a response to what Brett was saying there?
Well, first of all, I am a woman. And I understand the horrors that can happen and why women might be frightened into it and all of this stuff. And so I don't want women to think that I hate them. And I also don't want to speak for all Christians. Understand that, yes, I am a woman and yes, I am a Christian, but I do not speak for the entirety of these groups. And so please don't like put me in that role. But me personally, I have always been middle of the road, always been moderate, and always figured there has to be something reasonable that we're willing to accept. And when it comes to states and stuff like that, I have to at least believe that people are going to vote reasonably on the subject. And those far outlier crazy people don't get to win on either side.
Can I respond?
Wait, Niv. Yeah, you can go unless Brett had a response to what Star said there. And then I know you're trying to get in, Bucky Balls. We're going to go to Bucky after this before we go to you, Niv.
Star, the first point I would make is that people believe that they can vote their conscience, but as soon as the religion gets involved, that's the place we're seeing the most extremism. It's not about morality, it's about control. Because if you're truly trying to limit the number of abortions, there's only a couple of ways that actually happens. And it's not through the denial that making it a one size fits all, that, you know, all people go through it are in distress or making bad decisions or don't realize their options. Like Trav said, it's not an overreaction. There was a girl in Ohio who was 12 years old who was basically, you know, forced into giving birth. And that might be one example. Yeah, but that goes back to my point, is that many states, just like the Jim Crow era with segregation of races, enough of the population of a group will get power because it's a smaller government. And when they go to vote, many people on this issue are not seeing the humanity. They're seeing women as objects. They're seeing women as means of control. And it really, I would just submit that the state solution is getting it more localized means that more extremist groups can come in and try to put positions that are not doing the critical thinking that you're actually trying to do. I don't see them doing that. So maybe that's my blindness from being a liberal. But that's all I would say.
There's a long history of that behavior, though, that backs up Brett's position.
What? Go ahead.
I'm just saying there's a long history of behavior that backs up position that Brett just made.
Let's also, Bucky, is what you have to say relevant?
Yeah, but I think did Nivik want to say something?
Well, okay, let Niv go, and then we'll go Bucky.
It was kind of similar to what Brett was saying. I was with the having an issue of infringing from the federal government. The same attempt is trying to be done within the state on infringing on people's liberty. And I wanted to also ask a question. If you thought the Civil War was about states' rights or the rights to own slaves, and it was more about having control and infringing on others.
I think both statements are true. It was about states' rights to own slaves.
You know, you got a point. Well, shit. Ben, you make some damn fine arguments. I kind of have to reconsider my position on this, but well, let's go back to Jim Crow, because that was a very poignant example. The South would never have voluntarily given up upon the idea of segregation of the races. But I think we can all agree that it was good and proper that Johnny Fed said, fuck you, Dixieland. You're going to let black people have equal rights, and you're going to fucking deal with it. And they did. And we are all better for this.
No.
What would have happened had had it taken the other position?
Hold on, he's responding directly to Ben. Ben wants.
But at the same time, with that example in mind, just where exactly should we draw the line, if anywhere exactly? Should the states have much of any autonomy to govern themselves as they see fit and moral on issues such as this? Should they have any autonomy at all? Should they?
It depends. If they're infringing on others' rights, no.
Well, see, that's infringing on others' rights. Rights are not a concrete thing, sir. They are not something you can hold in your hand and examine. They are concepts which we create. They are arbitrary constructions. Ask a man in North Korea starving to death how many rights he has, and talk to me about rights.
So are you arguing for slavery?
What I'm not arguing.
He's not arguing.
He's
not arguing for slavery.
The rights are just
wait.
arbitrary.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Niv, that had nothing to do with slavery.
I got you, dude. No, he's not
saying
arguing
it does.
for that.
2 seconds.
What?
Scott, can you moderate for the next little bit? I have to review the Hicks Kraus video.
Oh,
Scott,
Yeah, I got about 30, 45 minutes.
Okay, yeah. I'll be right there. Yeah.
I just wanted to say something real quick. I just wanted to say that there's always also another side of the argument, which like I like, now I'm getting emotional. This is not logic and reason. This is heart, right?
It's okay.
I had a friend who was intimidated into having an abortion. And she has never been the same since. You know, because she felt like everyone was telling her it was the right thing to do. And she took out her child because, you know, and she, like, it broke her afterwards. And so there is that as well. There's just that aspect. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of, like, how do you prevent unnecessary death? I understand that people are going to want to have abortions and want to have that right. And I don't want to be the authoritarian, like, you have to obey my rules because I have the moral high ground kind of person. But I also want to argue, what can we do to make sure there are things in place where they don't have to unnecessarily have abortions because it haunts them for the rest of their lives. It haunts them. Not every woman, but I know women who have been haunted by that choice. And it would have been nice if there was some kind of safety net where they could have made a different choice.
I suppose it's okay. But
I'm sorry your friend had to go through that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm specifically just thinking of her right now, and it triggered empathy pain. I'm sorry.
It's all right. All right. But this is the problem that I was poking at. It is probable that, from a purely rational perspective, the people giving that advice to her friend were absolutely correct. It probably was like a financially or however you want to say, an irresponsible decision for her to carry this birth to term. But humans are not rational creatures at our hearts. We are animals capable of rationality. And I think any proper system of governance should be able to cope with that. So, again, I ask, because I truly do not know, where should we draw the line?
Well, where I'm going to draw the line and where you're going to draw the line are two different things, and I don't get to tell you where to draw the line. But me, personally, I see that as a human soul, and I think it's precious. I can't expect you to push that or have that.
Jack.
You misunderstand the question, not with abortion specifically. Yes?
Jack, Okay, Benson has been very patient. I want to put my part after Benson because it's a long-winded thing, and I think it'll
I
get
apologize
to the rest of this as well.
It's all good. We're all being civil with each other. I know last night was hot because of the election, but Star, the first thing is a conversation has to occur. And the second thing is that we have to acknowledge that, yeah, an abortion is not an ideal situation, but we need to not extremize it and go to irrational perspectives of 9 months for no responsibility, just don't want it, and to conception. There has to be a rational conversation. And the second part, which I know this makes some people uncomfortable, but I don't know where I would put myself inside of this, but men need to do better. Because right now, men in society, not enough men are responsible or view relationships with the sacredness that they should. Too much of our culture is based on sexism and objectification of women. And that's not an excuse for an abortion or whatever else it might be. But honestly, like, there needs to be a little bit of a soul search. And that, I'm sorry, but from my perspective, that doesn't come from religion that many years has been misogynistic. It comes from an open conversation where the conversation talks about, birth and what year, time throughout the pregnancy. And then also from there, it starts a consciousness shift within many men of the society who realize, hey, like, your actions matter, and how you treat other women that you date and whatnot. You really need to, like, whoever made the animalistic comment, we have higher consciousness for a reason. And I don't want to take up too much mic time because I think that was already a minute or two. So thank you, Cucky, for.
Well, Benson, I respect your viewpoint, and I'm not trying to push my religion in here. That was the point. I'm a horrible Christian, but I do have Christian views, and so when people go and say religious people, and I happen to be the religious person in the room, I feel like I have to say something, even though I'm not the best representative of that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, we're all full of faults.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was a mess last night because I was not happy with the way the election went, but I was a mess last night, and I tried to do some reflection today. But the conversation has to occur, and conversation doesn't mean people yell until they're right or they're shutting other people down. It's trying to reach the common ground. We have this gift of higher consciousness, and we need to use it. So. But Cucky, I don't know if you had a point you wanted to make. So.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about, like, where do we draw lines and what's reasonable and stuff, and like basically, I just wanted to kind of give my whole position on the thing as opposed to just like tiny parts. Like, I don't know if this will help anybody, but hopefully, maybe it will. So the way I see it is, whenever the sperm and the egg get together in the zygote, and then the zygote gets implanted on the uterine lining, that is a human being. Like, it's a human, it's alive, and it's probably going to turn into a what do you call it? Like an infant, if it is born. And if it's not going to turn into an infant, we don't have to worry about it because it was going to die anyways. It's going to fall off the uterine lining for whatever fucking reason. Okay. I'm going to say that it's a human being. I don't like killing human beings, but there's a specific issue with this one in that, like, for the first part of this, we know that it's not going to be like a matter of suffering. And we know that my issue is if you get pregnant on accident, right? I don't think that you should be saddled with the burden and responsibility if you don't want to. I personally don't think it's a good thing to kill that zygote because I think it's a living being. But it's like, for me, it's an intentionality thing, and I can't judge someone for having an abortion unless I know for a fact that they intended to get pregnant. While they were getting pregnant, they wanted to get an abortion, and they're basically using abortion as birth control. And they, this was a whole intentional process. If someone did that, I think they should be guilty of murder, just outright. But the issue is
it's really hard to prove that. It's hard to prove that someone intentionally got pregnant, wanted to get pregnant, right, and wanted to get an abortion. So for that reason, I don't think it should be like illegal. There is a certain amount of weeks, right? My half sister was born at 24, 22 weeks, and she's still alive today. So I would probably put the hard limit there. But I find it really difficult to make legal prescriptions on this and say that it should be illegal, or doctors should be put in jail, or much less women themselves put in jail. I think it's a travesty, and I don't think it helps at all with the issue. And like Star was saying, like, there's so many things we can do to prevent this from happening, either from pregnancy prevention in the first place, family planning, or finding ways that the responsibility and the burden are lessened on the mother, or potential mother, so that we might not have to have this abortion. I think life is precious, but legally, like, morally against, but legally, I don't think I could ever blame someone for it. And
I'm imagining right now, I just want to put a disclaimer. I'm so sorry. I'm just imagining right now some poor woman in the chat who, because I'm sad and it didn't even happen to me, it happened to someone else. If you're in the chat and you are one of these women, you are not a monster. Okay? And I don't want you to feel like, people who have my faith system think that. And if you're in pain and it breaks you apart and it tears you to pieces and stuff like that, I just want to say I'm so sorry you went through that. That's all. Because I'm just imagining there's women in the chat right now, and we are talking about this so coldly and so
I'm sorry.
I hurt over this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting emotional. I'm getting all.
Okay,
it's all right.
Take a breath. Take a breath real quick. This conversation has to happen, because this conversation might be uncomfortable, but it's only through conversation that we would talk about something like universal pre-K, and not just go back to the capitalist model to say, if you get pregnant, screw you. Because we're the richest country on earth, and yet we're one of the only countries that doesn't have universal pre-K or universal healthcare or the guaranteed right of housing. Every time I bring stuff up like that in many chat rooms, they call me a commie because they don't know definitions of words. And that's not to say, again, to justify abortion or not abortion, but many of the people who I've met who claim that they care about this the most would then also say, yeah, but we're not going to vote for something like universal pre-K because that's socialism. And they won't even have that conversation. So, and it's, again, like you said, not placing blame and trying to have an open conversation. But when much of the population, I believe, is in this hypnosis of, like, you just have to have the baby, suck it up, and, you don't get to ask the state for help because you're a single mother, you had a one-night stand, or whatever else it is, there's no compassion there. There's no health care to help her with the thousands of dollars for hospital care as such. But Kaki, I'm sorry if I cut you off.
I apologize. No, I don't usually cry. It's just that, like it is just the empathy of, we are talking about something that, like we're like, this child got raped and got pregnant, and we're talking about it as if and all these hypotheticals, and you're like, this actually happens. This is real.
Yeah, it does actually happen. And
it's life changing and it's life altering, and we're talking about it as if it's a math equation, and just the empath in me just freaking flew over, because I'm just imagining women in the chat. I'm thinking of women I've known who've gone through it. I'm thinking, this actually destroys lives. Abortions, what led up to the abortion, all of it. It's heart wrenching. And
yeah,
it's not,
I agree.
But that's all. And I'm going to mute myself, because now
I'm an emotional female and I'm probably going to be mocked by every troll in your chat. But I'm sorry. I can't.
Damn it, you're fine. It's all right. It's all right.
We're not judging you or anything. You're all good.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's not like you have burst into tears over a spilled glass of milk. This is something that has touched you very profoundly in your life. And if someone's giving you shit over this, then they're a bastard who, frankly, their opinion counts for nothing, assuming it's even genuine.
Yeah,
but if I may clarify my question, I asked before where we draw the line. I did not mean that question specifically with abortion. And I apologize for the confusion, insofar as there's been confusion.
Do you mean
What I meant
state
to ask
intervention in a topic? Do you mean state intervention in a topic? What do you mean by drawing the line? I don't understand.
There are a few particular issues which have a very deep emotional resonance with a lot of the American people. Abortion is one. Gun control is another. And it's not like this is it's not like this shit doesn't matter at all. People get shot all the time because of how freely available guns are in this country, right? People fucking die who would not die had guns not been available. But at the same time, the right to own guns is exceedingly important to a lot of people. So, with issues like this, where, frankly, the two sides of the argument will never come to an agreement with each other, and if they ever do, it is because one side fades from existence through demographic processes rather than anything else, where do we draw the line?
Civilization is based on humans' ability to work together. If you don't believe that, or if you think that that's too liberal on my position, like I submit to you that it's only because people chose to work together in the given positions that we are able to talk on this cell phone. Because as much as we love the billionaires or whatever, without the working people doing jobs and stuff, the cell phone doesn't exist.
But sir, do you not understand? That is what we are discussing is a better way to work together. But there are some very specific issues that we will never agree upon. You know, be it you or me in particular, or what?
So I was just saying, I don't think we have to agree.
We don't. But it's not just a matter of you and me, you understand. We are talking about great bodies of people, areas of the country encompassing millions upon millions of people who very fundamentally disagree with other bodies of equally massive size. And well, we must come to some sort of understanding with each other when we have issues like this, where we
if
can.
If we couldn't agree, I wouldn't understand what you're saying. The word "duh" would mean blah blah to me. So we wouldn't be able to communicate. But there's points of agreement that are already established in order for us to communicate. So don't say we can't agree, because if we can't agree,
let me give an example. If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt. Again, it's half a drunk, but gun control. There is
before we go to gun control, which if we're gonna go to gun control, I'm ready. But I want to close up the abortion thing, and I think Benson might have something to say right after I do this.
I sure wouldn't have anything to say, right?
Huh?
I'm sorry for interrupting you, man.
Nivik, chill, bro.
He interrupted you. Nivik, you interrupted him first. All right. So, shit. What was I saying? Oh yeah.
Just take a minute and breathe, dude. It's all good.
What's her name? Star. She brought up a really good point. Like it is an emotional topic, and like I wish I was able to connect to that emotional side a little bit more and stuff like this, because I kind of do feel like a cold, like autistic robot, right? Because it is really horrible stuff. And as much as I do think I do think it's killing a person when you have an abortion, I also have the empathy to go, like, yes, I might see it like that, but I know the position that these people are in. And I know, like, if I'm in a self-defense situation and I have to shoot someone, I'm not gonna want to kill them. I don't want that on my conscience, but I'm gonna have to do it if my family is at risk. And, I don't want someone stopping me from doing that just as much as I don't want someone stopping my sister or my mom from having to, be in that situation. I would never want to be in that situation. So I don't think I would make it even more legally difficult for someone to do it like that. I feel like making that situation more difficult on those people is worse than allowing, what would result if I tried to stop it.
I think my argument, or what I would prefer, is as a Christian, as the middle ground, whatever, right? I can't force my will upon you and say how, and make it where it's impossible for you to kill that baby if you so choose. And I do see it as a baby. I'm not going to call it a zygote. I'm not going to call it a fetus. I am going to call it a human child, because that's my perspective. I understand everyone else does not share that view, that they see it as a lump of cells or they try to dehumanize it. And I have to accept that is their viewpoint. But I also want to, as a human being and as a Christian, do everything in my power to prevent it being done unnecessarily. Okay? Unnecessarily. And so if that means making it easier for adoptions to happen, if that means making sure that single mothers get the help they need, if that means going and holding guys accountable and actually going, I don't know what the answers are or what you do, but we have to somehow slow down the amount of abortions and try to at least avoid it unnecessarily. Make sure that those women have the psychiatric help they need. That way they're not being pressured by their family and friends and financial situation into giving up that child if they genuinely wanted to keep it. And I'm so sorry. I really am very empathetic. This did not happen to me. I know I sound like it because I'm so emotional. Just happens to people I care about on multiple occasions. And I've had to hold their hands through the situation. I've seen the after effects because I'm 41. I know I sound like some whiny crybaby right now, but I'm 41, which means that I've seen them years later. I've seen the consequences after years, and not every woman who gets abortion handles it psychologically well years later. A lot of them are traumatized by it. In the moment, they're cold and callous, and then it catches on somehow, and they're hurt, and I just don't want them to have that pain, and I want to avoid it when necessary. So whatever that is, however we can avoid unnecessary abortions as much as possible, I'm going to advocate for it as a Christian, because I can't go and say my will be done on you. Sorry.
That's my view of abortion. It's about the person's selfish will. It's not really about caring about the baby. It's just used as a front. That's why I asked about states' rights. And I was saying, like, what do you think the Civil War was about? And you said it was about slavery and states' rights. And slavery, and where you're infringing on the rights of others. And infringing on their rights in a way that, according to you, in how they suit you. It's not really about caring about a human being.
It's... Anyways, the Civil War was about states' rights, but the Civil War was about the rights of the state to have slaves, which matters, and had, and you're like, well, yay, that's why federal government matters because they chose the right side and did the right thing. But what would have happened in an alternate timeline in which they chose the opposite side?
That's
is
not
my argument.
but that's
It's about the rights to infringe. It's about the right to infringe on the rights of others.
Yeah. It's not there's no moral justification. The South has a very hard time with this because a lot of people think that there's a stereotype and judgment on them, but it's an unequivocal thing that humanity, it was the right thing to happen in history. Unfortunately, there was a lot of bloodshed over it.
I believe abortion is the same thing. It's about control. It's the same thing. I don't see the difference. Sorry, that's how I feel. I know it sounds crude, but that's right. That's my perspective.
You see who's controlling who? Who is controlling who? Someone control over more freedom.
The women's my property. And the
Okay.
kid. And it's about
I'm
my.
looking
It's
at
about.
it as the woman thinking the child, the child also has autonomy or has a right. You know, that child also has a right.
No, it's about my right. Whether
once again, the cyclical argument is always blaming women and not, again, like I said earlier, we don't want to have a hard cultural shift because too many people don't actually want to engage in a conversation that would go to talk about all the things. And to the point you brought up, women who basically are like, yeah, this is my autonomy here on the line, and not wanting, to have 1,000 abortions, but getting into a given situation. And then the government says, we're going to put our hands here on your uterus, which again, the government having, a say in it, if you're scared about the extreme situations, yeah, of course that's necessary and lowering the number of abortions. But I often hear people take the conversation back to shaming women. I'm not saying you are, but the fact that it then shifts from that and never goes to the accountability of how us men view women, how we interact with women as a whole in our culture, how it's shown in our movies, and it's been glorified for the longest time. That is something which, for me, I've done a lot of searching in the last couple of years and realized that our culture talks about liberty and justice for all. But
it sounds to me like you're advocating a nuclear family.
I'm advocating for an open conversation, which talks about the various natures of it, but with one of them, does admit that there's a part of this conversation that's rarely had.
Slaves wanted to kill themselves and they weren't allowed. You think it's because they cared about the life of the slave according to the slave, or it was according to itself?
Nivik,
who do you think is the slave, the woman or the child? It depends on who you're identifying as the slave. I can in his scenario, it's like the woman is a slave to the man. And then there's also the argument of the baby is the slave to the mother. The fact of the matter is no matter who's right or wrong, whether that's a life and who's held responsible, I think we all can agree that what he was saying about trying to avoid unnecessary death.
No, I'm saying states' rights.
Nivik, I think you're being unnecessarily inflammatory.
Hang on. Niv, you are possessed with trying to bring this to slavery for some reason. Please stop doing that. It's ideological repetition and it's getting tiresome. So please stop doing that.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah. But
it is connected, Travis.
You're trying to force the connection. We're asking you to stop because it's, well, like I said, unnecessarily inflammatory. But, Ben, if you want to bring the responsibility of men and the part they play in this whole situation, into the forefront, then, well, consider the following. Suppose I am a man. It's not hard to suppose. You can hear it in my voice. And suppose that I do not want kids, right? I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have a wife. I very much do not want to have kids. But I happen to have unprotected sex with a woman. Maybe I am drunk. Maybe I just don't have a condom of choice. What?
Malfunctioning. Hang on. Malfunctioning NPC. Can you mute the YouTube stream, please? NPC, if you have NPC, if you have the YouTube stream running, just make sure that's muted. Thank you. Sorry, continue, Jack. If that was you, yeah.
I thought he was trying to talk. Anyway,
no.
So suppose I am a man. I don't have a steady relationship with a girl, or hell, say that I do, because that's probably a more pertinent example. Suppose I have a girlfriend, and I don't want to have kids. I make it clear to this girl that I don't want to have kids, but we happen to have unprotected sex. I know that she's clean of STDs. I've got myself tested at a doctor. I know that I'm clean. We have unprotected sex. I'm under the general impression, for whatever reason, that she's on birth control. She isn't. And she conceives. She gets pregnant and decides to carry the baby to term.
Okay.
I did not want this.
Mm-hmm.
I made it clear I did not want this.
Mm-hmm.
But if she carries it to term, I will be saddled with the responsibility to care for this child financially for 18 years. Sir.
Wow.
Does the rights of a man in that situation? Yes, does the rights of a man mean nothing?
Are you in control of your ejaculation?
yeah, dude.
Is the woman in control of her birth?
Scott,
did she lie to you and tell you that she was on birth control, or did you assume without asking?
I would assume in most cases it would be the assumption.
Okay.
Maybe it could be a
because
lie.
how dare you assume, sir? Because now I'm gonna pull the feminist card. Sorry, but how dare you assume that I'm gonna screw with my hormone in order for you to enjoy raw dogging?
Hold up.
Like birth control pills need to be a thing so that you can screw with your own hormones.
Is the feminist card baby trapping someone by not telling them that you're not?
No, he literally said he assumed without asking. I asked that because baby trapping is fucked up.
Okay, but this is also a two-person thing. Like, are we saying that the feminist position is you should have sex, and if you're not wearing a condom, say
my feminist position is I can choose whether or not to get birth control, and it would be nice if men also had that choice.
Oh, so that
but that way we can decide whether we want to destroy or have hormonal imbalances or not.
Benson, did you have something you wanted to say, man?
Yeah, Jack, I was just going to ask you if you're in control of your ejaculation.
Yes, is the woman in control of whether or not she takes birth control?
Bullshit! You're not in control of it. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
How dare you assume? Don't assume. That's my point. Just don't fucking assume that we're going to destroy our hormones so you can ejaculate.
It just goes everywhere.
I would argue that if you get pregnant, you're also destroying your hormones, right? I mean, I feel like it's a weak argument.
All I have to say is ask the woman if she's on birth control. Ask. Have a conversation.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, hey, are you on birth control? Are you taking birth control? Do I need to use a condom? This should be a conversation that people have before engaging in unprotected, unmarital, shouldn't sex. Like you're not married to the person, whatever. This should be a conversation.
Well, there's another side of the argument too.
The only problem in that situation is usually people have had a couple drinks.
Guys,
those questions go out the window.
I want to hear from
Noel.
You're
still responsible for your private part.
2 seconds. I want to hear from Noel Dawn. Noel, you tried to come in there. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, I was going to say there's another side of the argument. It's like, well, you could control yourself and not having sex with multiple partners without any protection. I mean, that's always an option. Not only that, but I from my faith-based point of view, I don't think it's right to kill a child regardless. But the way to keep that from happening would be, abstinence. You don't have to have sex
or marriage. Yeah, that would be a Christian perspective.
That's
on
like
it,
basically,
is abstain or get married.
isn't that argument similar to saying like the best way to not get cancer is to not live at all?
Hold on.
Isn't that similar? Like try living without sex. I mean, human beings are sexual creatures, right? Trying to stifle one's sexuality.
We choose to be sexual creatures.
We don't choose.
Yeah, we don't choose.
We are animals. Yeah, we are fun.
No, that's the cop out though.
Okay,
That's
do
the
I
cop-out.
have to go on the internet with God knows how many people are online in order to go and say I'm a practicing Christian and I am not married? So guess what? I'm not doing.
No.
4 years, and I survived. I'm alive.
You guys are looking at it from the wrong perspective.
Yeah.
Like obviously people are naturally sexual. What you're saying is what's important for people to do is to abstain from this natural inclination that we have.
And if they're not going to abstain, do it responsibly.
Hold up.
Don't do it drunk.
Hold up.
Damn it! I'm sorry. I gotta clarify my own question here again. I'm apparently bad at this shit. In the case I described earlier, in that hypothetical, I know, right? But in the case I described earlier, if the man did not want to have a kid and did not actively choose to have a kid, should he not have the right, if he made his position on the matter very clear to the woman beforehand, should he not have the right to wash his hands of the affair?
No.
Okay. Did he ejaculate inside of her and without asking her if she was on birth control?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he asked or not. It's his fucking spawn. It's his responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, if nothing else, he's responsible for the financial burden of his actions, right?
Oh my God!
Is he though?
Am I really the person who goes shame on her if she baby trapped him? And he should have an out.
Yeah, baby trapping is a thing. It is a thing.
He should have an out. Like if that was genuinely the case.
Yeah.
If birth control and abortion are both legal, then the woman had multiple choices to make in the matter. The man's only choice. I'm sorry,
Jack.
You guys, let's let Brett get in. Yeah.
You're proving.
Can I go after him?
You're proving my point from earlier. Where is your responsibility in the scenario you said?
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I would take.
Hold on, guys. Everyone else, let him talk. Don't let anybody talk. Let Jack respond because I want to know where is your personal responsibility. Because I want it. Because let him defend this position.
Yep, Brett, he's going. Yep.
The personal responsibility rests upon the individual conscience of the man. If he feels that he is personally responsible for the spawn, and of course, from a pure practical perspective, he is. It's not. It takes two to tango here. Both parties are responsible. Both parties had options to prevent the situation they find themselves in. Both parties neglected these options, and both parties should be responsible. But there's a difference in the choices that the two of them make. Is there not?
There's not. No, you're missing the point.
It doesn't matter who the carrier is, like who the oven is, or whatever. Half of that baby was half of your decision. You deciding to, oh my God, we're on YouTube. Okay, you deciding to have extramarital relations with another human being, unprotected, without talking to them about it beforehand. That was a choice, and there are consequences to that choice, and you don't get to decide to opt out when it's a human life.
When did we get to the point where, when do we get to a point where you start using the words like spawn instead of a child? It's a child. So let's call it what it is first and foremost.
I don't.
Secondly, when do we get to a point where
What are you talking about?
Where we stop valuing people having children and it being a gift.
A beautiful.
Are you trying to language smuggle right now though? Come on now.
I'm just speaking. Sorry, I'm just speaking plainly.
No, I agree with him.
Well, let's not focus on the smuggling. But Scott, do you have a problem with the? What are your issues with the concept of child being applied to the fetus?
I just don't think it's accurate into the physiological understanding of the process of human beings, right? So there's a difference between a toddler and an adolescent, right? The same way there's a difference between a fetus and an embryo and a newborn, right? We have these definitions for a reason, right? And to use language to try to erase the differentiation, to make it seem like everything is all the same, I just find that to be disingenuous. That's just my personal opinion.
Fetus is just Latin for child while in womb.
Yes,
I know.
Yeah,
what
so
it
you guys,
means.
you have to. There's a differentiation between what's technically the case from like a medical science perspective,
yes,
and what is colloquially the case. What we will conceptualize something to be through our own experience. Right now, some people are going to feel comfortable calling that a child in the latter sense. And some people are going to, call it a fetus. But I mean, I'm about to have my first child, and I think the developing fetus is not a human being, but a human becoming. I'm not sure exactly where my son turns into a being, but I know that after a certain stage, I want there to be stipulations protecting my son in that stage of becoming, so that he gets to come to be a human being. So but I also am not against like colloquially calling the fetus in my wife's belly a child or kid, or even the name that we're going to give him. So I think we do have to differentiate between what we're talking about. Are we talking about technically what we would categorize the developing, the embryo, the fetus, whatever, or are we talking about like, I'm going to call it Nugget, how's little Nugget today or whatever, right? So these are different things, but this does fall into the philosophy of semantics, and the philosophy of semantics does include how we feel about the labels we are applying to things. Like the gender sex thing is a perfect example of that.
Exactly.
All right.
That being said, when you go and so callously talk about how you went and hypothetically practiced in a practice which is used to make babies, and then when a baby is formed, going and saying you get to choose whether or not you get to be part of that child's life because it's not a child as long as it's in her belly, is a problem for me, because because to me that is human. And being like, well, I'm not responsible because she won't opt to have a surgery to remove it. So whatever you want to call it, you think you get to tell her.
I actually agree with the laws.
Madame, if I may.
I actually agree with the laws, and I agree with you. What is it, Star? Yeah, I agree with you in that, like, the male responsibility here is just as heavy as the female responsibility.
Absolutely.
I think when we engage in sex, we have to understand that this may happen. And look, for males out there who feel like they've been duped by their female other, when they, maybe their female other said, if we ever did, let's just have unprotected sex, and if we ever did get pregnant, I'm going to get an abortion. And then all of a sudden she gets pregnant and she decides, no, I'm not having an abortion. You feel duped, but that's always a choice that a woman is going to be able to make. That's something you got to keep in mind. I don't think for me, from a maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you perspective, my moral quest, I don't think the answer is to not engage in sex. I think the answer is to engage in safe sexual practices that take into consideration the ramifications of what can happen as a result of sex, one of them being pregnancy. So.
All right. If
and as a Christian that can't tell you how to live your sex life, as a Christian that can't force you to live your sex life the way Christians do or whatever, I would argue that he's correct. Like I can't tell you to be abstinent. I can't tell you you have to get married. I can't tell you that you're not allowed to divorce, right? Because you're not Christian. But I can say that in order to avoid unnecessary deaths, because I do see it as a death of a child, like you guys need to at least admit, murder. Guys have to at least understand that there is responsibilities when you go into the act of baby making, and you have to at least try to handle it responsibly to avoid baby making if you don't want to baby make.
Okay. I simply must interject because there is a fundamental misunderstanding, Star, that you are having here. When we are discussing the male's responsibility, his obligations in the situation, what we are not talking about is the act of abortion. What we are discussing, if I understand the situation correctly, is whether or not he should be burdened by the woman's choice either to carry it to term. I'm sorry, it is not a... It's a matter.
Yeah, when you go into
the woman should carry
creating a
the
life,
baby.
you are then responsible for it if she decides to keep it.
So I also want to point out something interesting.
And that is another fundamental misunderstanding. Have you ever heard the quote, "One death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic"? When we are talking about, we aren't talking about whether one woman should have the right to an abortion, or whether one man should be responsible for the child that is carried to term. What we are talking about are millions. We are talking about statistics.
Statistically speaking, half of that child's DNA is yours. You practice, like you did the time or crime, now you have to do the time. If it turns into a fetus and becomes a child, and because she does not have to get rid of it, and you are like, yes, I genuinely believe to have that, like you don't get to be like, I don't want to be the dad. No, that is baby making. That's what you're doing. That enjoyment that you like, that fun time is for making babies. And if it makes a baby, you have to be held accountable for that baby. I would prefer that you do. I can't force you to do it. You can be an ass, but I would prefer that you be a human being and stick around for that child.
I mean, the woman could equally decide to say, "I relieve you of all financial, burden into the full 18 years. Haven't signed a document." That is a possibility. The woman could be kind and do that if the male did not want to have, So that is an option as well.
Right? I just think it's particularly odd. And I'm not.
Children are a blessing. Why would you
hang
want?
On, Marvin.
Because people
Star,
are weird.
You guys, pay attention. Marvin was speaking, and you both talked over.
Sorry, Marvin.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I know. Yeah, it's okay.
I. By the way, I'm Buckyballs. I'm just on a different account on my laptop. I didn't know it was a different account. But I find it particularly odd that if a woman is pregnant, is going to have a child eventually, she can have an abortion, and there is no
permanent option. Like she gets the decision there. If me and someone else get pregnant, I can't take that back ever. She can. I can't. Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying it's like, oh, it's unfair and the rules need to change. Like it's not ever going to change, but it is like a really odd, peculiar situation. I'm not sure if that's what you're getting at. But it is odd to me
that men can't have abortions.
No, that men can't wash their hands.
They can't wash their hands because they can't have the abortion to wash their hands with.
Okay.
They don't have that decision, which,
As
whatever.
a Christian, I think this is an atheist argument because you know what mine's going to be. Mine's going to be get married and raise the baby.
Okay. How many? Okay. I wouldn't just say how many Christians have abortions. Out of atheists and Christians, which ones do you think have the most abortions?
Atheists.
Yeah, probably atheists.
Let's check.
Like in terms of,
a real
per capita.
A real Christian that follows the Bible would know that a child is a gift from the Lord, so they would not have an abortion. So they wouldn't. If you're a true follower of Christ, you would never even consider abortion.
Well, you got a lot of work.
I went through a high risk pregnancy and damn near killed myself to have my. That then I lost, but I damn near. Anyways, that's too personal. All I have to say is there are women that would do everything in their power in order to make sure that breath is taken.
Just 1 second, you guys. So this is by Guttmacher Institute, which does these statistical analyses of different things. Data indicates that individuals identifying as Christian in the United States have abortions at rates comparable to or even higher than those identifying as atheists or without religious affiliation. A 2014 study at Guttmacher Institute found that 24% of abortion patients identified as Catholic, 17% as mainline Protestant, and 13% as evangelical Protestant. In contrast, 38% reported no religious affiliation. These figures suggest that Christians collectively account for a significant proportion of abortions, even exceeding the percentage among those without religious affiliation.
Noel, I'm sorry, you have a lot of work. Noel, I'm sorry, you have a lot of work to do, and I'm sorry, Star, but I understand that you think that most Christians should be getting married and doing this thing, but they don't.
Good sir,
maybe most do, but they're not getting married.
Yeah, there's a flaw in the study, but go ahead.
Come on! You're saying one study? Have you shown me a single study? I'm not trying to be.
Can I
all the
interject?
things you've never made a single study.
Can I interject? Christians or people, Bible-believing Christians, fundamental Christians, ones that believe the Bible, right? They are going to argue that the Bible says that the road, the path,
You can argue the Bible all you want.
I'm not. Yeah, the thing is that not everyone that identifies as a Christian is a practicing Christian. They identify as Christian because their family was Christian, or because they were baptized Catholic, not because they actually practice Christianity.
What you're doing right now is called the no true Scotsman fallacy.
Yeah.
What's that?
This is true. This is a fallacy where you start saying, well, they're not the real Christians. A real Christian is like this. Then they're just going to disagree with you, and they're like, this is Christianity.
All I'm going to say is, how often have you met someone who says, I am Christian, but I don't practice, I'm spiritual?
There's no way for you to prove that.
That's another fallacy.
Well, and they're going to create terms like whatever fallacy to come up with because they don't understand what being a true follower of Christ is.
Yeah, exactly. You just did the no true Scotsman fallacy again.
What eating a banana is like to a monkey. There's no real recourse for them because they don't understand what being a true follower of Christ is and following Scripture the way you're supposed to.
It means being logically fallacious in this case, apparently. Like
Just
logic,
hear me
you
out.
understand that many of the world's best Christian apologists try to be not logically fallacious, right? And that's for reasons of academic and philosophical rigor. So if you're going around spouting fallacies, obvious logical fallacies, you should change your argument so that they're not riddled with those, or they're not going to be taken seriously.
Now, I would like to say something about the Christian thing, with all of that, with like abortion and all of that type of stuff with Christians. Like, the only person that's going to judge anybody as a Christian is going to be God at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. So basically, end of the day is if you're a Christian and you believe in Christianity, even if you are not following 100% of the Bible, and that end of the day, we shouldn't, as Christians or as anybody, we shouldn't be judging people. That's at the end of the day, when the rapture comes or when you pass away, God's going to be judging you, not us.
Judgment's one thing, correction is another. And if you see something that's obviously against the very work that Christ died on the cross from and then rose 3 days later for, is that you protect children. Children are precious to the Lord. It says it all throughout Scripture. There's not many places that you could find in Scripture that don't talk about how precious children
Why
are.
should anyone care what a Scripture says that claims to be divinely inspired by just other men like you and I?
Because I have faith.
I've got a great.
But why? You understand that your faith is in human authors who claim to be divinely inspired, right?
They're divinely inspired and proven through the interactions, through people helping each other, doing things for each other. The experiences I've had with the Lord himself.
Okay,
it's not through some proven method.
But you were just talking about the Bible. Now we can
he's
address.
not a Bible-believing Christian, and I am.
Hang on. We can address cognitive limitations and how our minds.
Well, you said earlier you don't necessarily believe everything in the Bible, and I'm saying I'm the fundamentalist Christian.
Star, you're interrupting me. Just let me go for a second here.
Go ahead.
We can discuss, personal experiences with gods or demons or ghosts or whatever you want to talk about, aliens, and we can talk about cognitive limitations and how we've demonstrated that our minds can be tricked into believing all kinds of different things about the things within the purview of our own experience, and how we can demonstrate that those are full-on hallucinations that don't need to manifest in a mind independent way. They can manifest simply in our mind and be more important to us than anything that's ever happened to us. So you would have to demonstrate, if you want to be rigorous by an objective standard, any kind of objective standard, you would have to demonstrate how that wasn't simply something that happened within your mind. But the reason why I brought up the authorship issue is because you presented the Bible as though it should be some authority on something. And when I asked you, hang on. I'm just going for a little bit here.
Go ahead.
And so when I mentioned the problem of authorship, it's just like, I have faith. So you're telling me you have faith in authors who claim to be divinely inspired, who others claim to be divinely inspired. How is that any different than me telling you I have the new scripture in front of me right now, and that you should have faith that what I'm writing down is divinely inspired? How would you determine if that was true?
Because there are over 18,000 manuscripts that point to Jesus being in and around people 40 days after he resurrected from the dead, in over 500 different accounts, 18,000 different manuscripts. You don't get that kind of documentation over something that didn't happen.
It could be 4 million.
I'm not here to prove it. Well, let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not here to prove God to anyone. I am here to help you understand that God does love you.
Jesus.
He loves you so very much, and I love you too. I don't want you to go to hell.
I love you. I love you too, and that has nothing to do with any kind of religious scripture that's been, pushed onto me and learned into me. I just love you because I'm an empathetic human being that has a moral quest that transcends all of these, traditions. This has just been born of my mind and by example, by the world around me. So I don't need that stuff. I love you. I would argue I could demonstrate that just as much as you could demonstrate how much you love me, and mine are for reasons that are just born of my sentiments, which I believe that is what ultimately leads you to accept Christianity. Your sentiments have been satisfied that this is good and that this is correct, and you think that faith is a good reason to justify it. But
well,
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to jump in. I'm so sorry. Please. No, I'm sorry. I know you have some amazing points and you're really good at it. You're probably even better than me. But, and I'm sorry. I really thought that you picked and chose from the Bible and you didn't necessarily full-heartedly believe it like I did. I didn't realize you were Bible believing. But whatever the case is, I'm going to make the argument he made earlier before you go any further about the proof of the Bible, how it's real, and why it matters. Okay, from a Christian perspective or whatever. And that's because they're like 1/3 of the Bible happens to be prophecies, things that will happen, right? Including prophecies of the Messiah before the Messiah comes. Prophecies that prove that Jesus Christ is who I claim he is.
Have you looked at these prophecies?
Ones that say that he's the seed of Adam, that he's the seed of Isaac, that he will be the seed of Jacob, the fact that he will come from the tribe of Judah, the fact that he'll be the heir of a throne of David. And that's just his heritage. Thousands of years before he's even born, it tells us what his genetics are going to be, and it goes into how, into his life ahead of time.
Give me one example of a prophecy that you find very convincing.
Okay, hang on just a second.
and this
is
a problem.
Born of a virgin. Okay, so
Born
Isaiah 17:14.
How do you know
Jesus
he was
Christ
born of a virgin?
Born of a virgin.
How do you know he was born of a virgin? Faith? That's no justification.
You will never agree on this.
People who witnessed it and said.
People who witnessed.
Do you understand that there are third-party accounts of many of these things? Like there are third parties. It's not just what's written in the Bible, but historical people back in the day that can confirm or deny.
Why?
Right?
Why do they believe?
Is literal archaeological evidence of said things or whatever.
Why do they believe that Jesus was born of a virgin? Because Mary told them so?
God damn it! This is all this. You will not convince. Neither side will convince the other of their point.
That's Jack. Do you know how many people? Jack, do you know how many people have come up to me in my life and told me that a conversation that happened on Pangburn changed my mind on this particular issue? So it does change people's mind.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be someone in this.
Okay,
it doesn't have to be someone in the Discord either. It could be someone else.
Leading people astray.
Let's let Marvin. Let's let Marvin go. Marvin's been trying to get in for 1 billion years here.
All right.
It could be anybody listening into the live that hears anything we say and thinks it's like a good point as well. Okay, Starfire, you said you're a fundamental Christian, right?
I actually believe the Bible. I take it seriously. I believe that there was blood, all of that stuff that makes you guys look at me and say I'm ridiculous.
Hey, that's okay. No,
okay.
Okay, and Noel, do you take the whole Bible literally?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you guys look in the chats yet?
No.
Go ahead and look in the chat and tell me what you guys think about this abortion potion. That's all I have to say.
What am I looking at?
Done. In the chat here, in the live hangout chat, numbers 511 to 31.
Can you summarize your point, Marvin?
It's the new international version, but I'm sure whatever version you want to look up is not as fun either. But it's an abortion potion that God tells people to drink if to give their wives if they think their wives were unfaithful and become pregnant. So, kind of weird.
I'm trying to see. You said it's in the chat, and I don't see chat.
It's in the chat attached to this. I'll put it in religion too. How about that?
Yeah.
I found it.
Yeah. I mean,
Did I put it in the wrong chat?
I found it. If I didn't know God gave an abortion potion. Hang on. If a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him,
it's pretty long. You're probably going to want to read it on your own.
Okay.
Anyways, does anyone have anything else? Brett, I know you were trying to get in there. Brett, come on in. It really does help if you guys turn your cameras on. I know not everyone wants to show themselves, but also just use the chat if you wanna jump in. Go ahead, Brett.
Without even getting to the New Testament and if being real, the most provable, the historical figure of Jesus, not a supernatural one. I don't see how you guys can read the Garden of Eden and with true objective view see it as anything more than mythology. The point I'll basically say to you is you're saying that there was at one time a talking animal like a Narnia.
No,
Nick, sorry,
he's still here.
An animal talking just like Narnia told half the species from another person's rib that they should go eat the fruit, whatever it was, from a deity who said, "Don't eat from this," and knew that we were going to punish us eternally. And
if I may add,
no, hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Let me try to make it faster. And the worst part about this is that it is one thing if people lived like the moral life towards one another, but the centuries of proof show that the misogyny within organized religion, man has ego and he's not letting go of it. We're not creating a world where we actually see the human being in the other. Because the minute you say that, "Oh, I'm sorry you're going to hell," that's not bringing people together. If what you follow is true, then your deity judges that. You have nothing to judge over it. Because like Trav was saying earlier, we're all trying to see the beauty in each other just as it is. No prescription. I don't care if it's a Hindu, Native American. There's no condition of it. Because otherwise it's not the kind of love that Jesus would have talked about. And then you're reading an interpretation of it with the rapture from 150 years ago. Looking at other people and being like I'm better than you because I have this document.
That's not.
I never said I was better than anyone.
No, yeah, that's jumping to we at no point am I better than by Christ's grace that I am saved, not because of my works or how good I am. Sorry.
Go
ahead.
It's okay. It's all good. Inferring that we do not go to the promised place and that people only do that follow your given religion, that is closing other people off.
No, not follow the religion, follow Jesus Christ himself in his way.
It's not closing people off.
Who owned
it would actually be the Buddhist beliefs and the Hindu beliefs that you're talking about that subscribe that stuff. They're the ones with caste systems, right?
All right, let's let Brett finish. He's almost done. He's wrapping it up. Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Hold on. The Native Americans on this continent were slaughtered in part because our ancestors said that they were inferior heathens. Do not blame the Hindus for their caste system and then not look in the mirror, my friend.
Yep.
Come on.
100.
We're all capable of violence in our ancestors, and I'm saying I do believe.
Did I say that was good Christian behavior?
But again, that is the no true Scotsman fallacy. Again, when you say that, it's a fallacy.
Okay, was it good Christian behavior when Solomon murdered the entire village? And he forgot to not slaughter some of the cows, and God punished him because he didn't kill the cows on site because he wanted to bring them home and make an offering. What is the good Christian thing to do if not killing every single thing in sight after God tells you to do it? is, you know, not good. It's not good enough for God. It wasn't holy enough.
Actually follow Jesus Christ. That's the way. He is the way, the truth, and life. There is no other way but him. If you follow his example, if you follow his parables, the truth that he had, that's what real faith is. That's what love is. Okay,
So
he corrected eye for an eye. He said, you know, you say eye for an eye, but I say if a man were to strike you on your left cheek, you turn it to your right. He did not promote violence.
Hey, if I can say something,
Jesus Christ literally goes and says that every like it doesn't matter if you're Greek, Jew, or Gentile, meaning your race doesn't matter, or male or female. You can inherit the kingdom of God. You have an equal right to it. He was literally promoting equality. You understand that?
From the garden.
And so when people claiming to be Christians, went and said, you are a different race than me, you are not equal to me, that was unbiblical and not one of Jesus's teachings.
And neither were the slave owners, you know, taking the Bible and
don't mention slavery.
Hey, can someone pull up Exodus 20:21 for me really quick?
That they were. After I finished my thought, yeah.
Let Noel finish, please. Yeah.
He's talking about slavery.
I was trying to say it certainly would have been befitting or even, you know, agreed upon from Jesus to do such a thing as tell the slaves that they had a mark on them and that they were essentially damned. Like, that's horrible. That's evil. That's Satan. That's the representation of who Satan is and what he does. He kills, steals, and destroys. That's his characteristics.
Did God not kill?
Exodus 20:21. I think he wanted a different one.
Okay,
the greatest miracle
what
in
you
the
are
Bible.
doing is you are taking
God not kill
Leviticus
and steal
and
people's
Exodus
lives?
and.
Can you say that again?
Did God not kill and steal people's lives?
Okay.
Like you just described the Satan or the devil as doing that? No? What about the Great Flood?
No. He is a holy God. He has the right to do so.
Here we go. Yeah, he's got the right to do it because he created you. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. This is the same thing I hear from parents who beat their children. I created them. I brought them into this world. I could put them out. Yeah, that's the exact same argument I hear here.
Yeah, but he has a different place for him. Your misunderstanding of what the afterlife is your downfall. It's because you don't understand that what comes after this is so much more.
No, I understand.
God does. He is outside of time and space.
I understand you believe that on faith, but I don't care as a human being that doesn't believe the way you believe about afterlives. I have no good reason to believe an afterlife exists.
Then that's your decision.
No, it's not. That's just. It hasn't been demonstrated to my senses. If faith didn't exist as a human conceptualization, you wouldn't believe it either. But I don't accept faith as a justification for believing.
No, you wouldn't be. If faith is what helped build this country, and unjustly so, they took parts and misrepresented God's word to do horrible things to people, millions of people.
Okay, I have to read. I have to read the No True Scotsman. I want to read it for everyone in this room, and if you don't want to hear it, fine, whatever. But I want to read it for everyone on YouTube as well. By the way, everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for being with us.
Wrong with my mic?
Hang on, I'm trying to read something here. You got to be able to listen. We got a bunch of you in the room. Make sure you hit the like button. We are going to wrap up the live stream for today. pretty soon here, but we are going to be live every day, so we will be having these conversations. I think everyone who's been involved, Pangburn's all about people with competing different ideas coming together and try to have good faith, helpful discourse around that. But I wanted to read: the no true Scotsman fallacy is a form of logical fallacy in which someone makes a general claim about a group, and when faced with a counterexample that challenges this claim, they dismiss it by asserting that the counterexample is not a true member of the group. The fallacy attempts to redefine terms to exclude counterexamples, often to preserve a certain perception or belief about the group. Example of the no true Scotsman fallacy initial claim: no Scotsman put sugar on his porridge. Counterexample: my friend Angus is Scottish and he put sugar on his porridge. Fallacious response: well, no true Scotsman would put sugar on his porridge. By redefining true Scotsman to exclude Angus, the speaker dismisses the counterexample without engaging with it meaningfully, thus failing to prove the original claim. This fallacy is often used to shield a belief from criticism by excluding inconvenient examples rather than reconsidering the accuracy or broadness of the initial claim. I just wanted to read that. Thank you.
Okay, then can I please speak on that at least? Okay, because you were accusing me of making that argument. I'm the person you accused of that, because I went and made the argument that not everyone who claims to be a Christian is a true practicing Christian. That many people go and say, my family member I was born Christian, therefore I identify as Christian, but they don't practice Christianity. Or that people go and say, I was sprinkled on my forehead at birth, or I was soon after birth, and I was baptized Catholic, therefore I'm Catholic, and they identify as Catholic. And when I say that not all Christians would consider that Christianity,
you can't.
It doesn't mean I'm making the no Scots fallacy. What I'm saying is that people.
It's scripture itself.
To dismiss it,
if you're living in that kind of fallacy, well, the fallacy is actually claiming to be a Christian and then not actually following the Christ the way that He set it forward. So if you're not doing that, then absolutely, that is a fallacy.
If you're not even attempting to practice your Christianity and you call yourself Christian,
that's your opinion. Right. That's the thing. It's your opinion that they are not practicing Christianity in the way you think it should be practiced. But there are Rastafarian.
You have a different definition of what a Christian is.
There are Rastafarian Christians out there who think that like Jesus is a representation of the energy of the essence of this, that, and the other. And you're going to say that's not Christianity. They're not true Christians. But guess what? They believe they are, and others believe they are. It's deemed so by the conceptualizer. That is the point about being able to identify with whatever thing. Like if someone says, oh, I'm an atheist and I believe that God exists, I can say, based on my definition of atheism, you don't meet the criteria, but that doesn't mean they aren't an atheist by their own standard.
If they don't believe on the cross for their sins and resurrect,
no. Okay,
go ahead.
Are you guys looking at your phones? Or are you guys like with headphones, not near your phones or something, or near your laptop?
My screen is black. Why?
Okay, are you guys looking at the screen? Can you guys like see our faces?
Yeah.
No? Okay, well that explains one.
I can.
So, Benson has had his hand up for quite a while. And, like, the reason I'm asking if you guys can see the screen is because if you can see the screen and you're continuing to talk when he's very politely putting his hand up, like, you really think that your voice is that much more important.
Yeah. Well,
we can all talk. Benson has been one of the most patient people.
Yeah.
No, I think I have.
Marvin, we're gonna move on to other people, right. but there are going to be some back and forth. So, but it is a good time to move around the mic. But let's go to Niv. Niv, go ahead.
I don't know if it's about following the Bible or it's about the person caring about the kid or not.
Okay, I don't know what that means. Brett?
Yeah. Trying to say, sweetie.
I think he was referring back to the abortion topic, but I don't want to go back there.
Okay.
Guys, the exact.
Okay. Can I ask a question? What do you guys view?
If Brett was speaking, it's hard to hear him. He's breaking up a bit. Go ahead, Brett.
Can you hear me now?
Kind of. Speak up, though.
Okay. Talk louder.
Yeah.
The very division, the fact that we are not acknowledging the humanity by tribalism is not bringing people together. And as Travis has been trying to tell you guys earlier, there is no true Christian, there is no true Muslim, there is no true Hindu, Buddhist. We're born human beings. We are brought into the religion we are by our parents. It may mean that our parents see us as very sacred, and people talk about that all throughout the world in different cultures. But you would be a Hindu if you were in India, most likely, or a Muslim in another country. And
that's not totally true.
Especially since Christianity has spread everywhere.
Is it most likely probable? Yes. Come on.
It's not totally true because there's people in the Middle East and China and India that all believe in Christianity. Just because your parents bring you up does not mean that you cannot decide your own decisions.
He was not
it does pay an influx. I do agree with you a little bit. It does put you somewhere in an influx you were brought up that. But the second you become an adult, you can decide.
This is sophistry. Your response is sophistic. It should be clear that Brett is making a general claim about, if you're born in India, you're going to be a Hindu. Like, that's almost certainly the case, right?
No.
Really?
There's so many people that are in Christianity. So just because you live in Israel doesn't mean you're...
This is sophistry. What you're doing right now is sophistry.
It's overgeneralizing to an extreme.
No, you're not... Okay, go ahead, Brett.
Guys, there are almost 8 billion. There are almost 8 billion people on this earth. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to be nice about this, but you're arrogant by saying that. And it is clear that you don't have world experience by going out and being amongst major populations that have other religions. I understand we live in a country that has a deep root in history and Christianity, but there are billions of people around the world who are acting as moral as you are in most regards, who are condemned because they were born in the wrong geography. And that's just
system has nothing to do with how good someone is.
That's absurd. It's absurd. We are never going to I'll stop here. We're never going to unite as a species under a given sectarianism. It's not going to happen.
We're never going to unite as a species, period.
All right. In India, can you say that there are Buddhists, there are Hindus, there are Sheiks, there are Muslims, and there are Christians? They are not all Hindu.
He didn't say they were all Hindu. You guys, he did not say that. He's making it, and you're not contending with what he's talking about. He's saying that, okay, if it needs to be said this way so that we can stop the sophistry, because it's about 80% Hindu in India. But if you were born of Hindu parents in India, you would be a Hindu, right?
Would I?
Oh my God! This is sophistry.
2.3% Christians in India. 2.3%.
That's dominant in it.
Oh, sorry, or your guy.
It's not. 2.3% Christians in India.
Cool.
It stands to reason that if you are born in India, you will not be Christian. By and large, only one out of...
It's possible.
Many.
Yeah,
it's possible, but it's not probable.
You guys understand, like, this sophistry is not impressive. It's not impressive to chime in and say, oh, but it's possible if that Michael Jackson might be in space right now. You don't know. This is a sophistic point, and it just wastes time. It bugs the fuck out of me.
2.5% in India, which happens to be the largest populace in the world. Don't act like I don't.
Percentages don't change based on percentages don't change.
I
based on how
understand,
big
but
the
that
number
being
is.
said, it's still a large amount of people.
Okay.
Right? And believe it or not, like you're assuming that I've never spoken to a Hindu or a
No one is
Muslim
assuming that. No one.
or
Literally
whatever.
no one said
What
that.
I'm saying, the argument is that
Can I ask everybody a question real quick?
Yes, please.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And here's what I really want, because I got a little heated. I'm back down. I'm listening to everyone. I heard Benson or Brett. I don't know what you go by. But I appreciate what you're saying, because I used to believe the same thing as you. My conversion came from experience and prayer. So I'm going to ask, is it okay if after this, after we get done talking, if I pray that God shows you who He truly is?
Sure.
No.
Yeah, you can pray whatever you want for me. It doesn't bother me. Yeah.
I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm going to decline. I want you to pray, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm fine. I want you to pray for the kid tonight, as Star was trying to talk about, that doesn't have a home. I want you to pray for the people in Africa who are dying in a civil war while we're having a first world conversation.
Sure.
Yeah.
I want you to pray. I want you to pray that in the Middle East, they actually see the humanity in each other, and not about some bullshit 18th century rapture of the end of the world. I want you to pray that humanity is possible, because we are possible. And if you don't believe that, like, you got to live for something positive, for people to unite together. It is love. That is the answer.
Love is the answer.
I absolutely appreciate that.
But unfortunately, Benson, I think what the problem is the source of love you think is not God. You think that it is literally anything but God. Is that wrong?
Yeah, Star.
Yeah.
It is beyond definition. Whatever it is, it matters.
It does.
The kid down the street, I don't give a shit what religion he is. I am part of his community. I will protect him.
Mm-hmm.
I when I see the person on the street, I'm a teacher, so I'm not doing the best in the United States. But I try to give money to the guy down the street, and I stop participating in the materialism that is pulling us apart, because that is how we show the love.
Okay. Benson,
materialism is pulling us apart. Materialism is absolutely pulling us apart.
So love is the answer. Love.
Yeah, I agree. I just believe that God is love. But that being said, I do agree that love is important. We have to love everyone. We have to love every. That's great. I love that. That's great. What I want to say is I'm not good at articulating myself, but I know what I believe. I just have a hard time saying it in a way in which other people, because saying the concept, I am not good at articulating.
Star,
but I do know someone who did.
Star, I think you do a fantastic job at articulating yourself, and I think you've done a fantastic job doing that today. And that goes for all of you. This is not easy to get up on a stage in front of an audience on YouTube and do this, and some of you do it every day. And I deeply appreciate you sharing your ideas with us today. I just, for everyone, we are going to wrap things up, and everyone on Discord, we're going to move down to Trav's Tavern. This is one of our off-air voice channels. If you want to stay and have a more casual hangout, we're going to shut the live stream down here. I just want to thank you all for contributing. It does mean a lot. We will be dropping Lawrence Krauss and Stephen Hicks tomorrow morning on the Pangburn YouTube channel. This is our most recent event that happened this last weekend in Colorado. And the topic was the anti-science of God. So it's going to be very, very interesting. It was a great conversation. Absolutely loved it. Thank you all so much on YouTube for joining us. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe. We're going to be live almost every day on our channel now, having group conversations like this. And as always, let art and science inspire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Travis.